Yes, yes. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. Happy Monday. How are you doing? It is a early start, but to be honest, it is where I want to be starting. I am doing well at pushing forward my start time. I'm feeling good about it. I'm feeling good about the progress with that. Continuing to progress in what I want to be, where I want to be, how I want to be doing it. And yeah, that's where I'm up to. A little bit of a difference with the green screen today. It's grey and miserable here in the UK, so of course the green screen is back on. It's still a little warm, it's still a little humid, so it's not ideal, but not ideal, but it is what it is, and we are here. So yeah, I actually did a little bit of an edit of the green screen. You can see that this side of my face is lit much more than it normally would be if I had the green screen on. What this results in is this little sort of like dent that would appear in my head, which isn't real. That actually, yeah, that's not there. That's not there anymore. It's gone now because my face is properly lit. That's how green screens work. Yeah, it's something that always used to bother me. Probably never ever bothered anyone else, or no one else noticed it. I don't know, but yeah. Anyway. We are where we are. Welcoming everybody in the chat who is here already. We got HBB, we got Brody, we got Bubble, we got By Any Means Necessary, we got 2060 Julio 23. And how are you all doing? I hope you had a good weekend. I hope you enjoyed Red Planet last night. If you came to the Red Planet stream, where I detailed a sort of introduction to conflict resolution and understanding why conflict resolution is important in understanding the necessity for restorative justice and prison abolition. So I hope you all enjoyed that. If you managed to take the time out to see the live stream, if not, do better. I worked very hard on that. If not, you know, if you're feeling bad about missing it, you can always check out the VOD on the YouTube channel, which is going to be in the chat imminently. The gamer background is back. It is crazy that you think it's a gamer background, actually, because I did create it when I was doing more variety stream stuff, and I guess that, like, yeah, it does have the game consoles. The idea is that it's like a trash heap, right? It's just a trash heap. Like, that was always what it was supposed to be. It was never supposed to be specifically about gaming. It was more of like a mishmash, because basically I thought, like, well, what do I do? Like, you know, when I was a gaming streamer, I used to play terrible games that belong on the garbage dump, so that was a part of it. And then I was like, the world is garbage, so I'm, you know, I often feel like I'm living in a garbage dump because I'm in the fucking UK, right? And I often think that I am, you know, not quite belonging in the Twitch streaming space, so I belong in the garbage. That's kind of what it's all about, just in case you wanted a bit of a lore drop as to why garbage is like that. I thought it was like a crystalline thing. Now, you see, that's beautiful, because the creative element of it was obviously the, you know, the implied, this is a load of garbage, right? That's the implication there, right? The ideas behind it. But also, I did want to make it beautiful, right? I thought, like, I've had this fascination for a long time of making horrible, disgusting things look beautiful, and, you know, like, in the sense of, like, polishing a turd, right? I've always heard the expression, you can't polish a turd, and understood the connotation, obviously. But when it comes down to reality, if you froze a turd and, you know, ground it down a bit, sanded it down, you probably could polish it, couldn't you? That's probably a thing that you could do. I'm sure someone's done that somewhere. I'm sure someone has taken, like, you know, the most, like, disinfected turd that you could possibly, like, I don't know if it would be, like, a human turd or, like, a cow turd or whatever, and, like, disinfect it to the point where it's, you know, if you've got gloves on and you're breathing it in while you're, like, you know, freezing it, you put it in a freezer, right, in, like, a little Tupperware or something, you're not going to get diseased in the freezer kind of thing. And then, yeah, polish it down. I don't know, someone must have done that. I've always thought about that, right? I've always thought about that. And so it is kind of nice that you're there like, oh, I thought it was like a crystalline thing, because when I designed this, obviously you could see the color. Like, if I go back to the stream start screen, right, you can see it more obviously is trash bags, right? It's trash bags. You can see that. And, you know, there's the gaming stuff that's like smushed in there kind of thing. And, oh, whoa. Soccer with the 31 months.
Finally fixed that I was subbed on mobile. PSA. Don't let that happen, folks. You end up giving Google an extra £1.50 for no reason. That's £18. Or a really, really nice kebab per year.
That's crazy. Soccer, thank you so much for the 31 months with an 11-month streak. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you for the sub. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Welcome in, Soph. I hope you're out of the ads now. Welcome in, Middle-earth Marxist. How are you doing? Hello, hello, hello. This isn't going to fucking cut it. Oh, boy. My monitor's started freaking out. Hang on, chat. Oh my god, please don't fucking break. I just need to get a new fucking digital video cable or whatever the fuck it is. My monitor's just been doing this mad thing for like ages recently, and the only difference between this monitor and that monitor is that that monitor is on an HDMI lead and this one is on an audio video thing. Are we covering the Mandelson files released today? No, we won't be covering that. We'll be probably covering that tomorrow when there's less geopolitical news of more groundbreaking stuff. We already know what's going to be in the Mandelson files, right? We already know what's going to be in there. It's going to be Peter Mandelson is probably a pedo, right? It's just like the likelihood of him being a pedo. You know, immediately, as soon as you're friends with Jeffrey Epstein, the likelihood of being a pedo is increased by about 30%. And then the likelihood of being a pedophile when you go to Jeffrey Epstein's pedophile island for pedophiles is like that pretty much increases by another 60%. You're about 90% likely to be a pedophile if that is the case, right? You know what I mean? So it's like, all right, he's likely to be a pedo. What's going to happen? Probably nothing. Keir Starmer will do another cabinet reshuffle. Plus, he is a lord from the House of Lords, so yeah, likelihood of being a paedophile pretty much goes to about 99% at that point. You're in the 99th percentile. Messages between Elon Musk and Mandelson where Musk is somehow even grosser. Is that confirmed, or is that just speculation that you're doing, Val? Welcome in. Every time more of this comes to life, 2 to 3 years are taken off Keir's lifespan, and you can watch it happening, yeah. Hey, B-Rat, how are you doing? Yeah, so that's why I'm not going to be covering the Mandelson files today. We will probably cover it later in the week, as I say, when there's less interesting geopolitical things happening. Because, of course, you can see in the title today, there's a number of things that have been occurring over the weekend. The Hasan Ban, Palestine and Lebanon, Israel continuing to attack Palestine and Lebanon, and Iran sort of like putting their foot down with their newfound power, their newfound geopolitical power, which is an extremely interesting play. So we're going to be covering that. And then, of course, we've got the Delaney Hall resistance with the detainees on hunger strike, the people that are in the ICE prison camp. They're in the ICE concentration camp at Delaney Hall. They're on hunger strike, and there's a bunch of other hunger strikers all over the USA, and things have been getting pretty rowdy outside that detention center. So we are going to be taking a look at un petit peu de riot porn with regard to that, but obviously we will be covering it in a serious way and not just looking at it apathetically. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff, which is another reason why I was sort of dedicated to get the stream started earlier today. Obviously as well, because last week I was waking up early just in general. I'm now used to waking up early, so I'm waking up early, I'm getting my day done, my day sorted, etc, etc. And, you know, and that has led me to being able to start the stream at the stream that at the time stream that I want to start stream at time streaming. Yes, so there you go. Lots of very exciting things to consider about what I just said. And I could definitely remember what I just said. So, welcome in, everybody. Any new people coming in? I think I said hi to B-Rat. We got Val. We got Gom Mama. How you doing? I said hi to Sorka. I said hi to Middle-earth Marxist. I did say it well and goodly. You're right. Yes, time stream. Yes, it's time stream. Yeah. Turns out I'm a morning person, but only if I wake up before 7. Yeah, I think that's it. Like, I'm able to be a morning person. Some housekeeping for the stream. You can see that the sub goal and the dono goal have changed. Right? There is a daily sub goal now and a daily dono goal. The reason I'm doing this is because I found it far more easy to remember to ask for donations when the donation goal is a donation goal that happens on stream. Like in the day that it happens. Do you know what I mean? So, T-minus 2011, hello, welcome in. This and that and that and this and even a bit of whatever else. It's so true. It's, yeah, exactly. I have decided to change the dono goal to be that because this means that I can remember like every hour, oh shit, yeah, we need to hit the dono goal today, chat, come on. Right, that makes more sense. This does in fact align with my sort of slightly increased dono goal. I'm trying to increase it by like £50 a month. And considering we hit £850 last month, it is now a total monthly dono goal of £900. If we hit it this month, we hit it last month, right? And then some. So if we can hit that this month, that means that I am on track to hitting what has now become my personal goal, not just the goal of the Department for Work and Pensions, where they are saying you need to earn this amount a month by October. Otherwise, you know, we're kicking you off. But they are kicking me off anyway. If I end up earning the amount of money, I'm being kicked off benefits regardless, right? I am being kicked off regardless. 1 degree closer to creating Dono Battle Pass. What would the Dono Battle Pass even consist of? What would that even consist of? This is a good move. I have an individual stream goal as well as a monthly. Yeah, that's a shout. That is definitely a shout. Yeah. 100%, 100%. Sophie with the question marks. Is that the question marks about what I said or what someone said in the chat or collectible Melpo cards? That's too much work. Why are they kicking you off UC? Because that's just what happens. Basically, like, so in order to relieve myself of the stress of having to apply for literally 200 jobs every month, right? It wasn't 200. It was more like 100. Yeah, it was more like 100 jobs a month. But anyway, regardless. It's a lot of jobs a month. It was a very, very difficult fucking thing to try and get done every fucking month. Like, you know, every 2 weeks. Basically, that's what they want you to do every 2 weeks when you're on universal credit on the job seekers path, right? So they want you to apply for 100 jobs a month, you know, and you have to submit it all. You have to log it all on your journal and stuff, and you just get endless rejections, right? Yeah, full-time job looking for a job. But with the added benefit that you're not even getting paid minimum wage and you are constantly being belittled and told to do better and being told that it's not good enough, and, you know, being humiliated. It is just like completely insane stuff. It is one of the most like dehumanizing things that you could possibly go through. And so in order to get off that, obviously I started streaming last year and I realized, oh, I actually don't mind doing this again. Couldn't be anything to do with like stopping smoking weed and feeling much more normal and much more able to have like a consistent work ethic. But anyway, that's a whole other story. You know, I started to realize I could do this. So I spoke to the people at Universal Credit and I was like, listen, man, you know, I'm not getting any fucking jobs. Yous know I'm not getting any jobs. You know that the market is shit out there. You know that no one is fucking hiring. You know that these fucking adverts are all fake, right? You know the score, you know what's happening, right? This is stressful for you, it's stressful for me. I'm going to go on the self-employed track, right? And so when you go on the self-employed track, what they say to you is you need to be earning in your self-employed job, whatever it is, national minimum wage in a year's time. So they told me that in October last year. So I've now got June, July, August, September, October. I've now got basically 4 months to hit £1,600. Now, the thing is that I could get away with not really hitting £1,600 a month. Because at the end of the day, I'm very lucky that my living costs are not as high as the average person. So I could get away with not actually hitting that. But to be honest, if they went lower than what I'm earning at the minute, that would be devastating. So as long as I can keep earning this amount of money, you know, that I'm earning, basically like at the, if essentially I could be earning £900 in donos a month and then another £250 from subs and stuff, I think that would be fine. I think I'd be able to like survive on that. You know what I'm saying? But obviously, ideally, I do want to be hitting, national minimum wage at some point, because I do actually want to like leave this fucking gaff at some point in my fucking life. Yeah, that would be ideal. So that's what, yeah, that's that basically. That's what that is. They just kick you off. Welcome to Planet Mushy. How you doing? Full-time job, looking for a job yet? Applying for all the fishmonger jobs yet? UC is rotten. UC is absurdly small. Got 200 rejections from Green King pubs alone when I was living in London. Yep. Only thing I've got from signing on is more mental health problems. It does genuinely traumatize you more and more. Justin Freakin, how you doing? Welcome in. Chat, everybody go show some love to Justin Freakin, another great lefty streamer. Thanks for stopping by, man. I don't get time to check your streams too often, man, but like, I've seen you doing your bits. Welcome in. Everybody go follow Sophie from Mars as well, my co-host on Red Planet. One of my co-hosts on Red Planet. Speaking as a renegade carer, I'm up to over 100 failed applications, Saj. Waiting for unemployment to get back to me now. Yeah, it sucks, and it must be terrible in the States as well, 1000%. Speaking as a renegade carer at the minute, I love giving dodgy companies my marking data at the behest of the DWP. Quality stuff. Being self-employed is surely hard enough without a sword of Damocles like that being imposed on you with your base level UC income. Yeah, it's pretty tough. It's pretty tough. You know, so now you know. Now you know what it's like, I guess. Now you have a bit of an insight as to why this is. This is what you get when you come to the stream early. Do you know what I mean? First half an hour of the stream, you're always gonna get some kind of extra content. You know. Pre-2008, I had a great jobs advisor who would tell me jobs were not good enough to apply for. Yeah, it was so different back in the day. Like, literally 20 years ago, completely fucking different. So disgusting. I can't believe the Glass Painters Guild and Scientific Instrument Builders aren't hiring. Wait, what? Wait, what? What you on about? Lots of fake listings. Many are the real ones. Mostly registered nursing and commercial driving. I'm disabled and can do neither. Yeah, absolutely sucks. Interesting that even when you do get a job, you're still on their system. Wow. Wow. Hey, Stick. G'day, DJ. Hey, Leapin' Larry. How are you doing, friend? Everybody, please go follow Leapin' Larry. You know the score. Excellent, comrade. Larry is obviously the pipeline. Larry's part of the pipeline. The online left pipeline. You know, you start with, I don't know, Kyle Kolinsky, graduate to Hasan Piker, and then you move on to me, and then you get to Larry. Like, Larry is the zenith. Larry's where I go to get my leftist agitprop. That's how that works. I hope you're doing good, King. It's good to see you. I am gonna go and quickly make a cup of tea because I had like the dregs of coffee from this morning and it just was just never gonna work. So I'll be back real quick. I won't be too long. Talk amongst yourselves. Be a couple of minutes. Yo. I'm back. Sorry, I had to have a fight with the freezer. What do we got? We were talking about Jorbs. Hey, Emergent Marcus, how are you doing? Good to see you. I'm disabled, haven't worked in about 5 years, 5.5 years, converted to being an at-home wife thing. Economy bad, I feel yours pain. Yeah, this is it, right? This is it. Dick Stuck says, I started with Peden, I refuse to say who I watched first. Started on Nick is Not Green, Peden kept me in the divorce. I wonder how Jordan Adika is doing sometimes. I don't even know who yous are all talking about. I don't know what any of that is. Just started reading Alan Moore's Hellblazer Run, highly recommend it. Did I win in the fight with the freezer? No. Absolutely not. Okay, so I've done the housekeeping, yeah. I've explained the new daily dono goal to the chat. That's all been explained. And it's not even in the same weight class as you. What the fuck? Yeah, exactly. That's the thing to remember. That's the thing to remember when you're about to have a laugh at me for not winning a fight with an inanimate object. So I've done all that. It's the Morton. Welcome in. Soap says, I tried watching other streamers while Mule was getting tea and chat. I can't recommend it. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. You see, who else has got a soundboard like that? Is the UK feeling more safe now that Labour has banned the scary streamer person? Yep. That's right. Six out of 7 streak, by the way. I don't believe it until I see it, until you activate it in the chat. The streaks that you all have in the stream don't exist until I see them highlighted in the chat. Not real, I'm afraid. Sorry to say it. I can't until 7. Well, we'll have to just wait until the 7th one then, won't we? So. Oh, chat, I hit that at the right time. Oh, do you know what I mean? Do you know what I'm saying? When you have like a drink with ice cubes, and it's like a nice sugary drink, and you don't want to get it when it is too cold, because if you get it when it's too cold, it hurts your teeth. You can't drink it too quick, right? I hit that at the sweet spot and just had an absolute fucking chug. That's completely insane. Oh, that was completely insane. That was so good. Oh. Husker says Mule needs his mix. No, I can't. No, the mix is BDS. I'll not be having the mix for a long time. That's not going to be happening. Hey, Bellatrix, how you doing? Hello, Spooky. Hello, Holiday, as well. My streak is somehow higher than your total number of shows. That's so true. That's so true. I believe it. Hello, Hippie Marshmallow. Welcome in. Bellatrix with a 65 consecutive streams watched. Let's go. Where am I up to? Alright, it's time to start the stream. Again, an early stream. And yous all turning up to the early stream. What does that mean? It means you get bonus funny stuff. This is what you get. This is your reward. It's Pavlov's dog clicker training or whatever the fuck you call it. What's going on here, chat?
So like, what's your major?
Potions. With a minor in tinkering.
Oh, that's chill. Yeah, that's chill. That's cool. Sure. What do you like? Where do you live? Like, where are you from?
A little house made out of a boot. A toad is my landlord.
Oh yeah, bro.
Hey, Atomic.
That's tough. That sucks, bro.
I pay rent in dragonflies.
So like, what do you do for fun?
Getting pussy.
Oh, that's
Yes, good. Yes, good. So stupid. Important geopolitical streamer stuff. Really important. There has been some interesting news coming out of France. It appears that the local deer and wildlife have been consuming fermented vegetables that are fermented just because they have been rotting on the ground. And there's a little bit of footage of that I've got for you. Spin! This is just footage of me at Creamfields. This is just footage of me at Moss Side Carnival. It's just the same. Oh god. I love the videos of squirrels eating crab apples that have done the same thing. Squirrels, is that what you mean? Hey Beanie Gaby, welcome in. It's like the Ebenezer Good video. Yeah, that's right. That was me as a ween at parties because I was obsessed with the song Dizzy by Vic and Bob. Oh, hell yeah. Folk avoided me like the plague. I used to do that as well. Whenever they used to put that on, just spin around rapid, innit? Reminds me of my childhood. Absolutely zonked in a random field. This is so true. So true. Turns out a lot of animals will do this on purpose. They're just like us for real. It's so crazy! It's so crazy! What else we got? We got some footage from Manchester. We got some classic Manchester footage. Let's have a little look at this. Start it from the right spot. This is on Peter Street, outside a club called Dirty Martini, yeah? Let's have a look at what happens here, shall we?
For no reason he's saying I'm pushing. Wow, why are you telling me I'm pushing for? Why? You want to punch me?
Because you're a Muslim, man, motherfucker.
Shut the fuck up, bro. You fucking...
So don't touch me, man, because you're gonna fucking...
Do you see that? Am I allowed to fuck him now?
Yeah, do it.
I don't want to talk to you.
Oh! Backed out!
Come on, lad, get up, lad.
Oh, it's so fucking good. He got absolutely banged out, bro. Fucking banged out. This punch he throws is so crazy. He had the opportunity to, like, sucker punch him and that. And it just went so badly. Like, look at this punch the white guy throws. It's crazy, bro. Like, what was that? Like, what? he completely fucked it. Like, he tried to punch him from, like, he's here, and he just went, like, you know, the reason that went bad, yeah, is because the guy's face was, like, there, in it. Do you know what I mean? And he's gone to punch him like that. You know what I mean? So, like, the full force of what your arm could be with, like, an actual punch doing its full rotation, if it was like a hook or something, it's completely negated by the short amount of space that he was going through in it. So it would have probably hurt the guy, but that's the reason that my man's response, which is like a full...
Come on, lad, get up, lad.
Oh, it's so good. I just love watching racists get banged out, mate. It's so good. It's so good. It's one of my favorite things, man. My man is stood there, just like looking like an absolute weapon in like one of the worst fucking tank tops I've ever seen in my entire life. He's like a fucking actual wannabe Nazi. He's even got like a weird sort of maybe Polish German accent. I don't even know. Like he's like an actual Nazi. You know what I mean? He just... Nah, it's top, bro. It's top. He just look at his head. He had no idea. He had no idea. Fuck around, find out. Hi, Eric. How you doing? Welcome in. Who else do we got? Adric, hello. Welcome in. No form, no turning the body into it. Yeah, needs to step back first. How drunk was he actually? This guy's not drunk. What? The white guy? He is not drunk. Do you know what I mean?
Why are you telling me I'm pussy, bro? Why? You want to punch
Because
me?
you are Muslim, man, motherfucker.
Shut the fuck up, bro. You fucking...
So don't tell me, man, because you're gonna fucking...
Like, look, he's coordinating his body in a fairly competent way, innit? Do you know what I mean? He's genuinely sort of like, you know, he's grabbed the guy's face, he's pushed him away and stuff, even though it was a stupid move. Do you know what I mean? He's trying to dominate, he's trying to humiliate, right? Do you know what I'm saying? If he was a drunk guy, him trying to do that might have resulted in him falling over or something. He's definitely clumsy.
Yeah, do it.
I don't want to talk to you.
Oh, shit, Oh, it's quality, bro. It's absolutely quality. I fucking love that shit. So good. I disavow. But it is funny. Alright, so that's that. Now, there are some other funny things that have happened this weekend. They've been on the internet, though. We're going to have a little look at that. Got a really, really normal conversation that somehow arose. I don't really know how it came about. I'm not that interested, actually. Right? But what I can say is that it did happen. And one part of the conversation was this. Which is Assmold, isn't it? That's Assmold there. And he says, men are naturally more attractive than women on average. That's why women need makeup. This isn't me being gay. It's science. Look at a peacock or a cardinal. Male versus female. Females get mogged. Greek statues dedicated to the peak aesthetic form. Overwhelmingly men. Nick J. Fuent is in the replies. I agree! In all caps. Incredibly good. Incredibly good. Pride Month is on, chat. Finally, it happened to me right in front of my face, and I just can't. I don't remember the words to that tune. It's on. Slay, Pussy Boots, Diva, Asmongold. Happy birthday, gay people. It's Asmongold. Hey, Frazo, how you doing? He would, of course, know all about masculine form. Am I right? Yeah, it is crazy that, like, he actually knows how bad he looks because, you know, he hasn't changed his profile picture since about 2015 or some shit, right? Like, this is what he used to look like when he was, like, a Warcraft streamer and stuff. Wait, hold up a hot minute. He is actually doing... Wait a second. He is actually doing, if I'm not mistaken, in this picture... Oh my god, chat. Oh my god, chat, he's doing it. He's doing the bear smile. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. It's true. He's actually doing it. He is actually doing it. The what? Right, okay. So basically what that is, yeah. What that is, the bear smile is a phenomena whereby gay men or bisexual men or just kind of queer men in general unfortunately, right, it's often not their fault, and I feel schneid on them, but because I've had this issue in the past as well, but they're uncomfortable with smiling in a normal way, right? They're uncomfortable with what their smile looks like in a normal way, and this is because patriarchy tells men, you know, never actually display the real emotions that you're feeling at any point in time, so don't do it, right? And so, like, a lot of the times when you see, like, straight men taking pictures of themselves, they won't have any expression whatsoever. They'll just be like, right? And then, obviously, when you're gay, when you're queer, right, you actually will, in fact, try and make a smile, but you might not be used to it. And so, sometimes what happens is, instead of a smile, the eyebrows go up, yeah? And the mouth does a little bit of this. Maybe sometimes it'll be a one eyebrow. Yeah. Sort of vaguely surprised looking face. This could be an emote. Well, maybe we'll make it an emote. But Asmongold is he's clearly doing that, right? He's clearly doing it. He's doing the bear smile. So there you go. He is in fact a bear in waiting. He's just got to hit the gym and pile on that fucking, you know, pile on that meat. Pile it on, bro. Get that hairy chest out. That image would work perfectly for toxic masculinity. Oh, no, absolutely. It's connected, right? It's connected. It's like patriarchy sort of like bleeding over into queer culture, right? Also, find a way to shower. Yeah, he'll never complete the true bear journey unless he actually has a shower. He could dissolve if that happens, so I do understand why, you know, he, you know, might suffer. Please, I love bears so much, I will not let him pollute the group. You understand that I'm a bear, right? You understand that that's what I am. Right? Spooky Wilden is like, no, I love bears. It's like, I'm literally a bear. Like, that's literally what I am. Right? Look at me. I thought you were the other thing. What do you mean the other thing? What? You thought I was a twink? What do you mean? Ow! No! Mule twink arc! How could that be possible? A muscle otter. Right. Well, I guess I'm like... bears tend to be like a bit fatter than me, I guess. So, yeah, like... Oh, sure, I could be a muscle otter, right? I'm happy to be a muscle otter if that's what people want. Can you dual class? I feel like I am a bear. Like, I feel like if you saw me in like a leather getup, you wouldn't be calling me an otter, but like, that's okay. I don't mind. I don't mind. I'm not that attached to it. But I have been called a bear before. It's rare that I get called an otter. We do not welcome Asmon into the glorious rank of the bears. This is very true. Absolutely not. I feel like otters would be kind of squishy and soft. None of it makes sense. None of it makes sense. Bears are actually squishy and soft. Otters are skinny for some reason. I've never heard otter before. It's like deep grinder nonsense. Maybe a little furry nonsense. Maybe you look bigger IRL than to us. Of course I do, because to yous, I look like about that big. Because that's how big I am on your screen. Anyway. Now I need a beardless reference image of Mule so I could draw him as a twink. How tall are you actually? 5'11". I'm not actually super tall. I'm super average height. You're telling me that Mule isn't just a half-inch tall torso? Yeah, it's crazy. It's so crazy that that's not the case. Save some hype for the rest of us, DJ. If I could give it away, I would. Wait for a raid and screenshot it. Hey, Trunks. Yeah, it's in the raid alert. That's told to me. I'm Hasan Ban, only recently figured that out. So terms like twink and bear are beyond me. Yeah, no, it's crazy. When I first came out, I had no idea what like a top or a bottom was. I just thought that like whoever got bummed, it just depended on the day. It just happens. Like you can't control it. That's how insane it is to be a bisexual person, bisexual guy, I guess. Yeah, I didn't have a clue. I just didn't know how it worked in it. I was just like, I guess it just depends. No, it is. That is a switch. No, but it is. That is a switch, but it's not like. It's not the way that I used to think about it. It's just not. I wish I could explain it in a way that made sense, but it simply doesn't make sense, and that's why I can't. Mule is a side confirmed. I'm not a side. More of a sidecar myself. That's good for you. Deeper terms past bear and twig. I know bear and twig top and bottom, but the deep stuff I just don't know. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Don't complicate it for yourself. Don't like. That's my best advice to anyone who's recently come out, to anyone who's thinking about coming out or anything like that. Please, for the love of God, don't complicate it. Just don't, because you'll do yourself a mischief, right? It's as simple as it is what it is. You're gonna like who you like. You're gonna find out who you like, right? You know. And that's the end of it. There's time to be had for experimenting and stuff like that. The only thing that I'll say is make sure you communicate well and don't do anything that you don't feel safe doing, and etc. etc. You know? Have fun. Don't take it too seriously. Suck some dicks. Happy Pride Month. Yeah. Hey, Alyssa. Suck some dicks, eat some pussy, do what you want. What's in between a wolf and a were? A wolf and a bear. A were? A warthog. A warthog. I'm a bi woman and same. It took a good minute for top and bottom to click with me. Yeah, this is the thing. It's like, yeah, I think, okay, that's good to know that, like, the bi woman experience is similar to the bi man experience, right? Because, like, you know, and I imagine it's a bit more confusing because you would think, like, well, why would we need top and bottom? It doesn't matter because, you know, maybe we're not going to do any kind of, like, penetration that's the same. You know what I mean? That kind of a shit, right? If you're cis, at least, right? I don't know, like, you know. But again, like, yeah, it just depends. It just depends. It's fine to like what you like. And it's fine to be who you are. Happy Pride. There you go. Watch Priscilla, Queen of the Desert. The Adventures of Priscilla, Queen in the Desert. And the Adventures of Priscilla, Queen of the Desert. Hasan Gold is around for this convo too, I guess. We've got to include him, even if he's a homo fash. We've got to include him in Pride Month. No, I'm joking. What is a wolf? A hairy, skinny top guy. Very toned, muscular, hairy, gay guy. Yep. I guess I would be whatever is in between, like a wolf and a bear. Yeah. Maybe that is just an otter, though. I don't know, because I'm not muscly enough to be a wolf, but I am, like, I wouldn't say I'm fat enough to be a bear either. You know what I mean? Not gonna lie, just like badgers, it's not important. That's fair enough. I actually don't know if trans mass gays get special animal labels that are different to the gay categories. Maybe. This is why I said between a bear and a wolf, babe. Yeah, appreciate that. Thanks for helping me out. This is the importance of having queer friends, right? You can have an excellent, you know, queer friend, trans woman friend who helps you figure out what animal archetype you are as a queer man. A cub is also a thing, right? I think cub is for like shorter men. You're a furry now too? I don't know if that's the case. No is the answer to that. If someone told me I had to be something else, I would assume they're just being transphobic, to be honest. Yeah, I don't feel the need to to gatekeep trans people out of being called bears or otters or twinks or whatever. You can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. Your persona would be a bear, to be honest. Right, there you go. I think that's just the end of it. I have a friend that cleans hotel pools in Provincetown during Bear Week this month, gayest tourism spot, east coast of the US, and those pool filters go to work. I'm here to wipe down the loads. Y'all gotta get out of here. Some guys were going at it in here. I gotta wipe down all the loads. Mule gives Badger vibes, to be honest. What do you mean? I'm stopping this conversation. Classic Badger response. I'm done. Pride Month is over. It's finished. We're not doing any more Pride Month stuff. Okay. We're on some serious news. Pride Month in a day. Hasan Gold finally killed Pride Month. Okay, right, yes. We're doing serious stuff. This is some really interesting news. I'm really excited to hear about it. It's definitely confirmed. It's not just something that someone has posted on Twitter, even though I'm using a tweet as a reference. You all might remember Erin Brockovich. The name of the film, Erin Brockovich, where she, you know, basically won a case against the state and against like a corporation that was poisoning local groundwater and making like kids sick and have cancer and shit like that. It's a great movie. Highly recommend it if you're a cinema person. Like it's just a phenomenal story. It's a great biopic. I didn't even realize it was real until I actually, you know, saw the thing at the end of the film where it was like, this is based on a true story and yada yada yada. I was like, wow, this is a real thing. I just thought it was like a Julia Roberts vehicle. But it's a great movie. So Erin Brockovich, the person that movie is based on, is still about doing stuff, and she has launched a map tracking AI data centers and asking Americans for help. So this could indeed be a very interesting campaign. I don't know if there's any details here. There's no details on this tweet. It might be worth Googling this if you fancy. But you can see here, this is her speaking in front of this map, where she is in fact, you know, locating the, you know, having the locations of these data centers. I imagine there's like, you know, you got these different colored ones. They're going to mean different things. I don't know what that is particularly. I wonder if we can get on the map here. Hang on a minute. Erin Brockovich AI data centers. BrockovichDataCenter.com. Brockovich AI data center reporting. Okay, let's have a little look. The race to build AI infrastructures is unfolding town by town across America. In some places, data centers are welcomed. In others, they are delayed, contested, or abandoned altogether. This map captures the real-world footprint of that race, revealing patterns of growth, conflict, and uncertainty. I'm watching as you, the community, show up and speak out. In the famous words of Mark Twain, the secret of getting ahead is getting started. So let's go. Many people have been reaching out to me regarding an existing or upcoming AI data center that is located in the heart of their community. Key concerns with AI data centers: energy consumption, water usage, e-waste, location risks, scalability and efficiency, and noise. AI data centers across the United States. A map of major AI data centers in the US that are operational or under construction, overlaid with locations where community members have emailed in concerns. Emerging markets. Yo! Thank you so much for the £33.46. Let's go!
Salome.
Oh my god.
Appreciate you, comrade.
Thank you very, very much for the dono. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Appreciate you so much. Thank you very, very, very much. That means that we have surpassed halfway the daily dono goal for the stream, which is the new daily dono goal, the way that I am operating the stream. So thank you so much. Emergent markets for the 45 US dollars, which translates to 33 pounds and 46 pence. So thank you so much. Really, really appreciate that. It means that we've unlocked Melpo Cam, and we are, like I say, over halfway to the actual daily dono goal. So thank you so much. Remember, humans adopted motor vehicles over horse travel in a matter of 20 years. When the force of capitalism wants to, it will move fast as fuck. Never let anyone tell you we can't fix poverty or hunger. Very true. Hey, I've just noticed that we have got some other amazing streamers in the chat that I've not shouted out. Please go show some love to What's Left After. Devin is a great left-wing streamer as well. And don't forget Crescent Moon and Star, another excellent left-wing streamer. How you doing? It's good to see you, peeps. I'm sorry if I missed anybody. I think Loki Human came in as well. I missed saying hi to you. Goblin Punk as well. Welcome in. So, I'm sorry if I missed anybody. Alyssa, I'm pretty sure I said hi to Alyssa. Yeah. I'm sorry if I missed everyone in the bear discussion. You know, we had a big discussion about whether I was a bear or a twink or an otter, right? Sorry about that. Hello everybody. Anyway, as I was saying, in the early 1900s, water canals were the future in the US. Then the Great Depression hit. Projects were abandoned en masse after the Depression. Railways were the future, and many large cities, or at least cities that were large enough at the time, have unfinished waterways and canals to this day. So there you go. It's been more hopeful to see more and more people I know really turn on AI. My neighbors I've talked to are much older, been complaining about them and generative AI. Yeah, it's really fucking important. It is, like, I think that we do really just need to associate it as being the aesthetics of fascism, because of course this weekend this was a bit of a post that came out. If you all know Spice Bag from what is it, the fucking Blind Boy podcast? I can't remember if he's on the Blind Boy podcast or whatever, but Spice Bag on Instagram posted this from East Belfast. A bunch of like absolutely fucking insane loyalist AI slop murals, right? So that, fascists don't want to spend the time actually creating works of art, like, the amazing works of art that you'll see in West Belfast and Derry, in the north of Ireland and stuff. You'll see like those liberatory amazing murals, going together with, the Palestinian struggle, etc., talking about the Irish struggle. In Ulster loyalist areas, you'll see this insane AI slop where they just print big fucking, pictures of AI crap, and it's literally like shit being like, Islam is heathen, Islam is satanic, Islam is a doctrine spawned in hell, a new evil has arisen, Churchill was right in 1899. Fucking Enoch Powell was right in 1968. Pastor McConnell was right in 2014. Insane stuff. English Brigade, Ulster Volunteer Force. So, again, gang, this is like just fucking fascists in, the north of Ireland who will basically volunteer to fight the IRA, volunteer to fight in the colonial oppression of Irish people. So this is just like their version of like a memorial for that, and you've got here like a mad fucking like St. George fighting a dragon AI garbage shit. This is one of the most insane ones, right? Because you can immediately tell that it's AI because of this font, right? This is what is like fast becoming known as the AI font. Yeah. Welcome to Moygashell Play Park. And it's like, got like a fucking council block here with a big British flag on it. Not even the Northern Irish flag, like the flag of Northern Ireland, so-called, right? You have got like a big fucking Union Jack there. Fucking veteran here, like just white families here. And then just like bunch of brown guys in turbans with a guy just being like, by the way, this is a tiny fella. This is one of the funniest parts about this one. There's a fucking tiny fella here. Look at the state of him. Look at the state. He's like fucking absolutely tiny. Look at that. He's like a jockey, man. You would think that like these fash would like put it there you know, like not create him, but like prompt the AI to make this guy like a big beefy, like, you know what I mean? But whatever, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, it's like Frank Reynolds. It's like Frank Reynolds. Thanks for the follow. But yeah, you know, this is obviously just Nazi shit. It's Nazi shit. Strong community, safe community, proud community, our home, our future. Not welcome, not wanted, not here. All these brown guys. And it's just like, that's crazy, bro. That's fucking utterly crazy. And then you got this shit as well, which is crazy because these guys don't even look brown. I mean, you know, obviously you don't have to be brown to be a Muslim, right? So that's like, you know, they're like admitting a thing while also getting it wrong. But, you know, you got this one here with, like, all these fucking people, like, you know, paying respects to, like, I don't know, fallen British soldiers or some shit. And then you got these people with, like, the flags of fucking, you know, it's a Pakistani flag. Like, this is the flag of... It's not really the flag of Pakistan. It's just like a generic... Like, they're like, oh, yeah, this is the flag of Islam kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? And yeah, just absolutely nut shit, man. And it's like, sorry, it was all for nothing. It's on each and every one of us to say for our forefathers died for. You know, it's like, what are you fucking talking about, bro? Insane. Yeah, it's just slop. It's just total slop. And then you've got UVF slop as well, like, you know, Ulster Volunteer Force, you know, guys in fucking ballies and stuff with guns. This is just AI shit, you know. They never looked this cool. They always looked wet. And this is one of the best ones. This is one of my favorite iterations of AI slop at the minute. Is just like a child, like, you know, trying to wake up a dying lion, going, please wake up. And it's draped in like a flag. It's either like an American flag or like a Union Jack. This is my favorite one. It's funny as hell, bro. It's funny as hell. The hench lion slop is so good. Oh, chat, that was absolutely incredible. I just hit the great one again. I just hit the fucking top one again. Oh my god. Incredible. You just hit the right spot, you know what I mean? Like the sweet spot of like cold from the ice and just like nice sweet from the Vimto. Oh, that was great. Paradise. I was just in paradise for a second then. Alright, okay, back to hell. Back to hell. So there you go, yeah, the AI data center stuff. Let's get back to the Erin Brockovich map. Yeah, that's what we were looking at initially. So yeah, you know, I do think it is key that we make sure that we associate this with the Lazy Cabe.
Appreciate your work, Scissor.
Hell yeah! Thank you so much for the £20. My God, appreciate your work. Scissor is so crazy because that is the peace emoji. But Lazy Cave, thank you for the £20. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Oh yes. So we have hit the dono goal and then some for the stream. For the time being. That's crazy. In 2 donos already. Thank you very much for all of the support. What do I do now? It's time for the next Battle Pass tier. Welcome in, Lazy Cabe. How you doing? Do we do the sub goal instead? Should we just get rid of that and make it the sub goal? Need 4 subs for the daily sub goal. But it's 4 subs for the daily sub goal. I don't know where Melpo is. Oh, he's under the fucking bike. Right, let me just sort out the let Melpo batter you. Right, let's get the Melpo on the go. I'm too hot with the green screen on. I knew that this was going to happen. I'm just too fucking hot. There he is. You see him? Yo, Spooky Wilding with the 5 gifted subs. Let's go. We've hit the daily sub goal. Right, what do we do now? What do we do now? Everybody enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes. Now what? Got a hype train. Well, we're gonna have to do a hype train, aren't we? That's the reality. That's the cold, hard reality of what's happening. Krill with the gifted sub to Hasan Banned's bathroom. Let's fucking go. All right, chat. You know the score. The hype train is on.
The government knows. The government knows. The government knows. The government knows when you masturbate. The government knows when you masturbate. The government knows when you feel alone and it's getting late and you're sitting at home, looking straight through your webcam, looking at you as Uncle Sam. Look him in the eyes with your balls in your hand and stick it to the f***ing bed. Stare at the screen when you unpack. The government is staring back. This is how they know you best, with a dick in your right and a mouse in your left. No more interest in the Middle East, so they look at you while you touch your meat.
Krill, thank you so much for giving us something to Hasan Banned's bathroom.
The equipment to the use. Why you think
He's gone.
the tax for drones and spies computer hacks. Tax has gone through the roof. At least it's put to good use. The government knows. The government knows. The government knows when you masturbate. The government knows when you're whacking it. The government knows when you feel alone and it's
We got 3 minutes 22 left on the hype train. That's enough for this tune.
to check on you and your bone. Size don't matter to the CIA. They can see your dick from outer space.
This guy is not a twirl. He's not a wolf. He's a twink. Hey, Grandpa Simpson, how you doing? Welcome in. Yeah, you gotta be hairy to be a wolf. Yeah. Would you say he's a twunk? Yeah, yeah, I'd say he's skinny. He's pretty skinny, you know. This is twink. Huge banger inside.
The government knows when you masturbate. The government knows when you masturbate. The government knows when you feel alone and it's getting late and you're sitting
He had a clip of Trump in glasses. When did that happen? I've never seen him in glasses. I think it's from his first term.
with your balls in your hand and
Like the rallies from his first term.
in the zone. Weird look on your face. This is how you're stored in their database.
Is Trump a panda? Ugh, I don't want to think about it.
Edward Snowden's.
He's a damn Cheeto in the White House. PBP, welcome in. Trash Pando, how you doing? RT Clearance, how you doing? Second time hearing this today. Well, deal with it. All right, chat, you know the score. You want the hype train to continue. You want to keep listening to tunes. Drop subs in the chat. Hit someone with the sub. If you see someone without a sub badge in the chat, sort them out, snipe them up. Or use your Twitch Prime. You can get a free sub with your Twitch Prime. The more gifted subs we get, the more subs that people do, or even renew, the hype train will be leveled up and we can continue it. I hope it well, and I'm sorry to hear it, Trash Pando. Sending you lots of love. Let's get some love in the chat for Trash Pando. Song of Ashley, welcome in as well.
Masturbate.
Huge banger. Sounds of the Noah with the government knows. And we've got Just Johnny with a gifted sub to Trash Pando. Let's fucking go. All right, we have leveled up. And speaking of Belfast, let's get some fucking kneecap inside the ride with Liar's Tail.
Victory on your neck!
Come on, chat. We got a new tune unlocked. Welcome in, Johnny. How you doing?
In other news, the Prime Minister has been conjuring up the spirits of previous leaders for foreign policy advice.
Slick Stick Sucks was saying about the Noah tune as a bassist, you can hardly call this a bass solo, but whatever, I'm being nitpicky as hell. I just think it's because it was a lower toned, you know, keyboard. The bass notes of the key, like it's in the octaves that would be considered the bass of the keyboard, you know? But I know what you're saying. I often think that when I see that Noah music video. Is this an Irish hip-hop? Yes, this is an Irish hip-hop.
Surgically attached to one another to see if there really is strength in numbers.
I don't know where Melpo is, chat. He's a free agent, he's unionizing with the bike and his toys. I did put down a catnip toy for him about an hour ago, so he might be fucking around with that.
Never seen a club so boring, with a rest and face of moving. Personality stolen, look a constant state of turbulence. Your face tells a story, like there's wishing to be folded. Didn't you turn with him? You were popular way back when. People did whatever they want, nobody stood in the way. As colonial prince, now we're looking back then. Eerie, a hundred the rash. The shade con, the artifacts are taking all that. Look, man, the bodies are back. The turn is a ring down, that's a fact. The white is on me, and their politics. For you and me, they're populous. Belly of the beast, up the reach, feed it, overseas. They're populous. The white is on me, and their politics. For you and me, they're populous. Belly of the
Goth Willow, welcome in. There he is. All right, chat. We have got another. It's going to tell me in a minute how long we got. 1 minute on the hype train. Are we going to get some gifted subs to take us through to an extended hype train? We're in sudden death mode. What is it going to take for Twitch to extend the hype train? We got 50 seconds. Threads with a gifted subs to Goth Willow. Thank you so much, Threads. Welcome into the stream. How you doing? Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes. Probably going to need another 4 at least before the end of this 30 seconds. Well, it's more like 40, but it's coming up to 30 now. Are we going to get him? Are we going to get the 4 subs to continue it? Martini1441, welcome in as well. 25 seconds. 20. 15. Johnny with the 5 gifted subs, let's fucking go! Hell yeah. Alright, that's another tune unlocked. It's time for the sounds of the dead prez, so I will be losing you momentarily. Vodro? I don't know. Beer stream. What, a stream where you drink beer? Is that what you mean? I can't do that. I got bad liver. Maybe we could have a cake. I can't do that either. I've got a bad liver. I need to not have, like, sugar and beer and cigarettes and all that stuff. I gotta look. I think horsey game. What is that? What is horsey game? What do you... That's a Joan Adams thing. I've seen Joan do that. Yeah, I know what you mean. Horsey game. Yeah. Wait, no. This is totally different. No, this is totally different. This isn't the thing that Joan plays. You could play Can Your Pet. It's an old Flash game. I wasn't asking on like ideas on what to do with the stream, by the way. I was just asking on like what to do. Like, you aren't getting anything for this. There's no reward for hitting the dono goal, right? You get the reward at the end of the month when we've hit the month dono goal. No streams where you blast ciggies and drink WKDs, yeah. Horsey game isn't the horse girl gacha game. That's not what Joan plays. That's not what she plays. Yeah, we're just going to get back into the news, but I got to figure out what an idea is for resetting the goal. You know? I got to figure that shit out. But anyway, we'll get to it. Thank you so much for the hype train, everybody. Anyway, yeah, so we got the Erin Brockovich thing. This is what we were covering just before the hype train. We're back to this. Maybe just have the monthly up for now. I guess yeah, that's a good shout, to be fair. Actually, that is a good shout. Just change it to the monthly goal, and then if people want to contribute to that, they can. It doesn't really matter because we hit the daily dono goal, etc., etc., etc. That is a very good idea, Devon. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you for hitting me with that idea. I should have thought about that earlier, to be honest. Thank you for being so generous, everybody. So we got 14 there. So I guess the monthly dono goal for subs is 90. So we'll change that to 90. And we're on 14. Okay. 90 and 14. And that ends at the end of the month. Sub goal monthly. And the dono goal. Most people would pay for the songs. Personally, I'd kill for some news. I'm sorry, Julio. We're getting there. Don't you worry about it. The daily dono goal, we are currently on £53.46. So £53.46. And the monthly is 900. So there you go. Monthly dono goal. Great. Okay. Thank you very much, chat. Thank you for supporting me. You're all legends. Okay, so... Nah, just goofing. Nah, but it is important to get the news. That's what most people come here for, so we are going to do that. Alright, yeah, listen, so let's check out the Erin Brockovich stuff. We got the map here that we were about to get to before we got the hype train. Operational data centers under construction, proposed, and community reported. Now, the community reported is a fascinating one because if you look at, if you remove the data from the community reported data centers, it's a lot less. There's a lot more being reported by people all across the United States versus the actual proposed under construction and operational data centers information that is available in the public domain. The ones that are already operational, it looks like there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 33. It says at the top. I don't know why I bothered counting. And then under construction is another 34. And then proposed, there are another 34 on top of that. Did I say 34? Wait, what the fuck is wrong with me today, chat? I'm sorry. Under construction is 53, so another 53, and then proposed is another 34. And so you can see that, you know, that's the total that is like available via, you know, public information, that is accessible to, you know, NGOs, people like Erin Brockovich, you know, lawyers, shit like that. But then the community reported is very interesting. There's a very interesting bit of data going on here that I want to just see if I can corroborate with. Let's have a look and see if this is true. Chat, do you know about the USA energy grid? I think this might be the best. This might be the best map. U.S. electricity generation and transmission. So, is that just because there's a bunch of towns here? That's Denver, Colorado Springs. There's like a big sort of line here. These aren't roads, right? These are actual. This is the actual energy grid. There's no roads on this. I know that the Texas one is insane. Yeah, the Texas one is looking like this. Texas energy grid, absolutely crazy. So hang on a minute, and there's different colors here as well. So energy source, battery storage, biomass, coal, geothermal, the hydroelectric, natural gas, nuclear, other, petroleum, solar, wind. Very interesting stuff. So the majority... That can't be right. The majority is biomass? Oh no, those are just the little dots. It's the lines are different. Ah, I see. That's what they're colored for. The electricity transmission line, this is how many kilovolts are transported. So the highest level kilovolts are the red lines. So where are they? That's what I'm kind of looking for here. So these have got high voltage lines. So that's all in that area around Virginia, West Virginia, Ohio, Indiana, going up to Chicago, down to, I think that's Kentucky, isn't it? Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing? Chicago mentioned? Oh, for God's sake. Hey, LLP Matthias. I just want to take a look at this. Okay, yeah. So, it just seems to, like, properly line up. Now, I know this sounds really, really stupid. It's like, I'm trying to figure out if the energy grid has some kind of correlation in terms of where the highest amount of... Now do Texas. I already did. I already went over to... I literally zoomed into Texas like fucking 2 minutes ago, man. Just pay attention to the stream. I'm working and I missed it. That's on you, dog. That's on you. What I'm trying to figure out here, chat, I'm trying to figure out, someone mentioned earlier, someone mentioned a couple of weeks ago that there was something to do with the way that companies were building data centers and they were attaching it to certain parts of the power grid that were either like not strong enough to support it, and if something went wrong with the power grid, they would receive all of the excess energy, and the like residential areas and other local businesses just would not, right? Texas has the most data centers. Texas energy grid shits and dies when it's too temperature. Which temperature? Yes. Yeah. Hey Mort, how you doing? Welcome in. They're not making new infrastructure, they're just repurposing existing ones. No, I know that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I mean. Like, they are, like, the thing that I was trying to figure out is that, you know, like I say, so what we got here? We got them, like, purple lines up there. So that's 500 kilovolts. So you got a bunch of these purple lines up here around Seattle and Oregon. Washington and Oregon. Sort of like Northwest Coast, Pacific Northwest. And that's where a bunch have been already constructed around those lines. Those lines go down through California, so you got one in California as well. Like, basically, they're not really they're not really bothered about which towns these are close to, is what I'm saying. They're more concerned about the energy grid because they actually know that the energy grid is just like not fit for purpose when it comes to building these data centers. So I'm probably not going to work anything out about this, you know, while I'm live on stream. But can you see what I'm saying, right? Can you see that, like, you know, they are not taking into consideration, oh, we're building this in, you know, fucking bumfuck Ohio because there's no jobs there and we want to create jobs, right? It's essentially like, if you can mark up those lines, right? Yeah, they got fuck you money so they could buy out residential houses. Exactly, right? So, like, you know, that's it. Turning towns into ghost towns, you know, no jobs available in these fucking places. Like, that's the thing that we need to be able to leverage as workers in this world, right? In Denver, I believe, or maybe it's a whole state, they did a year moratorium on building new AI data centers. Hopefully they'll keep it paused and tear down current ones one day. I think they'll all eventually get torn down because, you know, there's more and more AI that is just like not being used. There was a very funny thing about AI came out today, which was that Copilot, they've changed the way that people pay for Copilot. So you pay for like a subscription and it gives you a percentage of prompts that you can use, right? Yeah, you heard about this, right, Crescent? So, you know, for example, you would pay like, I don't know what the subscription is, £50 a month, and you would get, you know, maybe like 20 prompts or something, yeah? Or like it would measure your prompts by a percentage. Now they have drastically reduced that percentage, where these AI freaks who have like, you know, bought into this AI project are looking to, you know, do their prompts for the month. Like they have like a certain amount of like jobs that they want AI to do over a certain period of time. And then like they're doing their jobs for the day. And they're like, what the fuck? My fucking daily quota, my monthly quota has been reduced by 60% after doing one prompt. This is crazy. What do they expect us to do? Right? Hey, Pretty Big Oof, how you doing? The map with community reported data centers shows shown lines up pretty good. Like what shows up the sort of the track along the energy grid. Is that what you're saying? Where did I put the energy grid? I think I closed that off. But yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, that makes total sense. It makes total sense. Like that's the thing. Yeah. If they are in fact, like, if these are in fact community data, that's why I was looking at this line. Do you know what I mean? Pretty Big Oof, because literally that was the whole thing. I was like, that line there is suspicious, and it's not just because it goes through Denver, right? You know? Like, you got ones out here in like, literally the middle of nowhere. You know, and then you've got, like, the urban center here, Denver. There's a bunch that have been reported in Denver. But then obviously you've got like, you got the Colorado Springs there, and then you got up here near Fort Collins, over here in the middle of nowhere, and up here in Cheyenne. I think Cheyenne is an actual town, right? So that's an actual town, but just in like, fucking, what is this, Wyoming? Yeah. So yeah, you know, the line is just like a suspicious thing to see. It's like, hang on a minute. So yeah, that's like along that like energy grid line that has like a really high kilovoltage. The ones south of Denver are definitely more rural areas. Yeah, absolutely. And I know that fucking New Mexico is like a largely rural state as well. I mean, most states are largely rural states. Is a bit of a redundant thing to say, but like, you know, the fact that they're in like areas like this, you know, it's a bit, yeah. Small and rural towns due to collective power. Yeah, they're going to be able to get kicked out of bigger towns much more easy. 1000%. So anyway, this is the Erin Brockovich site. She's also appearing to keep a bunch of videos and reports about this stuff. So we got Roar, Montana. A rancher takes on a 5,000 acre AI data center. That's from last week, New York Times. Kevin O'Leary's massive Utah AI data center faces mounting opposition. That's May the 9th. Liberals and conservatives are finding common ground against data centers. Oh, they don't know what they're doing! They don't know what they're doing to the proletariat of America. AI will do one thing. It will liberate the human race, but not in the way that the AI bros think that they will, right? Absolutely incredible. Data center backlash grows. Yeah, this is really important stuff. So, yeah, it's a good bit of news. Hearing about the Erin Brockovich data center plan. So, you know, if you have a data center in your local area, get on there. Do you mind dropping the link to that map? I do not mind doing that at all. Where was that? There you go. It is literally brockovichdatacenter.com. Similar to how Trump is the great nation builder, but not how he thinks. Yes. And we're going to be getting onto a bit of that. We are going to be getting onto a bit of that this stream as well. So, moving on to some more very, very base news. Chat, do you remember when they banned Palestine Action and made him a terrorist group? Do you remember that? And they thought that that would stop people from doing direct action against Israeli weapons factories. I remember that as well. This is from today.
The UK government are complicit in genocide. We are here outside 5% of the weapons that go and kill Palestinian children. We oppose genocide, and we are going to stay here as long as it takes. Free Palestine.
Free Palestine.
Legendary. Fucking legendary. And I don't have to condemn them because these aren't Palestine action. These are just it's people against genocide, and I support them 1000%. That's so good. I would never encourage people to break the law, particularly on my stream. Don't ever do this, chatters. Right? It's illegal and wrong. But this is people against genocide who have literally gone to Shenstone factory in Staffordshire, as they said, Elbit's UAV engines factory, and they have shut it down by locking on down there. And there is another video somewhere. I don't think I've actually got it here, but there's another video that you can find if you take a look at this. It might even be on the Aftershocks page. So they were still there 12 hours ago, I think. 6 hours ago, they only managed to arrest people. So that was literally, at about 11 a.m. today. So they managed to stay there for a decent amount of time. So here we go. Yeah, we got these two fucking legends in this car here. Let's take a look at this video as well. Threads with a gifted sub to Valerie, the lovely Italian. Thank you so much for gifting subs in the chat, Threads. You utter legend. Thank you for the 8 gifted subs. Enjoy ad reviewing in your remotes, Val. Long live the unaffiliated, spontaneous individuals committing direct action for Palestine. Yes. Let's take a look at this here. Paul Weller, based Paul Weller, completely fucking concreted in a big tube with this guy. Absolute mad stuff. Let's have a look at this.
We're here to try and block off UAV engines. They're a subsidiary of Elbit, and these people produce the engines, the motors that power the drones that fly around that you might have heard of, that drop bombs on. They're sent to Gaza. They're sent to Israel. Apparently, they say they only supply the British Army, but it's not true. It's a lie. It's not true. People against genocide have got evidence, documents, things like export licenses and things like that, which show this stuff gets sent to Palestine and is used for killing people, is used for killing children and women. And they do things like the drones hover around, they'll drop bombs, then they'll come out, or else the planes will drop a bomb, they'll come out and hover around. If people start moving around, they'll drop their bombs and kill. They even have these ones which mimic the sounds of crying babies. So people come out and they think, oh my God, there's some baby here or child. They're playing sounds of crying babies. People will come out and then they'll kill them. And these are people in tents. They're not like in a bunker. They're families in tents with little babies and little children. And that's what we're doing. We wish we could do something better, is to stop feeding the arms for the genocide, to stop giving them the...
And yeah, absolutely. I was just about to comment on that, Stalker. Yeah, all the actionists involved, it doesn't matter what your opinion is of people who take action for Palestine and stuff. There is no one stereotype that you can look at. Like, obviously, one of the people in that previous video was a young person with, like, dyed hair and shit like that, and wearing a keffiyeh and stuff. But literally, the person doing it with her was just like an old white nana. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like an old white nana in it. And like, she was just there like, free Palestine, mate. I don't give a fuck. And then you got old white granddads, right? I don't know if this fella's old enough to be a granddad or whatever, but you know what I'm saying? It's just like a normal bloke, innit? Do you know what I mean? He's not like your average crusty hippie activist or whatever. This just could be your dad. You know what I mean? This just could just literally be your dad. Yeah, that is, something to be said about that. Not that it matters, you know what I mean? But people will always try and, negate the effectiveness of a movement by saying like, oh, well, actually, it turns out that all these people just wear nose rings and that. They've all got dyed hair and rah, rah, rah. You can be a granddad by 40 if you're unlucky or very religious. No, yeah, obviously you can. But yeah, you know what I'm saying, innit? But yeah, yes, so that's that, essentially. There it is. What was I going to say? So these are the guys taking action at the UAV factory today. Dope stuff. all solidarity and love and support to them. Make sure if you are in the area, check out and see if you can do jail support today. I know that you might be here watching my stream, but if you fancy getting out, if it's nice and sunny where you are, there's no reason not to head down to somewhere where they may be being held. They may be being held somewhere near you. Head down to the station where they are. I'm sure if you have a look, there'll be information as to whether there is jail support happening. That often happens when activists are arrested, so that they can hear that they have people outside who know that they're in there and they're not going to abandon them. Because if they are doing the thing that they have likely been advised to legally to do, it means that they will be sat there saying no comment. And of course, the police will always say, we're going to hold you for the full extent of time if you're not going to engage in an interview with us, right? So they will just probably be saying no comment, 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 no comment. So there you go. Wait, what's this? I love how down to earth all except when it's the most bored-looking petite bourgeoisie you've ever seen watching a wannabe folk artist sponsored by crypto. Wait, what do you mean? Oh, fascist political action. Yes, you're right. Yes, you're right. You're right. That is so true. W arrestee solidarity. Yeah, that's what you have to do. Always nice to have folks waiting with snacks and a hug when you get bailed after the police dehumanize you for opposing a genocide. No, they say all kinds of fucked up things to you, chat. Like, you have to remember, the police will just do whatever the fuck they want when they're in that room a lot of the time. Because they operate with impunity and shit like that. You know what I mean? In America, if you accidentally say no comment instead of no comment, they put you in jail for 100 years and add comment denial to your sentence. That's so true, actually. You got to be careful of that. All right, so yeah, there's some interesting stuff that's been going on today. Also, a really nice thing. Yes, we're going back to Pride Month, and one of the more based unions, again, I have spoken before about the Fire Brigades Union and how based they are. They put out this statement literally today, June the 1st. The Fire Brigades Union has made a statement on the proposed EHRC Code of Practice on Services. Our message is clear. Equality matters. Solidarity is essential. And we will continue to fight for both. The Fire Brigades Union reaffirms its unwavering commitment to equality, dignity, and justice for all workers. We are concerned that the proposed EHRC Code of Practice on Services, Public Functions, and Associations risks undermining rather than strengthening these principles. Far from providing clarity, the code introduces confusion and uncertainty onto the workplaces already under strain. In fire stations and control rooms where facilities are often inadequate due to years of chronic underinvestment, this approach is impractical and risks deepening division. We reject any framework that leaves trans people more exposed to exclusion or discrimination. Our trans members have the right to work for safety, to access facilities without fear, and to be treated with the same respect and dignity as any other worker. This code fails to provide those assurances. We will not accept attempts to roll back hard-won rights or set workers against one another. Trans people are not the problem. Inequality, discrimination, and sustained underfunding of public services are. Dividing workers only weakens our collective strengths. The Fire Brigades Union stands firmly in solidarity with trans and non-binary and gender-diverse members. We will continue to organize and campaign for workplaces that are inclusive, safe, and fair for all. We call on employers and fire and rescue services to go beyond the minimum requirements of the code and actively uphold the dignity, safety, and inclusion of every member of staff. So, what this isn't just, chat, again, when a union like the Fire Brigades Union says something like this, it is not just a statement of solidarity. It is indeed a statement of solidarity, but it is also a warning to various different fire service branches all over the UK. If you start to implement the EHRC, codes that have been brought in that are confusing and terrible, and you actively discriminate against trans people, the Fire Brigades Union are open to hearing about that from their members, right? The Fire Brigade, what the police force desperately pretend to be, absolutely. So, this is an absolutely wonderful thing to see. Amidst all the horrible, horrible news that we have been getting recently, and we're going to go through some of that now. Chat, I don't really need to do a huge call to action because I've already hit the daily dono goal for today. Really appreciate that, everybody. But if you do feel that you want to donate now, there's nothing stopping you from donating now. Obviously, if we hit £100 today, it means that, like, that's an extra day where we don't have to have the monthly dono goal, the daily dono goal. Do you know what I mean? If you want to gift subs now, that's entirely up to you. If you do want to do that, please make sure you use the tip link in the chat if you want to do a direct donation, or if you want to subscribe, you do that on Twitch. That's up to you. Of course, do this if you like what you're watching. If you've laughed, if you've had fun, if you've learned something, please consider donating to the PayPal to help me pay my bills, my rent, and eat, and take myself on little dates. So there you go. That is the call to action. Of course, if you can't afford to support me, don't worry about it. We've got the promo tweet, the promo retweet that you can retweet and repost. And you can always go to my YouTube channel, and like, comment, and subscribe, and press all the free buttons, and that will, in fact, support me regardless of monetary donation. So, anyway, there's the call to action. I'll be doing another one in about an hour. And we're going to move on to the news. Well, here it is, chat. It's finally happened, hasn't it? Hasan has been banned from the UK. Welcome in, Ethia. How you doing? Good to see you. Free speech activists condemn UK entry ban for Hasan Piker and Cenk Uygur. This is absolutely fucking crazy for a number of reasons, and I'm going to get into that. But first of all, it is definitely not going to have the effect that the government wants it to. It is simply not going to have the effect that the government or the Home Office wants it to. Now, when it comes to reasons given by the Home Office, the reason that they have done this, they're saying, is because it is not conducive to the public good. Now, if that doesn't sound like the most British thing possible to people who are not British, you're right. It's utter nonsense. It doesn't mean anything. Yeah? It doesn't mean a fucking thing. Not conducive to the public good is not a excuse. Not conducive to the public good just basically means like, oh, it won't benefit the public. And it's like, anyone coming to the UK could not benefit the public. Right? Yeah, it's very the greater good, hot fuzz kind of nonsense language, you know? Nonsense by the UK government. Yes, correct. Hey, I'm this old. Islamophobia suppressed the left will create a million leftists or like or dislike Hasan. Yeah, this is the thing, yeah. Like, they don't understand what's going on. They don't understand what they're doing. Like, there's a lot of people in the USA, in the UK who are learning who Hasan is today. And unfortunately, Cenk Uygur. It feels insane that the Home Office even has the authority to do this unilaterally. Like, what due process actually happened here? The due process is the Zionist lobby gave Shabana Mahmood money, and they said, you can have this money if you ban Hasan Piker from coming to the UK. And Shabana Mahmood said, Sieg Heil, mein Führer, yes, I will. That's what happened. That's the due process that happened here. Two left-wing US commentators who have both been accused of propaganda, propagating anti-Semitism, barred from visiting for an event. The UK is failing to protect freedom of speech. Prominent activists have said after the government banned two left-wing US political commentators from entering the country to attend speaking engagements. Cenk Uygur, a host of the Young Turks online political talk show, and Hasan Piker, who runs his own hours-long stream each day, were both due to appear at South by Southwest London, while the former said he had also been due to speak at an event run by University of Oxford students. The Home Office said the two men had their electronic travel authorizations cancelled because their presence in the UK, here we go, may not be conducive to the public good. Uygur has been accused of propagating anti-Semitic tropes in his criticism of Israel. He has insisted his criticisms are confined to analysis of Israeli influence over US policymaking, saying on Monday, the mighty United Kingdom is afraid of speech that shows you who's responsible for war crimes, but no amount of censorship will get us to stop telling the truth. Rarechenk win. Rarechenk W. Piker has faced backlash over some of his comments, including reportedly saying on a 2019 stream that America deserved 9/11. Damn! A comment he later apologized for. Cringe! And said was inappropriate. Cringe! I don't think he actually did, though, but whatever. He stood by his characterization of Hamas as 1,000 times better than Israel, and his claim that he would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time in an episode of Pod Save America, the podcast hosted by former staffers for Barack Obama. This could be the reason. This could be the reasoning that the UK Home Office has decided to ban him, because obviously Hamas are a proscribed organization in the UK, so they could be using this as the evidence as to why he should be banned. But I guarantee that they weren't thinking about like any of the stuff that he said previously, right? Like he's said stuff like this before, and he's been to the UK. It's absolutely crazy. He was literally in Belfast, like, yeah, he said that the last time he went to the UK. Like he was in Belfast, like, fucking, when was it? Start of the year. It was literally the start of the year, like maybe February or whatever, right? No, he has been after the Pod Save America comment. Like, surely he has. But surely he's said pro-Hamas things since he, like, before he came to the UK. Like, absolutely, he said pro-Hamas things. Like, he said pro-Hamas things after October the 7th. 1,000%. Like, 1,000%. Like, he is the place where a lot of people have basically learned that Hamas is literally just the government of Gaza, right? Lawyers for Israel are currently lobbying to get the IRGC prescribed, so don't say anything positive about the Iranian government. What? They can't do me for that before the IRGC are a prescribed group. I'm not gonna silence my fucking... I'm not gonna silence myself before it's illegal to speak about it. Don't say anything positive. I'm not going to comply in advance. What are you talking about? What are we doing? No, that's a terrible bit of advice. Speak as positively about the Iranian government while you can. Holy shit. Yeah, because his other comments he said years ago, I already read that. Anyone who's watched the context of the 9/11 comment knows he also talks about Dan Crenshaw talking about fucking Dan Crenshaw's eye patch hole, but they never mention that. Curious. Yes, that's very true. It's so cringe he gets banned for supposed anti-Semitism while also at the same time endorsing Zionists. The UK should love Hasan instead of banning him. Yeah, but that's the problem, right? Is that, like, it doesn't matter to Israel whether you, like, excuse someone for being a liberal Zionist, because if you are still critical of Israel, it's still the worst thing ever. And the UK is, like, literally doing Israel's bidding in terms of the government is getting paid money by the Israeli lobby, and they are happy to do that, right? They're happy to do that, not just because of Israel, but also because it benefits the UK to be part of the Imperial Core, where Israel is the outpost of the Imperial Core, that can basically do, like, I did a whole video about this. I did a whole video about the UK's relationship with Israel. You can check that out on my YouTube channel. It's called Why Did the UK imprison fucking, activists, basically. I can't remember what it is. Pro-Palestinian activists. Why did the UK criminalize pro-Palestinian activists and shit like that? So yeah. Had he not already said that? Yeah. Never give preconceived silence. Didn't mean to censor yourself, just warning you on the bullshit they're trying to do. Yeah, I've known about this for a long time, and like it's not just Labour Friends of Israel, it is also the Liberal Democrats Israeli group. That's all that Davey could talk about. He's like, we must prescribe the IRGC. So it may happen one day. Obviously, I keep abreast of the news. It's my job to keep abreast of the news. I'm going to find out when it happens. So when it happens, obviously, I will obey the law, because I always obey the law on this stream. I can, of course, disagree with the prescription as well. It is my right to do that in the same way that I disagree with the prescription of Palestine Action and the prescription of Hamas and the prescription of, if the IRGC are prescribed, the prescription of them. I disagree with the prescription of Hezbollah. I don't know if Ansar Allah are prescribed in the UK. They probably are, but I would disagree with that as well. These are literally not terrorist organizations. I ended up down a late night rabbit hole on the LFI Instagram a few days ago for some reason. True doom scrolling. Yeah, I mean, what you've got to remember is that their propaganda is designed to make you scared, right? The propaganda is literally designed so that you are there being like, oh no, if I say something that they don't like, these guys are going to try and throw me in jail. That's what the state can do, right? The state can throw you in jail for doing things that they don't like. And that is exactly what lobbying groups for Israel particularly want to do to people in the UK or whatever country anywhere, because they are trying to scare us into not saying what they don't want us to say. That's what it is. So that's the way that you have to think about that, right? Okay, so Piker said he's not anti-Semitic, but anti-Israel. Of course, there's nothing in here that is anti-Semitic as well. The ban's prompted Jemima Steinfeld, the chief executive on the Index of Censorship, to claim the government had overseen a worrying escalation. Akiko Hart, the director of Liberty, called on the government to be transparent about its rationale for issuing bans. Steinfeld said she was not downplaying the harmful effects of some of the people recently banned from entering the UK, noting that the Jewish community was feeling particularly besieged, but she expressed concern that banning people who had been invited to speak makes access to the UK a taste test based on the current government's determination on what is in the public good. That's a little crazy. Steinfeld, chief executive on the Index of Censorship. I don't know what she's talking about when she says the Jewish community is feeling particularly besieged. Like, we have Jewish chatters who are in the UK, and they're like, constantly, whenever we reference this, they're constantly like, this is not how I feel. And what I do get worried about constantly is that these organizations, because of their fear of being called, anti-Semites or whatever, they will often be like, what Zionists are saying is true. And what Zionists are constantly saying is that Jewish people are the most scared that they've ever been. Jewish people should move to Israel immediately and get strapped with an AK and murder babies. So that's the kind of thing that, people who say things like this say. Madness. Yeah, probably not feeling as besieged as the transgender community in the UK. Yeah, exactly. Right. Anyway, yes, they let Nick Shirley into the UK. I'm going to get onto some of the people that have been let into the UK and are still going to be let into the UK in a minute. But anyway, she said it's paternalistic and assumes that we're passive consumers of views rather than people who can think, judge, and challenge. It confers an underdog status to the people not allowed to enter. It could embolden other countries to follow suit and feels fairly meaningless in the internet age where people can simply go online to hear what they have to say. Free speech is tested by hard cases, and in this instance, the UK is failing. Damn. Hart said, in recent months, we've seen the government preventing people from entering the UK where their speech is deemed to have crossed the line. It is important that any government decisions that restrict speech adhere to the very high standards set out in UK law, and that the government is transparent about why and how decisions have been made. Free speech can only exist when we defend it for those we disagree with, as uncomfortable as it may feel. Last week, the Labour MP David Taylor called for Piker to be prevented from speaking, and the Jewish organisation from the Community Security Trust urged South by Southwest organisers to act responsibly and not allow the UK to be a platform for Piker. Community Security Trust, Jewish organisation. Like, I hate this chat. I hate this. For those of you who were watching Red Planet last night, you will remember a part of the stream where Tim and I were talking about the way in which the idea of victim and perpetrator are enforced as binaries in our imperial core societies, and in some cases, this means that the word victim can be applied to a poor small being Jewish organization, right, that does in fact turn out to be an Elbit Systems weapons factory, right? So, you know, when we have these terms like Jewish organization, yeah, community security trust, and they are saying things like, do not let Hasan Piker come to South by Southwest. He promotes rhetoric that includes anti-Semitic themes and denies atrocities and supports extremist groups. Yeah, man, that is definitely a Jewish organization. Jewish organization, yeah. First and foremost, a Jewish organization. Certainly not a Zionist organization, a Jewish organization. Jewish people are always saying this, aren't they? Jewish people are always saying, don't let Hasan Piker do anything. There is, you know, famously no Jewish people in Hasan Piker's community on the internet. There's no Jewish people who, you know, watch him. He doesn't have any Jewish friends, you know, or anything like that. Zach Polanski, the leader of the Green Party in England and Wales, called the bans grim, adding, people often talk about the dangerous road we'd go down under a reform government. This is another clear warning. We're down there already. Fucking based, my king. After news of his ban was confirmed, Uyghur criticized the governments in London and Jerusalem, saying, it's an honor to have made Israel's enemies list. I'm very proud to have fought against their genocide. The mighty United Kingdom is afraid of speech that shows you who's responsible for those war crimes, but no amount of censorship will get us to stop telling the truth. The only thing that I don't like about this, right, more and more people watching Hasan is a net good, no matter what your criticisms of Hasan are. You know, in the UK particularly, more British people watching Hasan is indeed a net good. You know, Hasan is constantly saying, oh, there needs to be a Hasan of the UK. Obviously, that is me, an LHS combined with, you know, a little bit of Dave Legend thrown in there as well. And some other streamers that I always forget and feel terrible about. Sophie, obviously, right? We are all like the Megazord that actually becomes, you know, the Hasan of the UK. But, you know, maybe Hasan will become the Hasan of the UK. Who fucking knows? Piker appeared at the Oxford Union without intervention by the Home Secretary last year. In that appearance, he warned that anti-Semitism was a canary in the coal mine of fascism and said that Jews had always been singled out by those in power as a scapegoat for instability and economic volatility, adding that the conflation of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism was dangerous. So, you know, it's good that The Guardian are, right, like, fucking, like, you know, actually, like, framing it in this way. This is good. But, you know, the biggest problem really is that more Brits are going to start watching Cenk Uygur, and that's terrible. That is terrible. I think bad. I think the worst thing to come out of this is that Brits are going to start to watch the Young Turks, and that's going to be insane. That's just going to be fucking insane. You win some, you lose some. Right? Anyway. The Home Office said decisions to refuse or cancel an ETA on the grounds based solely on an assessment of the potential risk an individual may pose to UK society. Where applications require further consideration, individuals may choose to apply for a visa if they still wish to travel to the UK. Chat, you can still watch Hasan on Twitch. This is why this is insane. This is why this is so insane. The only thing that they're scared about, right? The only thing that they're scared about is that people who do not use the internet will discover who Hasan is and the things that he says that are anti-Israel, right? He's literally streaming right now. You could watch him. You could tune into the Hasan Piker broadcast, right? You could tune into the djmuel broadcast. What are they going to do? I say way more anti-imperialist, communist shit than Hasan. Are they going to ban me? Are they going to deport me? Where are they going to deport me to? I was born in fucking Warrington, mate. Do you know what I mean? It's like, what is this? What do you mean, bro? Like, what kind of precedent is this saying? Am I going to get a knock on the door from the Home Office in a fucking week or something, and they're going to be like, right, you're getting deported to Warrington. No devices allowed. You just have to live with your fucking nana. You know? They deport me to the north of Ireland. You know? They're doing mad internet crackdowns too. I mean, yeah, they're trying to do the whatchamacallit, the Online Safety Act and shit like that. I mean, the thing is that like if it does actually end up having like a material effect on my ability to work, I am literally just gonna have to think about like leaving the country, right? Do you know what I mean? It's like what am I gonna do? Am I like, you know, I'm building like a community of people who support me, like you all help me pay my fucking rent each month and shit like that. If it ends up getting to the point where like I can't do my job, like that I have worked so hard to get to a point where I'm actually doing this, I would probably think about moving to Ireland, you know what I mean? I would think about it. Like I would have to start to speak to my fucking my granddad about getting a passport sorted, which is probably a good idea because like he's pretty fucking old. We gotta push back against the internet censorship laws. Shit's crazy. Yeah, absolutely. So anyway, that's that. Let's take a look at this. What do we got? We got Hasan himself talking about that. Let's listen to what he's got to say about it. The UK revoked my visa. Here we go.
Funded Cenk Uygur banned from entering the UK. Yeah, it's okay. Well, I didn't want to talk about it, but my visa has also been revoked. We just found out. Yes, I will not be going as it stands currently. I don't believe that I'll be able to go to the United Kingdom this upcoming week. I don't know who.
What a disaster
for this. I was supposed to do something with Yanis Varoufakis, do something with Zach Polanski, do something with Jeremy Corbyn, do something at the Oxford Union, and now the Labour government has revoked our visas. Go to Ireland. Okay, guys, it's not about being in the vicinity of the UK. I was supposed to do in the UK. Yeah. A sad state of affairs where obviously the interests of Israel take the highest priority. But yeah, they've revoked my visa as well. It's a 40-minute flight is what I meant. Politicians fly over there all the time for press stuff. Dude, what are you talking about? I had like actual things to do in the UK. It's so funny. You guys are like, dude, just swim across the canal, take a boat and enter illegally. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to risk getting deported.
I'm here for small boat Hasan. I'm gonna be for real. I'm here for small boat Hasan. 1000%. Coming over here on a small boat, saying America deserved 9/11. Oh no, where will Hasan experience terrible food and institutionalized systemic transphobia now? Oh no. You know, yeah. I gotta go back in a little over. No worries, Slick Stick Stuck.
Entry into the country for 10 years. Can Jeremy Corbyn do anything about it? Probably not. I mean, I don't know.
Can Jeremy Corbyn do anything about it? Bless Americans' hearts, man. Bless American Hasan chatters' hearts. That's so funny. Can Jeremy Corbyn do anything about it? Bro, Jeremy Corbyn couldn't change the Labour Party into what it should be. You know? Can Margaret Thatcher help Hasan? I might as well say that. Do you know what I mean? Cis male, he won't experience transphobia. That's not true. You don't know that. You don't know that. We've been talking extensively about how these new fucking laws mean that like anyone could challenge anyone about like looking transgender. You know, someone could be like, "Are you trans?" Even when he's in the man's bathroom and shit. I know it's unlikely, but it's not impossible. You know what I'm saying? And obviously, it wouldn't be transphobia. You're right, because he's cis. But you know, this shit is going to just affect everybody, right? You know,
your UK ETA has been cancelled. This means you cannot travel to the UK without a visa. This is because
he has been transvestigated. Yes,
considered to be conducive to the public good. You cannot appeal this decision. Apply for a visa. If you still want to travel to the UK, you need.
That's crazy that it actually says that in the notification to him. It says this means your presence.
Not travel to the UK without a visa. This is because your presence in the UK is not considered to be conducive to the public good. You cannot appeal this decision.
It's considered to not be conducive to the public good. Like they have to actually explain that. They should actually be forced to explain that. But of course they won't, because, you know, we already live in fascism. I keep telling you, chat. We are already experiencing fascism, and it fucking winds me up when people sit there and they go, no, because people aren't being marched to camps and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, there are migrants that are put in detention camps. There are migrants who are concentrated into one area and forced to live in shit conditions until they wait on a decision as to whether they will be deported, which often means that they will be killed. Not by us, but by the government of the country that they're fleeing. You know? So, what do you want, man? What do you want? You want it to be explicitly like the gas chambers, and then when it's like the gas chambers, that's when we can say it's fascism, yeah? We're having a minority be segregated out of public life. That's trans people. Yeah, people think fascism is when the tanks are rolling down the streets. Oh, wait, that actually happened in Minnesota, right? You know? Insane stuff. Just insane stuff. Hey, bright person, by the way.
Apply for a visa. If you still want to travel to the UK, you need to apply for a visa so we can consider your circumstances in more detail. Having your ETA cancelled...
That won't happen. If the Home Office have banned him from coming and said, you need a visa, and if you apply for a visa, we'll take a deeper look at it, that's just not going to happen.
Does not mean you will be refused a visa. Nick Shirley can go, though, of course, because Nick Shirley is a dog for the fascist state. Yeah, it's sad, man. What are you going to do? The other day, someone said, watch Labor Party do this a couple days before your trip, and it happened. Yeah. I genuinely, listen, I'm going to say something. This is a warning. I hope you guys understand. The Western world and liberal democracy is a sham, and all of the supposed things that they claim to care about, they do not actually care about. We are moving into a very different timeline. This is why I constantly reiterate that fascism is
I mean, we're kind of already there.
Right? Like
well, he is saying that fascism is here, which is fair enough.
Trying to deploy subpoenas against political dissidents in the United States of America, or the UK that's like completely captive to the interests of pro-Israel advocacy organizations. Like they are moving in a way, and this is the liberal government, right? The Labor government is supposed to be the liberal government doing this, and the American government is the right-wing government doing it. Like we are in the 1930s era where I think that the administrations in both the UK and the United States of America, regardless of like their supposed ideological differences, are absolutely moving as a uniparty. And things are going to get even worse from here on out. Yes, I was supposed to fly to the UK Tuesday. I was supposed to fly to the United Kingdom on Tuesday. I was supposed to speak at the Oxford Union alongside Cenk. I was supposed to speak at South by Southwest and also do another interview with Yanis Varoufakis. But Jewish groups call on UK to bar dangerous Hasan Piker amid anti-Semitic attacks.
Okay, so I think this is the part of his video where he goes into the, organizations that have been saying that he should leave, and I have my own little bit of that. I am, of course, a streamer as well. Let's take a little look at this. Wow, chat, who's this, and when did this happen? Whoa, what? 4 days ago, ban Hasan Piker. Labour demanded to block extremist lefty from Britain. Two-tier justice. What do you mean? On GB News. Let's take a little look at this. So this was 4 days ago. Let's find out what GB News is saying.
This government is about to face one of the biggest tests to date. They've recently banned a load of right-wingers from coming into the UK to attend the Unite the Kingdom march. Kanye West also was told he couldn't perform at London's Wireless Festival. Do you remember that? But rightly or wrongly, they were all kept out of Britain by the Home Office. So in that case, far-left communist Hasan Piker should also be banned from attending a festival in London next week.
Oh, this is so good, bro. Far-left communist Hasan Piker. Absolutely fucking mint, bro. It's so good. It's so good.
This is the guy who said he'd vote for Hamas over Israel, described Orthodox Jews as inbreds, said...
What? When did he say that?
Landlords should be murdered in the street, and said America deserved 9/11.
No comment.
America deserved 9/11, dude. F it. I'm saying it. Like, we fucking totally...
Wait, he did actually say that, to be fair, I believe. Oh, that's fucking crazy if he did say that.
Brought it on ourselves, dude. Holy shit. We did. We fucking did.
There's a little flavour of him there talking about 9/11. This is Hasan Piker banging on about...
Yeah, but it's crazy that he's there in that clip saying that, like, we did, right? He's saying we did. Like, he's an American. He's saying we deserve 9/11. Like, can you imagine if, like, I was scolded for saying that, like, you know, Britain participating in wars in the Middle East, like the Iraq War and shit like that, yeah? Because we participated in that, it is absolutely absurd to expect that something like the 7/7 bombings would not happen. Or the Manchester Arena bombing, right? I don't think he said Orthodox Jews were inbred. He has called settlers inbred, and that's what they're referring to. That's going to be it. He calls all racial purity ideologies inbred because that's essentially what they do. It wasn't a Jewish-specific thing. Right, gotcha. Hey, Adric, he calls everyone he disagrees with that. Like Republicans, people from the South, British people. He's right about British people. Yeah, he's right. He's right about that, actually.
Out supporting Iran terror proxies such as Hamas and the Houthis.
Therefore, I would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time.
Hezbollah is a... Right, but again, also, like, in the context of this, he was talking about, like, if he lived in Palestine, right? Like, wasn't the conversation that he was having with the Podjons, like... I didn't watch it because, you know, I find it hard to, like, stay up to date with Hasan's content when I'm, like, trying to watch, like, all the other streamers that I know. When he was on the Podjons, wasn't that conversation literally about, like, you have to understand where Palestinians are coming from when they support Hamas? Like, the reason that they support Hamas is because, like, what is the other option? The other option is, like, yes, Israel just annex us, right? I feel like that's what that was about. So, again, it's this, like, you know... clipped out of context.
Paramilitary organization. I don't have a...
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization. That's just a fact.
We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. My favorite flag, Hezbollah.
No one on GB News is going to know what he means when he says Luffy. There are just gammons watching this just getting utterly rotted. They're going to think that Luffy is like some kind of ancient communist war hero or something. You know what I'm saying? He was using the equivocation of lesser evil voters in the US to make a point about Hamas. That's what I thought he was doing, right? He was more saying an event like 9/11 is inevitable in a country this outwardly violent and oppressive. Yeah, it's just completely correct. Yeah, America does war crimes daily. Of course, there's going to be blowback. It just makes sense, right? It's just he has a habit of speaking with his emotion, which is something that happens when, you know, communists speak about politics because, you know, guess what? Like, the reason that we're communists is because we are in touch with our emotions and we believe that fucking, like, you know, it should be the defining ideology. It should be the defining shit. Like, look at this. Like, this is just the ADL Twitter. Like, GB News is just playing a reel from the ADL Twitter feed. Like, cool, man. Also, we help empower that government and destabilize the entire region. Exactly. The history of not marrying outside the faith among the most violent sects like Kahanists is as old as Zionism itself. Over the course of time, you run out of second and third cousins. Well, there you go, Husker says as well, an anti-Zionist Jew that is in our chat. So, there you go. Hello, Banker. I'm going to be an annoying Hasan explainer because I've looked way too deeply into all the clips out of context shit. I have no life. No, it's all right. I don't mind. Listen, I don't mind people being in here either, you know, being Hasan enjoyers or Hasan not enjoyers. You know, you could criticize Hasan. You can love Hasan. I don't give a shit, man. Do you know what I mean? As long as you're not, like, overly zealous either way, I don't give a fuck, right? Do you know what I mean? That's my rules for this kind of shit in chat. Like, you know, we got Julio who, like, does not like Hasan. There's a number of other chatters who don't like Hasan, and then we got Spooky who does like Hasan, right? And it's fine. Like, you know, I'm not about to sit here and be like, don't do that. That's silly. Watching Hasan is the same as committing several crimes, right? I too have criticisms of Hasan, which are similar to that of the criticisms that Spooky that Julio has, right? And I too enjoy Hasan for the reasons that people like Spooky do. But yeah, this is it. No, it is funny that Fearand is. It is funny that Fearand is making the cut. That's crazy. I'm a daily Has watcher, so I'm also here for a little that. Gotta do essay writings, have to go soon. Don't worry, it's all good. Not like Hasan, but not like liars even more. I have valid criticisms. Yeah, exactly. It's one of them. Like, you know, you are not gonna get banned in this chat for not liking a person unless like that person that you don't like for some unspecified reason is like a Palestinian baby that got murdered, or like a Palestinian person that got murdered. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, this is not the kind of place for that, right? I don't like David Attenborough. That's it, man. You asked for it. You pushed me too far. You pushed me too far. You pushed me too far. Never stan people also. I mean, you can stan people. You just have to be ready to, like, you know, stop standing them in public eventually, right? I don't like Asmongold. I'll say it. That's so... Oh, I can't believe you pushed the boundaries.
Hamas, of course, a prescribed organisation in the UK. Support for them is an arrestable offence. Elsewhere, this is Piker denying that mass sexual assaults took place on October the 7th.
Yeah, but that's just true. This is just true facts. It's just crazy that they're using this as an opinion. They're using this as a whole thing.
And I just showed you two.
The clips that you used, ironically enough, the reason why I say it's out of context is because...
What world do we live in, man? GB News is using an Ethan Klein clip. GB News is playing an H3, it literally says up there, H3 podcast. They're using a clip of the debate he had with Ethan Klein from Ethan Klein's channel. This is so insane. I am genuinely like, what is happening? Like, you know, you have to remember, chat, this, like, let's have a look at the comments. This is crazy. 41,000 views 4 days ago. The government has no problem showing who they support. It's not the citizens. Shockingly, he won't be banned. Lol. The system is so lopsided towards criminal Islamists, there will be karma. He's pure evil, but evil loves evil, and our government are evil. How's this going? Ethan Klein is Trisha Paytas's brother. Yes. What's your point? What's your point? Hasan should have zero chance of entering the UK or Europe. He'll be flying in private, as is tradition. What do you mean? Don't forget he abuses his dog as well. Nobody knows what this means. Nobody who watches this fucking channel knows what you're talking about. There's even people in here saying, no, he didn't. Brain-rotted nonsense. This is so good, dude. Starmer will probably roll out the red carpet for this scumbag. They live in a different world, man. They just live in a different world. He does fly, like, yes. It's just, what are you talking about? Hey, JD Pondon, how you doing? Rent-free in these silly-ass motherfuckers' heads. It's so insane. The US... The US government are about to prosecute him for breaking sanctions in Cuba. And he had a shot collar on his tongue. Rotted comments. The citizens of the United Kingdom are watching this very closely, believe me. Graham Cox, 9110. Citizens of the United Kingdom are watching this very closely, believe me. Our country, not coming our country. The brain rot is terminal, nuke us all. Don't say stuff like that. This is just like 20 people on fucking GB News. Don't let it doom pill you. There are literally like what 50 to 70 people in this stream right now who are far better than any of these cunts. So, you know, remember that. Hold on to the hope with that, yeah? Yeah, we don't deserve to get nuked because some motherfuckers refuse to get therapy and log off, yes.
I feel like international...
what else happened recently, yeah?
This is really important.
I didn't mean to skip over that. I mean to come back to the the GB News thing. So I'm gonna keep that open. But also, this is something that happened about 7 months ago, right? And I remember when this happened, and I was pretty buzzing about it. Yeah. Zach Polanski on his show Bold Politics with Zach Polanski, he actually spoke to Hasan Piker, and this clip has been doing the rounds. It's something that actually, like, you know, it's something that actually did start popping off on places like Instagram and all that kind of stuff, yeah? I'm not dooming, I'm hoping. Let a different animal take a crack at forming a society instead of us. That's not hope. Come on. What was I going to say? Not to fall into classist stereotypes. I feel like GB News audiences are usually the type to use shock collars anyway. That's very true. That is very, very true. They're not sophisticated to be involved in that kind of kink. Come on. Very true. I don't think that that's a classist stereotype, because you're talking, like, the people who watch GB News, they're going to be petty bourgeois, like, small business Hitlers, and they are definitely the kind of people who would have either the shock collars for your dog, or the thing that's on, like, your dog's collar that, like, when they bark, it, like, sprays citronella at them or some shit. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I don't think that that's classist. Anyway, this clip was popping off on Instagram. And it was sent to me by Sophie. We have a little group chat, me, Sophie, and Tim. And she sent it to us. And I guess it just, like, got, like, a bunch of attention because he's coming to the UK. And I think that Gammons Online saw it and freaked the fuck out because they were like, oh, he's been speaking with another terrorist, Zach Polanski, right? So, you know, let's have a look.
I feel like international solidarity among the left and socialists is really important.
In terms of, like, building a robust network, there's a lot of international solidarity among fascists. And if you don't have a decent vision on the left, a strong opposition to that kind of fascist sentiment, to really recenter the conversation back to the class dynamic at play, you're always going to lose to that reactionary sentiment because it's alluring. People get frustrated. They privatize your water. The river's not clean. Energy crisis taking place. Cost of living is exploding.
Hey, Jenny.
All the council housing has been privatized. All of this frustrates people. The austerity frustrates people. And then who do they shift that blame to? Well, on the right, you have people that say it's the Polish. It's the Muslims. It's the immigrants. And a lot of people, in the absence of a socialist alternative, find themselves in the throes of reactionary thinking.
I feel like international solidarity.
I don't know if Gammons in the UK are still, like, anti-Polish. I think that they're all right as long as they're white. You know what I mean? That's the slogan, innit? If it's white, it's all right, kind of thing. But anyway, you know, this clip was doing the rounds, and I said, when Sophie sent us that message to the group chat with this video, I was like, our media is about to go fucking mental. And this was like 4 days ago or something. So this was literally on Friday. I was like, our media is about to go it might have even been Saturday, I can't remember. Our media is about to go fucking mental mode. And then I woke up to the news today, literally a couple of days later. Oh, he's been banned from coming to the UK. Hasan was going to talk to Zach Polanski, Jeremy Corbyn, and Yanis Varoufakis. So him being banned is Starmer stopping him talking to his political opposition. That is also true. Yes. They still hate the Polish. My dad only shut up with the Polish hate when I started dating my Polish boyfriend. Oh, there you go then, yeah. Hey, welcome back, Soph. I was literally just talking about when you sent this to the group chat. And then I said, our media is about to go insane. And then literally, like, it was maybe like 12 hours after you sent that. Maybe it wasn't on Friday when you sent me this. Maybe you sent me this, like, yesterday. Well, it was me and Tim in the group chat, right? And I was like, our media is going to go insane. And then less than 12 hours later, it was like, he's banned. He's banned from the UK. He can't come to the UK. So anyway, right? let's carry on with the fucking GB News rot. I genuinely can't believe that they used the fucking Ethan Klein debate. It's so crazy. It's so fucking crazy.
At that point, I personally took a position where I said very carefully and very deliberately that mass rapes that are directed by Hamas did not happen. There was no evidence for this whatsoever.
Again, this is just true. This is just true.
Elsewhere, this is him justifying the slaughter of civilians on October the 7th, and somehow, according to him, it wasn't...
Hey, LHS, how you doing? Everybody please go show some love to LHS.
These aren't barbaric monsters. That these are horrifying atrocities that they did, right? But that...
This is literally him at the Oxford Union last time. Do you remember this kid? This is like the fucking troll doll guy, the Prince Infidel. In the chat, he made a joke about like, oh, this troll doll ass looking motherfucker. I remember it well. This is literally just him in Oxford before, like, and he's already said this stuff in Oxford. It's crazy.
It is not coming out of a place of you know, this antiquated anti-Semitic tendencies, or that they wanted to go out and like do mass rapes.
By invading from the Gaza Strip into Israel.
Yeah.
Do you think that they were not motivated by anti-Semitism, given that they were murdering citizens in... No. That is remarkable. The slogan of the Houthis who you so admire is death to the Jews.
I know, and I've been very critical of that as well.
Well,
I don't know if
critical enough not to platform some...
This guy is now an anti-Zionist as well. Is that true? I mean, it's because he's like 12 years old here, right? He's 12 years old. He's at Oxford Uni. You know, he got exposed to some ideas that challenged his ideas. And, you know, luckily enough, he's privileged enough and intelligent enough to go, oh, actually, I've researched this. And there you go. This gamete grew up to be a Hasan fan, yes. So, yeah. This is mad stuff.
And call him a sexy pirate.
Mind you, he wants to come to the UK next week.
Clipped that off, didn't they? They clipped that bit off, didn't they? Because his retort to that is like, well, that guy that I have on the stream isn't actually a fucking Ansar Allah Houthi guy.
And speak at a festival. Finally,
Hamas changed their charter as well. Yeah, but even the 1980 fucking whenever it was, like the 1994 Hamas charter or whatever. Like, this is the crazy thing that I always like come to. Like, it's like people just don't. Like, people are just like not in the reality that I'm in, because I remember the previous Hamas charter and it never said anything about killing Jews. It was only ever about like when they say the erasure of the Jewish state, they literally just meant Israel. Like, that's what they meant. They didn't mean Jewish people. They just meant the erasure of Israel, right? Like, it's crazy to me that like people have ever tried to say that there is like an anti-Semitic element to Palestinians and Palestine and resistance in Palestine. It's just simply not true. You know, and if there are elements of that, you know, if you come across a Palestinian who has like, you know, never had any other experience of a Jewish person other than like, you know, threatening to kill, rape, destroy, and then like killing all their family and raping them and destroying them and all that kind of shit, you know, that's the only experience that they've ever fucking had, right? That they've ever fucking had of a Jewish person, and they exhibit some problematic behaviors towards Jewish people. Whose fault is that? Is it Jewish people or is it Israel's? Right? You know, like this is why it's so fucking stupid, and I've always hated this debate about like, oh, Hamas are anti-Semitic, and it's like, no, sorry, they're just Palestinians. That's it. They're just Palestinians who've been oppressed and genocided for decades. That's all it is, you know? Also, with regards to Hamas changing their charter, I have terrible news about most major world powers and our source material. The 3/5 compromise in the US comes to mind. But yeah, you know, that's it. But you might be right. I can't remember the exact wording, but I use the Norm Finkelstein line if they use the word Jewish. I don't care. It's what the Zionists use every day. Yeah. The fact that the stuff cited as reason that Hasan's ban was stuff he did before he last came to the UK, so the ban is explicitly the government doing more crackdowns, and it's a message that they'd deport us if they could get away with it. That's exactly what it is, yeah, which is why I said what I said before. Like, oh good, you know, just as my stream is growing and I'm, you know, starting to be able to like actually pay my bills, pay my rent, etc., etc., you know, the government might fucking deport me if they like watch a bit of my Twitch stream. If I become like a bit more, you know, popular, if a stream of mine blows up and I end up having like, you know, 200 viewers every fucking day or some shit like that, it's like, oh good, I'm becoming more in the public eye. It's getting hella authoritarian here. I mean, it already has, right? It already fucking has. The fact that Palestine Action was prescribed as a terrorist organization is just, that's just like, just one of the biggest indicators, you know what I mean? That and the, the existing, like, attitudes towards trans women and stuff, you know? Lucky the Destiny shit happened a couple of years ago, I guess. Oh, yeah, 1000%. Yeah, could you imagine if, like, all that shit happened now? Although someone actually, right? The government wouldn't deport you, they'd put you in jail without trial. That is exactly what would happen, yes. I would be in a British dungeon. You would just all notice that there's not a stream one day, and you know, there's no tweet to be like, I'm not live. And then I don't know, like maybe one day in like a week or something, when I finally like told my mom how to log into my Twitter account or whatever, and I get her to like put a tweet out or like, you know, fucking something like that. Sorry, chatters, Mule has been arrested and is in jail, and we don't know why. Also, the fact that all that stuff cited as reason Hasan Ban stuff he did before he last came to the UK. Oh yeah, I already did that. Hey, Detaway, how you doing? Perfectly timed sirens. They're always about. If a dog bites me, no one bats an eye when I say I'm scared of dogs. I get so angry. When I say the same about humans and the shit they do. Excuse me. Right, what was I saying? Okay, let's carry on with this.
This is what Piker thinks about landlords who have empty properties.
Don't worry, Mule, I'd break you out of prison. That's very nice, but no, you wouldn't.
Yeah, kill them! Kill those murder those in the street!
Wait, hang on a minute, what? This is what Piker says about landlords who have empty properties. This is so good.
Yeah, kill them! Kill those murder those in the street! Let the streets soak in their red capitalist bloods, dude.
Crazy. Right, Piker broadcast most of this stuff from...
There's just going to be a lot of people who watch this who are just like, actually, that's fine. This next clip will definitely make British people hate him.
Here's reported...
This guy's face is bad.
Mansion in West Hollywood. Of course he does. Who'd have thought being a lunatic...
How the fuck did he not get banned for that when I got banned for my fucking name? Twitch used to be a different beast. That was like years ago, right? Like this clip, like you could tell he's like fucking like 20 fucking 3 or some shit. Wait, hang on a minute. Yeah, like this is when he was in like a different room and shit, you know? Twitch used to be the Wild West. You could do whatever the fuck you wanted. It was crazy. And now it's just like you can't say cracker to a chatter. I can say it. I can say the word cracker, but I can't say it to a chatter. I can't call a chatter a cracker. I can't call like another, you know what I mean? Like 2019, he was role-playing? Yeah, that's right. You can't have lesbian in your name, but Asmongold can say actual slurs, yeah. You might be talking about something you can have cheese on. No, I could say cracker, like I'm eating a cracker, or like I'm a cracker, or whatever. Like, that's all allowed, as far as I know, unless it's changed and I'm about to be banned. But like, I can't use it as an insult. It's the same kind of thing where it's like you can't use Zionist as an insult. Like you can't have like a further, you know, signifier after the word Zionist, right? Hasan says crackers now. Yeah, it's probably because he's like on point with the way that he says it, and like, you know, he's not gonna say to a chatter like you're a fucking, you know, crazy that I have to stop myself saying that. Crazy, absolutely crazy. You know?
In West Hollywood, of course he does. Who'd have thought being a lunatic commie would be so lucrative? But anyway, I don't particularly care.
This is so good. He's like, oh, he's in a 5-bedroom mansion. Who would have thought that being a lunatic commie was so lucrative? Yeah, dude, actually turns out people with those opinions exist in the millions, the billions even.
This angry little Turk is shouting about on the internet. What I do...
Angry little Turk, they're getting spicy with this shit. They're getting fucking anti-Turkish racist, man. That's wild. They just said he's an angry little Turk. English guys on like this on GB News saying things like "commie makes me cringe myself inside out." Yeah, Gulag 1,000 years for trying to be a Yankee. Yeah,
about is how the Labour government now reacts to him trying to enter Britain. As I said, he's coming next week. If the Home Office is going to ban a load of right,
he's an angry large Turk. That's what they got wrong.
Replacement and the threat of radical Islam. Then they can stay consistent with their approach and ban this guy from coming to London as well. For the record, I don't really think anyone should be banned from a country for thought crimes. But if you're going to apply one set of standards to Conservatives, the Home Office...
But it's not a thought crime. This motherfucker doesn't, like, understand what 1984 was about, right? In 1984, when they were talking about thought crimes, that wasn't like things that people say. Because people were so whipped in the 1984 universe that they just didn't say the things that could get them in trouble. So when it comes to like a thought crime, it was always like an implied like you are thinking wrong. You know what I mean? You're thinking wrong. You know? Okay, no Fed posting in the chat, please. Please no Fed posting in the chat. I don't think anyone should be banned, but ban this guy. Well, he's talking about the fact that, like, he's wanting... What right-wingers are doing at the moment, yeah? What right-wingers are doing at the moment is they are saying that there is a 2-tier policing system in the UK. And what they mean by that is that there are one set of... There is one set of rules for left-wingers, and there's one set of rules for right-wingers. That's what they're saying. What does Fed posting mean? Fed posting means saying something that could get you arrested or me banned, right? So, like, for example, if you were to say in my chat, I'm going to beat the shit out of this guy, right? That's saying that you're going to, like, commit a crime, right? I can't have that in my chat. It's part of the Twitch terms of service. If someone in the chat says they're going to commit a crime, I have to, like, moderate that person, right? Do you know what I mean? So, in the same way, if people imply that they want someone to be killed or attacked or something like that, I also have to moderate that, right? I also have to moderate that stuff. I'm sorry, but, like, the stream is just it's my livelihood. I need it, you know, it's my job. Like, I literally was talking earlier about how hard it is to have a job, you know? Just don't joke about doing crimes of any kind. Yeah, don't joke about it. Don't say, I want to do this to this guy in Minecraft because, you know, cops and Twitch staff are not stupid. They know what you're talking about. You know, so yeah, just a reminder, please don't Fed post. You know, it's, yeah. It's very frustrating. I do understand why when people are so mad, you know, like these things come out. I get it, but like, yeah, it's please. Unfortunately, we do have to remember that Twitch is a corporation-owned platform. Correct? Yes. I hope this guy steps on a Lego. I think is fine. Right? I think is fine. They also had something called face crime in 1984 as well, aka making a face because of what you were thinking. Yeah, exactly. Right? Yeah. Yes, that's correct. It got the name Fed posting because there's a history of federal agents agitating criminal activity and violence in leftist groups. Yes, that's what it is. I was here thinking it was something about agreeing with cops. I mean, technically it is because, like, you know, cops want left-wing groups to be evil and commit crimes so that they can arrest us. So, yeah, it technically is. It means that you're, like, cop adjacent, right? Yeah.
And the Labour government better damn well act swiftly to ensure Hasan Piker is given the same treatment as the others, because they wouldn't want further accusations, would they, of two-tier justice? The country is watching, Prime Minister. Let's get the thoughts now of Manhattan Institute.
The country is watching, Prime Minister. Literally no one was watching! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You know? Nobody knew who this was. Literally no one in the UK knows who this cunt is. It's so insane to be saying something like, the whole country is watching, Prime Minister. No, they're not. No one fucking cared that Hasan was coming to the UK. No one knew who fucking Hasan was. Now, fucking hundreds of thousands of people know who Hasan Piker is because the government has decided to Streisand effect this shit into the stratosphere. Now everyone is like, who's Hasan Piker? I'm going to watch his stream. Wow, based, right? Now what, bro?
Daniel Di Martino. Dan, great to see you on the Late Show Live. Thanks for your company. Just, I was about to say, give us a flavour.
I'm not a watcher and didn't even know he was going to the UK until he got denied. I don't even think he knew. From his video, right? From his video, it looks like he didn't know. He wasn't telling people that he was banned. He wasn't telling people that he was going to the fucking UK. It is the Streisand effect, yeah. This guy being interviewed is AI generated. It looks really AI generated, you're right. They want their audience to feel normal, so they're just saying all of their pet unhingements are normal. Manhattan Institute sounds unbiased. We've heard of these fuckers before. Manhattan Institute. Investigating urban governments, public safety, economic vitality. Bro, what? That's the first thing that comes up. New York City's mayor can't give Muslim extremists a pass. Hell yeah, man. Fucking hell yeah, dude. That's so good. Okay, yeah. These guys are definitely going to be unbiased and normal. Like, this guy's going to be so normal about this.
What this guy is about for our British audience, but I guess those clips kind of sum it up. It says it all, right? He's just a far-left lunatic commie scumbag.
I think he's blinking too much for an AI.
Well, you left out one thing, and that is that he was also on the recent brigade to Cuba alongside Greta Thunberg, alongside Ilhan Omar's daughter, the Muslim congresswoman from Somalia in Minnesota in the United States. And the truth is, he's just a grifter, right? He is like any other person that lived in Cuba and became part of the regime. If America became...
I mean, the brigade is the correct word. But these fucking losers think it's like a military thing, right? They're like, oh my God, it's a militant military brigade. Like, a brigade is just like a historic term that trade unionists and stuff, use to describe a mission to Cuba to basically like learn about Cuba and shit like that.
Dictatorship, it would probably be because of people like him. I'm originally from...
Based, I can't wait for the US... the US dictatorship of the proletariat. I can't wait. Because of Hasan Piker. That would be so good. I'm originally from Venezuela, yeah? Yeah, is that true, buddy?
Dictatorship, it would probably be because of people like him. I'm originally from Venezuela. I say that if people like Hasan Piker, like Sora Mamdani or Ilhan Omar...
Go and live in Venezuela. I know what's coming, buddy. We've heard it all before. Play the hits. It's the best hits. Oh, yeah. It's the best hits.
Had been born in Caracas instead, they would be part of the Maduro regime. They would be torturing people. Because he even said it, right?
It's different. I said he would be. Oh, that's great. Just slightly different, but still one of the classics.
He says that landlords deserve to die. What do you think he would do if he had the power to enact those policies?
Yeah. And look, as I said...
These cons don't know how to be in a conversation. Motherfucker just like asked him a bit of a rhetorical question that he was supposed to continue on from. The British guy was just like, yeah, anyway, like...
I don't agree with governments banning people from entering their country just because they think the wrong things. I just don't agree with it. But I will say the Labour government in the UK did that exact thing, Daniel, to right-wingers to conservatives. So would you call on the UK government now to apply the same standards to this loser?
Well, yes, but even I would go further than that. He's already been subpoenaed by the Treasury Department of the United States because of his potential violation of U.S. law with regards to the sanctions on Cuba, right? I mean, if this is somebody who is actively collaborating with Hezbollah, with the Cuban regime, this is not...
What do you mean collaborating with Hezbollah? What do you mean?
A crime of thought. This is a crime of action, and there needs to be accountability for that.
What do you mean collaborating?
Has he? So he is not just a thought criminal.
Bro, if Hasan was collaborating with Hezbollah, there would be a lot less people who don't like him for being a liberal. Are you joking me? Are you joking me?
Or in the case of the UK, he has potentially been committing pretty serious crimes here in the US.
That's right. And the crime is that it is illegal for you to either pay...
Isn't this considered slander? He's making statements that are false. Yeah, I think that he could probably be done for slander in the US by Hasan. Like, Hasan could probably sue him for this, I imagine. He probably won't be bothered to because whatever, right? But yeah, I don't think he definitely can't get done in the UK, and this guy can't get done in the UK, I don't think.
Certain
they have shit slander laws in the US, yeah.
The Cuban dictatorship or the Venezuelan dictatorship, and of course the terrorist groups too. So far, they're investigating him and a few other people with regards to the Cuban regime, right? I mean, there's you have the right.
I'm so fascinated by Hasan's unique ability to make people fully hallucinate about him. I think it is the fact that, like, I think that when you're a streamer, you do suffer from, like, streamer syndrome, innit, right? Where what I mean by that is that, like, you are live for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours a day. Like, I'm probably going to be live for about 6 hours today, and I've said like a whole bunch of stuff, and I am constantly talking about various different interesting and controversial topics. And when that happens, it's like anyone could clip any like bit of you saying a thing. Especially if you're like communicating live with an audience and you're saying so, you're doing like a descriptor and you're like, oh, it would be like saying this, and then you say like a horrible controversial thing, and then someone just clips that and they just go, look, this guy just admitted to being a pedophile, right? It's like anything, like they just do anything, like, and also like especially like right wingers and conservatives and liberals and shit, they just do not live in consensus reality at this point with anybody else. Like, they simply don't. Like, if you are left of center in any denomination, even from being like center left, social democrat, all the way to like full on anarchist, like, you actually live in reality. You know what I mean? The rest of them, they just don't. They just don't, right? They simply do not.
Be a socialist, you have the right to say all these things about land.
Like, that's what they mean when they say false consciousness, right? That's literally false consciousness. Like, you are experiencing consciousness in an incorrect way, right? That's what that means.
And such, but you don't have the right to say it if you're providing services for pay for a foreign terrorist organization, right? That is a totally different thing. And the problem we're facing
what is that he's doing?
We have a cadre of influencers who are actually paid by foreign governments to destroy us from the inside, and we cannot allow that. If you want to destroy us, it has to be...
It's crazy that, like, what happens when this happens, yeah? I don't think it happens in the USA anymore, because the USA has recently had, like, the most insane anti-Hasan stuff, right? And that has basically just amounted to, like, not that much, right? Like, he's been subpoenaed or something. Like, they're trying to do him for being part of this Cuba mission and what have you. That's basically it, right? That's essentially it. And when it comes to things that will happen as a result of this, he might just get like a bunch of gammons going into his chat, right? He might just get like a bunch of gammons going into his chat, and they'll be expecting to, like, when they go into his chat, there's like a big hammer and sickle on the wall or some shit, and he's going like, eviscerate the bourgeoisie, it's time for us to take up arms, we're gonna do etc, yada yada yada, this, that, and the other. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, he's just not going to be him. It's just going to be him just kind of like scrolling through Twitter a bit And just being like, and just going like, yeah. Yeah, dude. Yeah. They're gonna be shocked when the first 30 minutes is him showing you his workout of the day. Yeah, exactly. they're gonna join the stream during like an okay buddy Hasan bit, right? they're just gonna be like, say something insane, you know what I mean? Like, why aren't you saying insane stuff? I heard you shot your dog, you little dickhead. And everyone in the chat is just going to start doing the 3-head thing. And then, like, this gammon that is, like, I don't know, like, on their fucking phone in Spain somewhere is just getting, like, redder and redder and redder to the point where they're, like, fucking glowing. Do you know what I mean? The last I'd heard, he'd gotten questioned, but he hadn't actually been subpoenaed yet. It might be conspiratorial of me to think the leak was intentional to test the response. Oh, so he hasn't actually been subpoenaed. It was reported by Fox News. Okay. All right, that's funny. I think if Hasan tried to sue someone for slander, it would just fuel more. He's attacking our free speech. He's basically a Nazi type shit. Yeah, I think that it would probably be a bad shout, yeah. Heart attack rates spiked by 300%, yeah. Okay.
Because of your own free will and for free, not because a foreign government is paying you.
Can I ask, this guy apparently lives in West...
So what you're saying...
in West Hollywood, in a $3 million mansion, 5 beds, maybe sort of 4,000 square feet or something. He's a Turkish Muslim. Isn't he the nephew of the Young Turks founder?
Yes.
You know the Young Turks online show? He's the nephew of...
Cenk Uygur.
That's the guy. So I just wonder, if these people love Muslim nations so much, why doesn't he leave his West Hollywood mansion and go and live in a Muslim nation? Why is he...
I knew it, bro. I knew it. I knew it. I knew that would be coming up in the conversation. Yeah, if you love Muslims so much, why don't you go and live with them, bro? Oh, I don't know, man. Maybe it's because Muslim is a religion. Maybe it's because Muslim is a religion and Allah is everywhere. I don't know, man. Maybe it's because of that.
Streets of America spewing all this kind of filth.
Well, honestly, they might end up moving to Dubai or somewhere like that, probably also to evade
Dubai is a Zionist country. What are you talking about?
taxation, right? I mean, these are people...
Hassan is white as hell. All the chuds just think of him as brown no matter what. Yeah, literally. It doesn't matter. This is the thing. It's such an amazing admission that white supremacy is just like such a joke, right? It's really where the contradictions get like hilarious. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, oh, he's a Muslim, so that means he's definitely brown, right? And it's like, yeah, but he's white. He's white. He could just as easily be an Italian. Do you know what I mean? And then all of a sudden people saying, oh, well, maybe Italians aren't white. You know what I mean? And then it's like, well, who is actually white, right? Because when you look at, like, when I look at my skin, it's like, actually, it's kind of like a kind of yellowy, beigey color, right? No one is white, right? No one is black, right? That it's so absurd. You know what I mean? This idea, this like construct of you know, fucking insane, man. Like, so ridiculous, bro. Like, so fucking ridiculous.
Want to live in their lavish wealth, and I'm all for people being rich. I think it's a great thing to become wealthy. I just really dislike when people demonize wealth when they themselves are rich, right? It's just something that Hasan Ban, the mayor of New York City, does. It's something that the dictatorship in Venezuela did, right? I remember Hugo Chavez when I was a kid saying being rich is bad while he was wearing a Rolex in his wrist.
Oh no, not a Rolex, bro.
You have Hasan Ban saying that people shouldn't own a second home when he has a mansion in
There you go, Morrigan. There's the image there for when you draw me as a twink. Hello, Rob Rousseau. Welcome in, everybody, from Rob. My name is djmuel. I'm a leftist political streamer from the UK. I am, in fact, covering the news, and I do that almost daily. Covering the news from an anti-imperialist and a communist perspective, you know. That's what we do over here. It's looking at geopolitics, all that kind of stuff. Of course, I'm a Brit, so we are, in fact, doing the Hasan ban from the UK. That's what we're going through at the moment. So, yeah, have a look at that. Everybody, please go follow Rob Rousseau. Thank you very much for the raid. Please go show some love to Rob. Amazing streamer. Welcome in, SD. Welcome in. Paraf Gosda. You were here before, but I think you've been going back and forth. Risky Verse, how you doing? Joe One, Kiravi, Dr. Maga, SD. Who else do we got? I think that is it for now. Thank you so much for the raid, Rob. Really appreciate that. Yeah, that's what we're looking at. Regularly scheduled Rob raid. That's so true. Didn't Rolexes back then cost a carton full of Blackberries? Yeah. Like, if we're talking like Hugo Chavez, like, he could have got like a Rolex as a gift. Dr. Maggot says, bald. Motherfucker, you've been here before. I'm not from a raid. I always lurk with you. Oh, legendary. It's hard to know. It's hard to know. The Rob raid, you know, the Rob raid emotes. It's difficult to figure out who's a legitimate Rob raider and who isn't. Double Turkish bands, kind of sus. It is kind of sus, right? It is pretty sus. Anyway, join us for the hyper mega gammon rot. Rob Raiders. What is this? You just typed in Rob's chat, what? Butt stuff is the great gender equalizer. Everyone can do it. That's so true. That's so true. Thank you very much for the follow. Every piss begins with spray. Krill, thank you for gifting a sub. Every piss begins with spray. One of the best chat names on Twitch. It's so true. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes. What is this? Deeply anti-British of the Home Office to ban both Hasan Piker and Cenk Uygur, upholders of our nation's most fundamental belief that everyone in the media should be related. What the fuck? Oh, that's so good. That's so good. Hey, Emma B, welcome in. Welcome in. Okay. It's also true. It is also true. Ads are 3 minutes long now. Wild. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, not a lot I can do about it, I'm afraid. Okay, right. Let's crack on. This guy was just talking about how it's like wrong for Hugo Chavez to have a Rolex, which is really funny.
You have Zoran Mamdani saying that people shouldn't own a second home when he has a mansion in Uganda worth millions of dollars that he...
What? Wait, what? Okay, before the Rob raid, when I paused it after he said he has a mansion in, I thought he was gonna say he has a mansion in New York, right? Referring to Gracie Mansion. But it's like, you know, because that's where he moved to. He said he wasn't going to move to Gracie Mansion, but then he did. And then my man is like a mansion in Uganda. That is just insane. It's just his parents' house, right? Yeah, it's just his parents' house. That's fucking crazy, bro. That's fucking crazy. Or was it an Airbnb? Did he rent an Airbnb? What, like when he visited Uganda? Is that what it is? I don't, like, what is he referring to? It's just nonsense, right? He doesn't have a mansion in Uganda. He doesn't have a, like, I know for a fact he doesn't have a fucking mansion in Uganda. It's just ridiculous. No, I know he's Ugandan. I know Zoran Mamdani is Ugandan. Yes, I'm not disputing that fact. Threads, thank you so much for gifting a sub to MAB. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes. Any house owned by a socialist immediately transforms into a mansion. It's so true, actually. Yeah, if I ever owned this flat, it would become a mansion immediately. Socialist Zoran Mamdani's filthy rich parents. No, fuck off! What's happening? Oh my god! Don't take me to booking.com. What is happening? Filthy rich parents rent posh Uganda estate with monkeys lake views on Airbnb. Oh my god. Oh my god, please. The New York Post is an completely unusable website, bro. Completely unusable website! Silver Spoon Democratic New York City candidate Zoran Mamdani is a longtime Airbnb foe who pushed for the abolition of private property, yet his filthy rich parents have rented their posh Ugandan compound on the online site for nearly a decade. That's his parents, bro. That's his parents. That's not him. You can't just be like, he owns... You can't just be like, he owns a big mansion and it's his parents? What do you mean? Dr. Bagger, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Thank you for the 5 months. Let's go. Appreciate you. So when they're Ugandan, they're filthy rich, but when it's Elon Musk, he's just successful and savvy. Interesting. Yes. Valerie Valkyrie says, hey folks, welcome back just from seed processing with the community garden. Let's go! We all know people always agree with their parents, yeah, and whatever their parents own is automatically theirs immediately, despite what may be left to them in a will or what may be seized from them by the state in inheritance tax. So typical of Thatch to think everyone in a family is extensions of each other. Yeah, very true. And I know he has a good relationship with his parents, but it doesn't mean anything, right? Like, my dad has a 5-bed gaff in fucking Warrington, and that's not mine. I don't own that, right? It doesn't mean that I have a 5-bedroom house. It's nothing to do with me, bro. My father is a Nazi and I don't know what he lives in. Exactly, like, what are you talking about? It doesn't mean a thing. You know, until such time comes as, like, I am read out my dad's will and it says, this gaff is now yours, I do not have that. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like, what? Insane stuff.
On Airbnb. You have Hasan Ban.
Yeah, he's not the only anti-landlord whose parents are landlords, correct. If anyone you've ever met in your life owns a place, you can't be a commie. It's so true. It's so actually true.
They're saying that being a landlord is bad when his house is worth millions of dollars. It's always socialists who are hypocrites.
Yes, that's true. It's always socialists who are hypocrites. Not people, you know, who are from Venezuela, who now live in America, but now say that Maduro has been arrested, so it's a fine country, you know, and they don't go back to Venezuela because Venezuela is not free, even though it is free. Because that would be, you would be a bit of a hypocrite if you said that America is more free than Venezuela, wouldn't you? You would be a bit of a hypocrite if that's truly what you believe and what you're saying, but you don't go and do that. It's almost like when you lie loads. It's almost like when you lie loads, you're just a liar, isn't it? Like, and actually that's a bit worse than being a hypocrite.
Yeah, well said, Daniel. Daniel, you're great. Thanks for coming on GB News and the Late Show Live. Please come back.
Well said, Daniel.
Soon, won't you? Daniel DiMartino,
No. Thanks for having me.
fellow at the Manhattan Institute.
Now, death can feel like a taboo subject when in reality, it's a certainty for all of us.
It's been so long since I've watched GB News, I forgot that they do this stuff too. Oh! Hell yeah, let's watch the fucking rot adverts. It's ethical reacts only here on the djmuel stream.
I'm Andrew Pierce, and I'm joined by Zach Sullivan, who's Managing Director of Simplicity Cremations.
Don't scan this! Don't scan this, chat. Do not scan this. This guy looks like he owns a funeral home. It's so true.
The cremation funeral plan actually work in practice?
The funeral plan ensures that you have arrangements in place for your funeral. It's a direct cremation, and that means that when the time comes, you're able to make a call to one of our team, and they ensure the collection, care, and cremation of the individual, and then the return.
You can't make the call because you're dead. What are you talking about? Who are you selling this to?
Return of the ashes to the family, and all of this is done with clear and transparent prices by our UK-based teams.
So why do you...
Hang on a minute. What is this? What's this he says?
Done with clear...
£296 cheaper than other leading direct cremation providers as of 15th of the 5th, 2026. I don't think that's like an attractive It's not really like an attractive thing, right? You know what I'm saying?
And transparent prices by our UK base.
Like, would you really like want a cremation to like not go right? You know what I mean? Where like they just burn a bit of you and the face is still there or something. Do you know what I'm saying? A direct cremation as opposed to a glancing cremation. What do they mean?
You think more families
UK-based cremations. It's, yeah, what are they talking about? What are they on about? UK-based teams?
going down that route of having a much simpler funeral today?
There are a few big drivers. I think people are looking for more simplicity in their lives. There's a big consideration around transparency of pricing and costs.
What do you mean simplicity? You're not talking about life. It's not life, it's death. You're gonna get burnt. What are you on about?
They're looking for more personalization.
Direct cremation is when they go straight from the morgue without the funeral happening. I only know this because my uncle had one. Wait, what? Wait, what? Oh my God, no, you're right. It's because... Oh my God, you're so right. Oh my God, you're actually so right. I've literally just realized what it is. This is advertising to people who live in fucking Spain. That's why they're talking about it UK-based. That's so true, Power of Gosda. Oh my God.
Simplicity cremation.
It's all just fucking gammon expats.
You wish. And
gammon migrants in Spain.
Of life ceremony that better reflects you and your family.
So I want to ask you how you think your funeral plan would benefit people's loved ones.
It removes an awful lot of burden from them. It ensures that during what is a very difficult and stressful time, plans are in place.
We just put them right in the furnace and burn them straight away. No messing about, no frills, no middlemen.
They're not left making decisions, which are often very hard, and they might not even know how that process works. And also ensures that...
I'm done with this. I'm done. I don't want to watch anymore. It's ridiculous.
Right, let's get the thoughts on my panel.
Being burnt to a crisp when you're already dead is such a chore. It's such a faff to be burnt. This is definitely them admitting their target audience is people so old they're on the brink of death. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. God, I'm so glad I'm never going to watch TV like that when I'm older. I really hope that I don't get, like, targeted ads trying to sell me fucking funerals. Just put me in the ground. Spit on me. Eat me alive. I don't care. Do whatever. I'm dead. Put your finger in my ass. What is it the Frank Reynolds says? He's like on the fucking... I'm going to have to watch that now. Dead bodies. All right. Sorry, VOD watchers, gonna have to leave you for a hot minute. That's the best episode. It's the best episode. I'm just thinking about the broader context of the episode, like the child's pageant, and he's like on stage and he's going like, I'll be going to my dressing room over there, not near theirs, over there. No, don't touch. Go to your dressing room. Oh my God. Okay. All right. Yeah, let's crack on. Fucking hell. Welcome in, Soundkiller. How are you doing?
Matt, Mally, I'll start with you first. Are you familiar with Hasan Parker? You must be.
I mean, you kind of have to be if you're in politics. He's certainly exploded onto the scene with a lot of people watching him and sharing some of his stuff.
Who's he appealing to?
Oh, this is really funny. These are people who've never heard of him before, and they're desperately having to, like, make up what they know about him. This is fucking great, dude.
Who does he appeal to?
None of the progressive left friends I know are Hasan Piker fans. I think they're hyper online folks. About your question, though, about this broader issue of
exploded onto the scene. He's been around for years. It's so ridiculous.
Let into the country. I think you hit it right on the head with the monologue. If the UK government is going to hold this standard where if someone has
fill me up with cream
political positions that can be deemed extreme, and they're going to do that to conservative folks.
You're dead, you're dead. Dead body's like a piece of trash.
I don't think people should be punished necessarily for thought crimes, and I'm not a big fan of restricting people's travel based on not liking their speech.
God, what happened to fucking, what's his face from About a Boy? Who's this guy? Nicholas, what's his face from About a Boy? Come on, chat. You know who I'm talking about. Nicholas. He's in more films nowadays. He's still an actor. He was a child actor. Nicholas Holt. Thank you very much. Team you, Nicholas Holt.
But if the UK government has gone down this road, which they have, they should restrict us.
Again, Nicholas Holt, this isn't thought crime. You're talking about speech crimes. Like, that's what it is. It's not... I hate the way that they're fucking... These fuckers have never read a book. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah, somebody on your say, Matt, has said, Ben, so if someone says I'm going to blow up Britain, you let him in, you're odd. No, I didn't say that. If someone says they're going to blow the country up or blow up Brits, then of course you should be banned. But this guy has said some disgusting stuff, but hasn't incited violence as far as I can see. So I would, as much as I dislike him and dislike what he says, actually he has incited violence with the landlords, saying he'd kill landlords, so yeah, ban him.
That was a producer moment in the air. He was like, no, you're making too many excuses for him. Stop it.
Look, you know, you can't have violent rhetoric. That's inappropriate. And look,
the landlords.
A double standard here when it comes to the UK. But the question was asked, you know, who does he appeal to? Well, he appeals to many Democrats. I mean, the fact of the matter is the mayor of New York, Mamdani, was associated with this individual. The fact of the matter is you have a candidate.
Bro, this guy actually looks like Joseph Goebbels. I'm serious. This guy actually looks exactly like Joseph Goebbels. Bro, you have got to be shitting me. Like, there's just something about it. Do you know what I mean? Like, I mean, now that I'm seeing it, obviously, like, his hair is a bit different, but, like, I don't know, man. He's just, I don't know. It's just, it's giving Goebbels. It's giving Hitler. It's giving Goebbels.
Running for the U.S. Senate in Michigan.
The missing guy in this triangle is Jeremy Irons, yeah.
With this individual. In fact, he doubled down over the past...
I don't know if they have a bad makeup team, but both of the new guys look dead. Oh, what? Like this? They got this guy to do the makeup. Right there. Fill me up with cream. That body's a piece of trash. I'm gonna watch that episode later. It's so good.
About supporting him campaigning with Piker. Look, the bottom line is this is a disgusting individual who said disgusting things. He's a total loser.
Yeah.
Yet the Democrats
Wait, is my mic on?
Is choosing to double down at least one candidate who very well could be the nominee in that state for U.S. Senate is doubling down on supporting campaigning with this individual. That's a problem.
Advertise baked goods online with that. Exactly.
Mamdani has been associated
or new Grindr profile
with this individual.
How's Mamdani been associated with him?
Well, he has now walked away from this individual, but in the past, they have shared, if you will, a stage together.
Oh, really?
So the bottom line here is...
This is such rot. They have shared, if you will, a stage together. Explain what you mean, dork. Explain what you mean. You fucking Lego hair, pale-faced fuck. What are you talking about?
Look, this
has he now condemned him, Mamdani?
He has now condemned it. My understanding, I don't want to speak for the mayor.
But I would like to say,
do you condemn Hasan?
Someone and doesn't necessarily agree with them.
They went to a cafe together on stream. That's so funny, man. They shared a table and ate food together. Absolutely nuts.
I mean, Ben, I've been on the stage and have debated a lot of people on GB News, and I don't want someone
if they knew anything, they'd know that they're friends and correspond regularly. He has not condemned him. That's what I was saying. That's what I was thinking. I was like, Mamdani hasn't publicly said, I condemn Hasan Piker. Aren't they also praising the Labour government for banning him? No, this video is from 4 days ago before this was announced. So I actually don't know if GB News have made any... Have they made any content since then? Keir Starmer withheld messages to Peter Mandelson stuff. Darren Jones defends redactions to Mandelson files. Behind the scenes in Washington. Nope. Nothing. Absolutely fucking nothing. about Hasan being banned. That's so funny, dude. Yeah, because they were trying to market this as like, oh, the Labour government they'll never ban Hasan Piker because he's a lefty. They'll never ban him because he's a lefty. It'll never happen. The Labour government loves Muslims and lefties. Crazy stuff, man. Yeah, no, there's literally nothing. There is literally nothing. Insane. Like, this is when that video is. There's nothing after that talking about this. Incredible. Is it still after the comments of a Labour MP? Yes, they did do it because a Labour MP was like, we should ban Hasan Piker. But let's be real. There's a bunch of Labour MPs who have all been lobbied for this decision. And, you know, that is just, yeah, that is, it's just one Labour MP and he's gone, I think we should ban Hasan Piker. He's a scary guy. And Keir Starmer has gone, and it's happened, right? You know? He's a total loser. Look at these three. Not one of them lost their virginity before the age of 25. I'm not a mad fan about talking about people's virginity in that way, right? I do understand what you're saying, but like, I would encourage you to, you know, there's nothing wrong with like not fucking people. Do you know what I mean? Or like whatever. I understand these are fash and shit like that, but yeah. Not a great fan of the virginity comments. They use jealousy and bitterness, which sums up most of the lunatics of the far right. Yeah, that second bit is totally fine. They're all just losers. They're all just fucking losers. 1000%. Yeah. That meat brings me so much joy. Yeah, good. Statistically, right-wing men are more than happy to pressure women and girls they date onto their own timeline anyway. Yeah. It's so true. They went to the Delaney detention center that Hasan was protesting the other day. They could have literally bumped into him. Wait, who's that? Wait, fucking GB News? Wait, what? How did I miss that? What the fuck? I'm not going back to look at that. You saw a GB News video where they were talking about the delay. They wouldn't have gone. They would have just been looking at footage online. They definitely wouldn't have had a correspondent at the Delaney News thing at all. There's no fucking way.
Well, Malley has those opinions or thinks like that because he's on the stage with someone.
Listen, Mandani's been associated with a lot of people who I disagree with. But look, you have a candidate running for the U.S. Senate in Michigan who's doubling down and supporting campaigning with this individual. Okay. The Democrat Party needs a lot.
That's Abdel Al-Fayed or whatever his name is.
Celebrating October the 7th.
Exactly the point.
By the way, Sunday, Israel Day March in New York City. I'll be there with my GB News cameraman. It's a big march.
What do you mean Mamdani celebrated October the 7th? They're just getting all like mishmashed with their like brown guys who said things, right? Like that's what it is. Like I don't think Mamdani has ever been accused of celebrating, like they're thinking of Mothin Ali, right? They're thinking of Mothin Ali. Mothin Ali is the brown guy in this country who is a politician that celebrated October the 7th in these guys' eyes, right? Obviously, he didn't celebrate it in any, like, stretch of the fucking imagination whatsoever, but that's the line that they use against him. Crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff. Hey, all the best luck to your HBB. I hope you get it. I hope you get it. Solidarity and love.
March is a big celebration of Israel once a year, I think.
Abdul Al-Sayed. Thank you, Hippie Marshmallow,
New York City mayor not to attend the Israel Day celebration in the history of New York City, so... What does that say? Let's get the thoughts of Christo Fufas in London. Christo, hello. Would you let this...
Christo what? Christo Fufas?
Let's get the thoughts of Christo Fufas in London. Christo, hello. Would you let
Christo
this
Fufas.
Specimen into our great nation?
No, absolutely not. I wouldn't, because I think that there's a couple of reasons. I think...
Posh British people will have the most insane names, man.
That a state, if there is a danger...
Literally 3 clones and a different guy. Yeah, it sounded like he said Christo-fascist. This is crazy, man. Nah, yeah, it's all good, Leezy Cabe. I knew that there was no venom behind it, right? What is happening, bro? Timu Seth Rogen? Timu Seth Rogen with the Jeffrey Dahmer glasses.
Violence being whipped up by someone, incited by...
Giving me mad pedo vibes. I'm just going to come out and say it, like mad pedo vibes. It's the glasses, man. Like, what are you doing? I think it's crazy that people are trying to bring back like Jeffrey Dahmer glasses. Like, I'm not being funny, but they've kind of been sullied. Like, they've been, you know, cursed.
Someone, they have the right to deny people to come in, but also it's about consistency. And, you know, I think that you either allow absolutely everyone in and you say we have...
Bit like the Tash, yeah. The Tash as well.
And we allow everyone with controversial views.
You can't bring the Hitler Tash back. You can't.
And we say that there is a blanket ban on people who are going to incite violence. You rightly pointed out...
Chat, does anyone memory hold that? Does anyone memory hold this? I'm about to remind you. This was one of the greatest times. This is one of the times of all time. How do you not remember? Were you not in the stream? I was covering this on the stream when it happened. Hey Neon Death, why are the Brits upset with or at Hasan? We're not upset with him. The government is just like, no, he's too based for the UK, which is ridiculous because he's like not even, you know, he's certainly not as left wing as he could be. He just is pro-Palestine, you know? That's all it is. He's just pro-Palestine and you're not allowed to be pro-Palestine. It's a Labour Friends of Israel lobbying group thing. That's what it is. You thought I was going to bring that up? Yeah, exactly, yeah. That was so good. What a great time. One of the times of all time. Basically, if you don't know what that was Alex Jones one day for some reason decided to like shave all of his hair and shave his beard and left himself with a fucking Hitler mustache. And he was just there being like, I'm being called Hitler all the time, so I might as well just own it. Or some shit. I can't remember what it was. It was just rotted. It was some rotted shit.
Then the Unite the Kingdom rally, the Kanye West ban as well. This government has got form for...
Former InfoWars owner.
I do think governments have the right to ban people if they want to, but they've got to be consistent, otherwise it's two-tier and it looks ridiculous if they don't.
The crazy thing is they're not saying anything about it now, right? They're not saying anything about it at all. When he has been banned. I'm sorry, but this guy's face is sending me so west. What the fuck is going... Bro, what is happening, man? What is going... You look like a cartoon character. What is happening, bro? Fucking Mr. Bean on crack. Cracked out Mr. Bean. What the fuck is going on?
I think the bar should be quite high, and I think his comments on landlords are probably the worst. He's like,
going more insane, doing more insane faces.
Murder them in cold blood in the street. I mean, yeah, you're not
I am a
welcome in the
landlord.
country.
I am...
Bro, that's insane. That's absolutely insane. I am a landlord. I am a landlord. I am a landlord. Just so you know, I am a landlord. I am a British landlord. Yes. Don't joke about it. Don't joke about Fed posting. Stop it. I know I just did a Chairman Mao thing. That did not mean that I was implying that landlords should be killed like Chairman Mao did. It is just that Mao was anti-landlord. Yeah? Do as I say, not as I do. No Fed posting, please. Landlords shouldn't be killed. Yeah? Just because they're landlords. Should they be put in a re-education camp, though? Should they be put in a re-education camp? That's the question. I think that's fine and legal to say, personally. That's just a political opinion that I have, that I think should happen. You know, Mao probably felt good when he did all that because he was an evil sicko. Exactly, so I couldn't say it any better myself.
I own a number of properties, and I want to keep them empty as a result of what he said. It's irritated me so much.
Oh, okay. So what you're saying is you want to punish the working class even more for someone daring to joke about landlords receiving a punishment for punishing the working class. That's going to work, isn't it? That's going to work. That's going to make everybody like you.
He's coming off, it's just so ridiculous. What a stupid thing to say. I want to actually ban him as well for a total lack of intelligence. I don't want there being a danger of him.
No, you're a little scared little worm. That's what it is. It's nothing to do with a lack of intelligence. You're a landlord and you're scared and you don't know where you'll hide when the revolution comes. That's the reality of that, my friend. That's what that is.
He's just a silly the gene pool here.
I don't want him in danger of being in the gene pool here. They're scared he's gonna fuck every British woman. That's so true, actually. That's a valid fear to have, actually, about Hasan. That's, say what you want. Say what you want. But he's a good-looking guy. They're like, he could fuck every woman. He could do it. And then that would be Hasan babies everywhere. The gene pool shit is outright Nazi philosophy. Yeah, exactly. And it's always related to, like, that he's thinking about, like, this, like, cook fantasy that Nazis have. It's always like they think about black people, like, having sex and, like, cooking them with their wives and shit. You know what I mean? It's like, it's all related to that stuff.
He's just a thick, dense Marxist. Old as Dust has said on your Say Hi, Ben, Lucy Connolly went to jail far less than what Hasan Piker said. He should never be able.
No, that's not true. That's not true. Lucy Connolly said insanely fucking evil things. Insanely horrible, evil things, where she was like, they should all be killed. Meaning migrants, get rid of them, they make me sick, oh my god, absolutely disgusting, yada yada yada. No, sorry, she said far worse things than that. I'm being so real. This guy saw Samuel Leeds getting sued for causing someone's death on How to Be a Landlord course and then kicked an employee out of his house because he supported the Green Party and said, I want to be like him.
Into the UK. Let's get the
guy on the right is thinking about how thick and dense he is. Oh, yes. Hasan penis. Yes. Yummy, yummy Hasan penis. Yes. That's what I like. I'm thinking about Hasan Piker's yummy penis. He's doing the bear smile. Oh my god.
Louise Mensch. Hello Louise, good to see you again on the Late Show Live.
What is he even doing? He's thinking about Hasan Piker's yummy penis. That's what he's doing.
What do you make of this guy, Hasan Piker? He's from your neck.
Who's this?
In New York, or am I mistaken?
What do you mean? They don't know anything about this guy.
Oh, you can't blame us for Hasan Piker. Sorry, we're not having that.
You're British! What are you talking about? You're British! This is a British woman! What the fuck are you talking about? She's from your neck of the woods. She's British! She's British! She's a gammon! What's going on? What is going on? That's the face white folks make when you cross the street by them. Yeah. That one. He smiles like Farage. What is this? He's got big Farage vibes, hasn't he? This guy. Do you think this is just like Nigel Farage's kid? As Nigel Farage... Oh, Nigel Farage has had sex. That's gross to think about. Gross to think about. He's got 4 children. And he is like 60 years old or whatever. Could have gone my whole life without thinking about that. I wonder how many of his kids hate him. There's got to be at least one. Yeah, I reckon so. Okay.
Serious problems with
Can't find out. Can't find out, chat.
So far, it could just be that he denied mass rapes happened on October the 7th because he is very stupid. But in fact, he did worse. He said, even if there were mass rapes, I don't care. It doesn't change my opinion even this much. He then said that accounts on Twitter X that fight anti-Semitism.
This just feels fake. That just feels so fake. He looks like, what's his face? Oh, he looks like, what's his face? What's that actor's name? He's like in The Mummy, I think. No, he's not. He's in King Kong. The King Kong, oh my God. The King Kong Peter Jackson adaptation. Fucking hell, what's his name? That actor. Got mad, that guy's vibes. Adrian Brody, yes! Adrian Brody. Thank you, Alejandro. Hello. That's the face of someone who finally used the big boy potty and graduated from diapers. Yeah, he's kind of like a mix between Hugh Grant and Adrian Brody, innit? You know what I mean? He's like that. Samuel Farage. Motherfucker's called Samuel Farage. That's a crazy name,
having
bro.
quote-unquote
Crazy
rape
name.
fantasies, that this was the fantasy of Israeli women to have this done to them. As far as his appearance in the UK, look, Hamas is a terrorist organisation. It is prescribed in the UK.
That's not his son. This one is not his son. There's no way. There's no fucking way. She was way behind his back for that one. Valerie Valkyrie, thank you so much for the £3. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Appreciate you. Thank you very, very much. The eyes are the same? No. No. Rongo bongo, buddy. She was way behind his back for that one. That's what that was.
Okay, expressing support for
Don't blame her, to be honest.
a criminal offence in the United Kingdom, sentences up to 14 years. So
Bit of practice. Bit of practice.
Shabana Mahmood saying no thank you to these grifters, these hard right grifters coming in from Germany for Unite the Kingdom.
Did she just say Shabana Mahmood?
Mahmood saying no thank you to
Mahmood.
these hard right grifters coming in from Germany for Unite the Kingdom, and therefore it's
The Postmans. Yeah, we say that here as well, yeah.
about free speech. I would say let's reframe it and say it's actually controlling our borders. We don't have to let these chances in, and we shouldn't.
No, and I suppose the USA does the same thing as well. They'll say,
who is this person? What do you...
If you are here on a visa or a student visa and you're at a university and you're banging on about, I don't know, Jew hatred or October the 7th stuff, which Hasan Piker talks about, Marco Rubio will say, well, no, you can go, you're deported. So, yeah, protecting your borders, free speech, I get it. If the Home Office doesn't act...
This guy used to work for The Sun, unsurprising.
...enforce the same treatment on Hasan Piker as it did the right-wingers... they're going to be in a bit of a sticky situation, aren't they, Louise?
Yeah, I think, look, Keir Starmer came
No, they're not.
to government from the CPS. If he can't really enforce the law as it stands, and if he's going to be this partisan and this biased, it's actually shocking, even if Hasan Piker is banned, which he should be, that it hasn't happened yet. Because it screams double standards to everybody in Britain. It screams that if you're on the right, you can't say...
This is one of his daughters. This is a crazy picture just in general, man. That's just so crazy. Like, look at him here. He, like, actually looks like a Muppet. This is when he was on I'm a Celebrity. He could be on Canal Street wearing this, actually, and I wouldn't look twice. Hey, Susie. Sorry, I just got here. I'm wondering why it matters to the UK that Hasan said that the US deserved 9/11. Because it's the special relationship. You gotta remember. That looks photoshopped. Yeah. It's so weird. Oh my god, chat. Oh my god. Why is this? It's because it's Pride. I wouldn't have even thought about this. I wouldn't have even thought about this if it wasn't fucking Pride. But this is like it's my favorite fucking Pride film. I watch it every fucking year. Right. Where is it? I need like the right picture of him. Oh, fucking hell. Where is it, man? Oh my god, there it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. He looks like Hugo Weaving's character in Priscilla when he's not wearing drag. I can't be doing with it. It's so weird. It's so weird. Oh, what the fuck? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. I'm nailing it with who people look like today. What's going on there? Has something happened? Like, my pattern recognition is just like on fire. Like, I don't understand. I don't understand what's happening. I'm this old. How are you doing? The Home Office is an analog for what agency in America? It's like the Department of Homeland Security. And ICE, like, mixed together. Yeah?
Negative about one group of people.
Normally you don't know who anyone is. Did you hit your head over the weekend?
Like about anybody. I mean,
I got some kind of head over the weekend. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm fucking saying? You know what I'm fucking saying? Fucking... My dick sucked clean off. Anyway, let's crack on with this.
Cracker isn't a bad word, and that anybody should be allowed to use it because you.
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? This is crazy. This is crazy, man. This is crazy. This is so crazy. They don't talk about shit like this. I know that they don't talk about how cracker is an evil word and it's anti-white racism. What the fuck is happening, man?
Commit racism against white people.
You can't! You can't! Oh, yes, this is so good. The rot is accelerating so much. Is cracker a thing in the UK? No. That's what I'm saying. This is just too yankified. It's just, wait, if someone called you a cracker, you'd know what it was, right? You'd know what it meant, innit? And if you, if someone called you a honky or something like that, you'd know what it meant. But there just isn't really that level of culture or whatever. Do you know what I mean? In the UK against that. I mean, there might be like in the black community, there might be like a word. I don't know. Island of White Devils, yeah. I've never heard a word that it describes white people, and I've knocked around with, you know, people of all races, you know, for a long time in this city and in this country, and I don't know. I've never heard one of them say cracker, that's for sure, in that way. Do you know what I mean? But like, they'd probably say your crackers as in like mental, basically. Like that's what it means. Yeah, crackers is like you're a crackpot, you're crazy. The British slur for white people is digestives. Yeah.
What this guy said, but chief amongst them is the fact that he loves Russia.
I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Like, we got some racialized Brits in the chat. Like, I could be totally wrong. Like, sound off. Do you know what I mean? Like, say it in the chat. Like, this is you know, education moment for me, maybe. You know what I'm saying?
Mao Zedong, because he was one of the great leaders of all time. Well, that guy killed 40 million people.
Digest this, Jesus fucking Christ, y'all are weird. What do you mean? What do you mean y'all are weird? Digestive biscuits are great. He does not love Putin. It is crazy that they're saying he loves Putin. Wait, is he saying that she loves... Wait, what?
Great leaders of all time. Well, that guy killed 40 million people.
Wait, what do you mean great leaders of all time?
He loves China. He loves every authoritarian regime there is. He actually said he...
Thank you so much, RTP Talks, for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome in. Thank you very much. Everybody, please go show some love to RTP Talks, another awesome leftist streamer from the USA. I hope you had a good stream, my friend. Welcome in, everybody, if you're coming in from RTP stream. My name is djmuel. I'm a leftist political streamer from the UK. I look at the news, and I look at geopolitics, and I analyze it from an anti-imperialist and a communist perspective. We are currently, of course, looking at the Hasan ban in the UK, because obviously it pertains to the country that I live in. And can I offer some insight as to why this has happened? No more than probably what you already think, which is that Israel lobbied against having Hasan Piker be in the country, and that is essentially it, right? So yeah, welcome in, everybody. Welcome in people from RTP stream. Welcome in, I think, RG's mum. Welcome in. And anyone else from RTP's stream. I hope you had a great time over there. You all as a country collectively have such a hard time shitting, you need to make a cookie to help you shit. You motherfuckers eat spray cheese and hot dogs. That's crazy. And yous don't need a biscuit to help you shit? I'm Romani, I don't eat like that. Win. W. W actually. But why, if your country had to come up with without poop biscuit, collectively had to come up with a poop biscuit, it didn't go down like that. It didn't go down like that, Adric, at all. McVitie's started making a biscuit. That's what happened. It's a product, right? You know what I mean? That's what it is. Digestives are the superior base for a cheesecake. This is also true. They're made with oats, so they're called digestives because it is good for digesting, but that isn't the point. Yeah. Yeah. Digestives are just nice. They're just nice biscuits. You should try them. Eat fiber and drink water. I think that you're like really reducing the idea of like why digestives exist. Like it's not like that. Like we don't all have like a special packet of digestives there to just like eat. if we're having like digestive problems. We do have Rennies in it, you know what I mean? We do have Rennies. We do have Buscopan. We do have what's the other one? Martin's seltzer, shit like that. We got all that stuff as well. They're just biscuits. They're just literally biscuits to enjoy with a cup of tea. I don't know what the fuck y'all do over there, and I'm not coming. Y'all are wild. You don't have to go anywhere. Okay, let's carry on with this.
Because he was one of the great leaders of all time. Well, that guy killed 40 million people. And if
he would never criticize Mount.
Loves China, he loves every authoritarian regime there is. He actually said he would never criticize Mao Zedong because he was one of the great leaders.
Mao Zedong. I thought that the subtitles were doing her dirty. But she did actually say Mount Zedong. She tried to say Mao Zedong or Zedong, right? And she said Mount Zedong. It used to be spelled Zedong. Yeah, but like she didn't even try and say it like that. She just went Mount Zedong. Mount Zedong. This is crazy, man. He killed 40 million people as well. That's fucking great.
All time. Well, that guy killed 40 million people. And if Shabana Mahmood can't get a grip and stop this guy from coming into our country, then really she needs to resign and give the job over to somebody who will do it.
Wow. Bombshell there, Louise. I think I agree with you. Actually...
Bombshell! Bombshell!
Not bombshell. It's not that controversial, is it? The guy's
no, it isn't! You literally talk about this all the time, you fucking idiots!
Absolute wrong-un, so yeah, protect your borders.
The guy's an absolute wrong-un. Oh my god, bro.
Former Tory MP
protect your borders. Former Tory MP Louise Bench. Okay, so that's who she is. But she's in New York? What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck is any of this? Anyway, this is all dog shit. It's all rubbish. Anyway, should we have a look at who else is coming to the UK? Yeah? Should we look at who else is coming to the UK? Who Keir Starmer has decided to not ban. Yes, that's right, Michael Knowles. I was already looking forward to debating at the Oxford Union this week, but now I'm positively delighted. Oh. Here is Michael Knowles praising fascist dictator Franco. Let's have a little look at this.
Mussolini was a pretty bad guy. He wasn't the worst guy in the world. He wasn't Hitler, certainly.
Right, but he did tell Hitler where all the minorities were in Spain, and he like deported a bunch of minorities from Spain to Germany to be killed in the camps, including Jews. So he did do that, Michael Knowles, and yet you're allowed in the country because anti-Semitism is in fact not protecting Jewish people. It's about, well, sorry, anti-Semitism obviously isn't protecting Jewish people. Anti-Semitism in the eyes of the state is not when you know, have a go at Jewish people or you discriminate against Jewish people. It's when you say that Israel can't kill as many children as it likes. That's what it is. It is not, in fact, like, this is what has happened, chat. Like, we have to really be serious about this, yeah? We have to be genuinely serious about this and like, say it how it is. The state is changing the definition of anti-Semitism, like, in real time. In real time. It no longer means anything about discriminating against Jews. I can guarantee that if someone actually had a go at someone just for being Jewish and nothing to do with Israel, it just wouldn't make the fucking news, right? It wouldn't make the news. It wouldn't get reported. It wouldn't get taken seriously. As soon as it involves like a pro-Palestinian individual or someone who says something about Israel, it's done, right? It's there. It's everywhere. Do you know what I mean? Well, they might twist it to be about Israel. What, you mean in the hypothetical scenario where I just said that if someone genuinely attacked a Jewish person who I didn't even say would be a Zionist, and you say that like just a Jewish person might just twist it to be about Israel. To be clear, in this scenario, I'm not talking about a Jewish person who is a Zionist who might twist it to be about Israel, right? Why did you say that, chatter? Why did you say, well, they might twist it to be about Israel? Why did you say that, chatter? I need you to respond. The news might twist the attack to have been about Israel. Okay, you're safe. That's not the point I'm making, though. What I'm saying is, I guarantee if actual anti-Semitism is reported in the fashion of calling the cops, right, is what I'm saying. The cops would ignore it. Unless there is some kind of pro-Palestinian element to it, right? Like, if someone is actually being harassed by a neo-Nazi who is, like, saying that they love Hitler and that they think that Hitler was right and all this kind of stuff, I guarantee that shit's not going to be, it's just not going to be talked about. It just isn't going to be talked about. And like, we're seeing this in real time. We are seeing this in real time. And it cannot be stressed enough that none of this is about Jewish people. It is not about Jewish people. It is all about Israel. And I said it the last time that there was this, massive shit in the news surrounding the attack in Golders Green, is that if Israel didn't exist, there would be none of this. Like, the state would not care about Jewish people. It would never talk about Jewish people's suffering. It would never do that unless it was forced to by a direct coalition of proletariat workers who fucking force the state to recognize that anti-Semitism exists, and, you know, also that other forms of discrimination exist, anti-black racism, Islamophobia, because that's the only way that you actually get the state to exist, that real discrimination that actually happens against, a certain social class exists, right? That is just it. It's fucking crazy. Like, and you can see it happening in real time. Like, this guy is talking about, yeah, actually Franco was like fine, bro. Like, Franco was safe. Franco was all right. Like, he wasn't Hitler. Like, you know, never mind the fact that, as I said, Franco sent Jewish people from Spain to Hitler to be murdered. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like, what the fuck?
It wasn't Stalin. It wasn't Lenin. But Mussolini was, let's say, at least a mixed bag, leaning on the side of bad. Not, he was a bad political leader. Franco was, broadly speaking, pretty good. Given the
broadly speaking, pretty good. Franco murdered like hundreds of thousands of Romani, right? Hundreds of thousands of Romani in Spain. Describing Mussolini as a mixed bag is insane, yeah.
Circumstances that he was in.
Franco used the Nazi Air Force to bomb Guernica. He says he's not a Nazi, yeah.
The communists threatening to take over the entire country. Franco was pretty good because Franco wasn't a fascist. Franco wasn't.
This can't be from his fucking video. This has got to be like a Tabernacle edit, man.
A Nazi. Franco was a conservative, Catholic kind of guy who held things together. And
that is absolutely mental. A kind of, you can see the cogs turning in his fucking, like, in his brain to try and be like, how can I Hey Gubernor, hey broke mamacita, yeah, describing him as a more palatable version of Hitler. He's just Hitler light, he's fine. No, I know that this is Michael at his truest form. I know this guy. Do you know what I mean? I know who he is. I know what kind of a creator he is. And, you know, I'm just trying to highlight, like, you know, this is a thing that he said. Franco was a hellish anti-Semite. You know, he hated Jewish people. It is so fucking insane, right? I genuinely can't tell if he's just a fucking moron or purposely gaslighting shit. Of course, easy explanation is both. Fascist propaganda is like that. That is what it is. This is just fascist propaganda. He is just like, it is time to make people experience false consciousness. It's the false consciousness that we were talking about earlier, right? Like, that is literally what theory means when it talks about false consciousness, right? So, you know, we understand as leftists, communists, you know, anarchists, whatever it is, class solidarity is about class consciousness. It's about recognizing your place in the social structure, the economic structure of the world. In capitalism, we're the working class. We don't have any rights because of that, right? You know, we can't change the system. We don't have any democracy. We don't have rights. And as you get more and more marginalized, it gets worse, right? The false consciousness element is like, we don't have any rights, and it gets worse and worse and worse for some people, but actually it's because reality is not real, and actually Franco wasn't really a bad guy, right? Like, he's doing false consciousness. He's like, this is the reality. And they're always trying to push the boundaries of it. You know what I mean? Like, they're always like, there is, you know, some of these guys will say what Michael Knowles is saying about Hitler, right? They'll be like, oh, Hitler was just like a conservative kind of, whatever. Like, that's the Nick J. Fuentes kind of level, right? Like, he, you know, the pipeline is basically like living in capitalism and, I don't know, being privileged, right? You start off from like a point of privilege. You might be white, a man, cisgender, heterosexual, right? And even though you're working class, you have that level of privilege, and so you like immediately start to veer towards, like, you know, false consciousness thinking, because it's in every kind of media. And then all of a sudden, like, you get older, you start to be like radicalized by politics. You're like, why is my life shit? Like, why do I not have any money? What is going on? And then, like, you know, you see like a couple starts to take notice of news articles, and those news articles are all saying it's because of the boats, it's because of migrants, it's because of all these and blah. And then you start to watch a guy, and then there's like a guy like fucking Joe Rogan just being like, whoa, that's crazy, just like platforming people and like pretending to be you, right? Pretending to be you, learning a thing. So you see yourself in Joe Rogan, because Joe Rogan just like invites these like insane radical fascists on his fucking show. At the whole time, they're like spreading this false consciousness nonsense. But to you, it's more palatable because you're just sat there being like Joe Rogan, going like, whoa, that's crazy. Is that true? Whoa, what the fuck? You know, all this kind of business. And then, you know, you might start to watch one of those fascists like Michael Knowles, right? And Michael Knowles is there going like, yeah, it's a sin to be homophobic. Yeah, it's a sin to be homosexual. That's why they said it in the Bible. Jesus was right, folks. And then you start becoming a God freak, you know? And then like the pipeline continues to someone like Nick J. Fuentes, and then all of a sudden you're a Proud Boy, right? And you're fucking like punching leftists in the street. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, this is the pipeline, and it's right here.
Liberalized over time too.
And this guy's allowed. This guy's allowed in the UK. This guy's allowed to go to the Oxford Union. This guy's allowed to go to the Oxford Union
as the circumstances permitted it. I don't know. I mean, even to you're saying it's crazy to compare the current party to Franco, but even to compare Franco to the other bad men of the 20th century, I think is a great exaggeration.
That's fucking mental, bro. That's fucking mental. Crazy. Fucking crazy. Mr. Straight as an Arrow, Michael Knowles, yeah. Oh, for God's sake. Is an average Proud Boy really worse than the average Democrat? I mean, for Americans, sure. For everyone else, not so much. I mean, yeah, in the grand scheme of things, I do understand what you're saying, Julio. Absolutely. But yeah, you know, you have to remember that like the majority of the people that are in my chat are not gonna, you know, immediately have that level of understanding. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, obviously, like when we're talking about a pipeline, I've described the pipeline in my chat, right? In ways that I hope would be conducive to explaining imperial periphery suffering at the hands of the imperial core, right? And I know that you're like pissed off with this news because this is Hasan stuff. It's like, you know, I know the way you feel about it, and I'm sorry about that. But like, yeah, we are going to move on to more geopolitics in a bit. I didn't mean to be annoying. Listen, it's all right. Do you know what I mean? I like you saying it because it is an opportunity. I'm not like trying to shut you down. I like you saying it because it's an opportunity for me to like, you know, edge people into that way of thinking. Do you know what I mean? To understand that like, yeah, supporting liberal bourgeois democracy in the imperial core is still actually bad. It's still actually bad. Whenever I think people say pipeline, I think of the internet series of tubes. It is a series of tubes. It is a series of tubes. Like, people watch Hasan and then they come to me and then they understand that there's more left things that you can do and be, and then they go to like Larry, like I was saying earlier. That's like the further along the pipeline.
The difference here is Mussolini was a pretty bad guy. He wasn't the worst guy in the world.
Hey, Morgana.
Certainly. He wasn't Stalin. It wasn't Lenin, but he...
Oh, we just watched this. Sorry. All right, what else do we got? So here is Ash Sarkar. She's talking about... I was supposed to chair the Hasan discussion at South by Southwest this week, who's been banned for entering the UK by Shabana Mahmood. First of all, South by Southwest must facilitate a way for Hasan and Cenk to contribute remotely, as bare minimum refusal to comply with government censorship. Secondly, it's abundantly clear that the UK government has put Israel at the heart of its policy making around free expression, whether it's prescribing Palestine action as a terrorist group, arresting hundreds of people for holding signs supporting it, or banning Cenk Uygur and Hasan Piker from the UK for speech acts of which would not be unlawful in this country. What we're witnessing is authoritarian turn motivated by Labour's fear of being called anti-Semitic. It's not really Labour's fear of being called anti-Semitic, it's more to do with the Israel lobby, but okay. And fear for being called out with their position on the genocidal war in Gaza. This Labour government doesn't give a shit about community cohesion. Every time they ban someone, whether they're from the left or the right, from entering the UK, they're creating resentment, suspicion, and blame. That is true. Because everyone can point out an example of something from the other side who has expressed things they find offensive, controversial, or hateful, and say that this is evidence of preferential treatment. So with Cenk and Hasan having their visas revoked, what are people going to do? They're going to look at things which are absolutely true. Example, those who served in the IDF who have been participants in or witnesses to war crimes can travel to the UK freely. Chat, this is a fact. There are 2,000 IDF soldiers who are in the UK, right? Who have served the IDF, who have committed genocidal acts in Israel, in Palestine, sorry, in Gaza. Hang on. I'm trying to get the Melpo cam. Sorry. Yeah. And they are like allowed in the UK. They're allowed to be in the UK, right? That's totally true. Or that the government argued for Maccabi Tel Aviv hooligans with their storied record of violence and racism to be allowed to come to Birmingham, right? And Maccabi Tel Aviv chat, what do they have? They have a song, they have a chant that they sing, which is literally called the rape song. Yeah? Where they talk about raping Arabs. They talk about raping Palestinians. Like, that is a football club that Birmingham, City Police, West Midlands Police tried to ban. And, the government went absolutely insane trying to say that this was evil and anti-Semitic. There's going to be a percentage of people who go way beyond seeing this as the result of UK foreign policy, political short-sightedness, pro-Israel lobbying, and pervasive racism against Arabs. They'll instead offer anti-Semitic explanations, blaming Jewish control of institutions. Again, this just increases actual fucking anti-Semitism, correct? What Keir Starmer's government is doing may as well be designed to create an anti-Semitic backlash in this country, putting Jewish people of all political beliefs squarely in the frame to absorb blame and hatred for things that this government has done. You don't foster community cohesion by having the government ban people from speaking. The role for the state is to set a reasonable bar, no incitement, no libel, slander, and let the people contest ideas between themselves. Yeah, I think we should ban fascists, but anyway, there you go. By the way, the latency is better than what it was. The setting swap did help. Chat, how, oh, Loki Humans is on 3 seconds. Anybody else want to tell me what their latency is? Yeah, Ash is a libertarian commie. Yeah, she's not as left as I'd like. Ash Sarkar, if she had like a YouTube channel, would be the British Hasan, I reckon. Morgana's on 7 seconds. Atomic says 4 seconds. That's nice. 2 seconds for B-Rat. Yo! Nearly twice as fast. Yeah. 1.8 for more Power of Gosda. That's crazy. 2.5, 5.5 for Nappers. That's great. Around 4. That's dope. Yeah, I love that, actually. That's so good. 4-ish seconds. That's what you want. That's what you want. All right. Good to know. Thank you for checking, chat. That's made me feel good. Feeling good about that. Okay, all right. So, yeah, there's Ash Sarkar's thread about that. Let's take a look at what Zach has said about this. This is a really grim decision alongside Cenk. People often talk about the dangerous road we go down under a reform government. This is another clear warning that we're down there already. A Labour government doing everything possible to silence criticism of the Israeli government.
Hello, my old chum.
Thank you for the follow. The Shabana Mahmood, we're told, will get a senior position in an Andy Burnham government. She needs to explain this strange and worrying decision, and Andy Burnham needs to make his view clear. Insane fucking top comment here because this guy is a fucking blue check wanker. Literally 2 likes. Pay self-loathing due. My god, dude. Okay, whatever, man. Whatever. What else have I got about this? Last year, Hasan spoke at the Oxford Union, highlighted the rise of anti-Semitism, fascism, and the dangerous conflation between criticism of Israel and all Jewish people. He was invited to speak again, but pro-Israel groups successfully persuaded the UK government to ban him from entering the country. Yeah, we know about that. This is Asawin Stanley. Now, again, you know, a senior British police chief was forced into an early retirement because he stopped these racists from going on a pogrom in Birmingham. He is, of course, referring to Asawin Stanley, a journalist from the Electronic Intifada, talking about Maccabi Tel Aviv. So this is in Stuttgart. Supporters of Maccabi Tel Aviv openly chanted in the streets in German, "You Arab whores, we will kill you, drink your blood, and rape your girls." Wow, that's crazy. Wow, that's so crazy. Chat, this must be a blood libel. It can't be true. And obviously, I can't speak German, so I can't translate. I have to trust that the translation is correct, but I have seen various German comrades say that that is in fact what they're saying. I love that they got beat up in Amsterdam or wherever it was. No, it is kind of funny that they got beat up in Amsterdam, yeah. That is kind of funny that that happened. Who's surprised? Not me. Alright, well, Hasan haters will be pleased to know that I am done with the Hasan news. So, there you go. It's done! Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. We got there in the end. Thank you very much. That's right. Thank you very much. Hey, Audrey Stardust. Oh, it's that thing. White people say brown people are guilty of doing all the time. The white people are just singing it for fun. Okay, cool. Okay, cool, cool. Okay, very cool and okay. Yep. Hey, Mama B. Thank you for the 3 consecutive watch streams. Ukraine colors find it kind of fitting as well. This is true. Hello, Scott Ward. I think there's someone else I missed in chat. Nellis D, welcome in. Good to see you. Okay, so now we are going to be talking about Iran. Before I get into it, I want to remind everybody that this is my full-time job. Chat, please consider tipping. Please consider giving me money. Donating directly via the tip link that is in the chat right now. The streamlabs.com/djmuel/tip. If you like what you're watching, if you've laughed, if you've had fun, learned something, please consider donating to my PayPal. Help me pay my bills, pay my rent, eat, take myself out, yada, yada. If you can't afford to do that, don't worry at all. You can retweet and repost the Go Live tweet or post on the Blue Sky or on the Twitter, whatever you want. Or you could go to my socials, like a bunch of things, share them, leave comments on my YouTube channels, which are also there in the chat. And of course, don't forget to go to, Red Planet. Go to the various Red Planet links that are in there. Follow. Yeah. Get notifications on. Check out the live show that happens, every Sunday, if we can afford it. I won't be here for this Sunday because I will be at a family thing. But I think Tim and Soph might be there, but there could be no show this Sunday. I'm not sure. I think I remember Tim saying that he might not be able to make it. But if not, we'll be speaking to we'll be live the week after that, so please consider Red Planet. Anyway, there is the call to action. Chat, I'm going to run to the toilet real quick because I've been busting while I was going through that Hasan shite. Or in fact, actually, no, I could just go while I put this news on because I kind of know some of this stuff. Anyway, we're going to get into the Iran news. So, chat, it's absolutely fucking crazy right now that Iran is actually using its newfound power on the geopolitical stage to leverage the imperial core countries to do some things, to maybe try and rein in Israel. It remains true that Iran is simply the most pro-Palestinian country in the world. They are fucking, aside from Yemen and Lebanon, they are in fact doing a whole bunch of stuff to support Palestine and Lebanon at this moment in time. But we're going to get into that in a bit. This is a report from Channel 4 about the so-called Iran deal, which of course we all know is complete bollocks. We will of course be starting this segment with something that we always take a look at when we're looking at Iran news or Swana news, and that is of course the price of oil. And you will notice that something very funny has in fact happened. Oh wow, what's that? It's bounced back up to $92 a barrel. Now where was it, chat? Where was it in fact? It seemed like things were going fairly well for oil prices in terms of if you want things to go well for oil prices, in terms of you want the price to go down so that you can buy more of it, so that people in your country don't have to pay more of it and they don't end up rioting or I don't know, doing some crazy shit because they can't afford food or fertilizer and things can't be grown, etc., etc. Right? You get what I'm getting at. So in terms of the oil price, it was at a low of $87, which again is not really low in the grand scheme of things. If we go back to the 6 month period, you can in fact see here You know, it was as low as $57 a barrel at one point, $55 a barrel. $87 is nothing to be proud of. So, you know, if we see here, we're back up at 92. It did, in fact, hit a high, recent contemporary high of $94 to the barrel. This is just general crude oil price, by the way. All the different types of oil, like Arab, you know, what do you call it? There's the, oh, fucking hell, something brands. It's the name of the oil states. Someone in chat will get it before I get it. Fucking hell. OPEC blends. Thank you very much. OPEC blends. Yes. So yeah, you got that there. The Gulf, you know, the Gulf blends, all that kind of business. Exxon put out a release that their oil reserves run low in the next month. Oh my god, fuck. That's crazy. So there you go. All those kinds of blends, all those kinds of countries' oil are not really represented in this shit. So this is just like a general sort of like price of oil that is being affected by the lack of transit through the Strait of Hormuz. So that is what is happening right there. That's where we are up to. So let's take a look at this Channel 4 news report where they are talking about Trump making the final call on Iran while Israel takes more of Gaza. We are going to take a little listen to this and we'll get you all up to speed. I'm going to run to the toilet and get some more water and I will be back. But yeah. I'll leave you with this. All these years to stockpile and all these nations and companies have such small reserves. It's nuts. Yeah, I mean, it's indicative of neoliberal planning, right? Like, there is no planning. It's just like, okay, we plan to the next quarter and that's it. They don't actually think about, you know, about any of it. Here's a Fortune article about the decrease in oil reserves. Oil bosses warn let's have a look at this. Oil bosses warn prices will soar in a matter of weeks as inventories near unprecedented lows. I mean, really, really low levels. Yeah, this is how you know things are good. This is how you know things are good. This is a great headline. A quote from an oil boss saying, I mean, really, really low levels. You've got to laugh, chat. Like, it is just hilarious. Like, this is how much capitalism just does not work. You know, when fascists and right-wingers are all the time saying to us things like communism just doesn't work, right? Look at your capitalism, dog. Your capitalism doesn't work. One major disaster in one region fucking thousands of miles away, and all of a sudden you can't fucking do anything about it, bro. The supply chain shock is still coming even if the strait opened up in an hour. Exactly. It is completely ridiculous. And I didn't click on it earlier, but by any means necessary was saying earlier in the chat. I think, was it earlier in the chat or was it like yesterday or something? I can't remember. Or maybe like a couple of days ago. Oh, yeah. You put it in earlier. I don't know why it's not showing up in... Oh, for fuck's sake. I don't know why it's not showing up on oh god, where did that fucking go, bro? I don't know why it's not showing up on Chatterino, but basically, like, yeah, supermarkets hit back over pressure to cap price of milk, bread and eggs. That's cool. Government ministers are pressing supermarkets on cutting costs for shoppers, but will not force them to cap prices on essentials such as eggs, bread, and milk. So, you know, this is a misleading headline as well. They're saying supermarkets hit back. It's like, no, the government is just weak as fuck and they're not doing anything. They're just weak as fuck and they can't be bothered to actually, like, do state shit. This is like, look at my fucking neoliberalism, bro. Look at my country. Look at what neoliberalism has done to my country, man. Even the state that can exercise overwhelming state power is just like, what if we upset the supermarkets? What if we upset the supermarkets? Oh, no. We're just going to have to do more crackdowns. We're just going to have to build more prisons. Insane. America would never think about capping prices on anything. I don't think I've ever heard of that. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, this is the thing, right? Supermarkets behave entirely logically in accordance with their interests. Of course they do. Yeah. I love living through multiple once-in-a-lifetime crises. It's so good.
Well, Krishnan, here we are again. Maybe a deal, maybe not a deal. There was some sense
this is
that
already
progress
great.
was
I already
being
love
made,
that.
Given Donald Trump said he was holding this meeting in the Situation Room. But in the last few minutes, we've had two separate Truth Social postings from him, which would suggest he is now out of that room, and those Truth Socials did not mention Iran, suggesting he has moved on from that. We also don't know who was in the room with him. Certainly his Secretary of State and National Security Advisor Marco Rubio spent the morning at the State Department with his Pakistani counterpart. Pakistan, of course, a key intermediary in the diplomatic efforts to solve this conflict. And then the man in charge of the military operation in the Middle East, Pete Hegseth, the self-styled Secretary of War, well, he's thousands of miles away with US troops in Asia. So it's unclear who he was discussing this with. He did lay out his demands, once again, demands we've seen before on his Truth Social before entering the Situation Room, saying Iran must agree to never have a nuclear weapon. It must immediately reopen the Strait of Hormuz, remove any mines underwater that are there. And when it comes to the enriched uranium it has, the US would go in and take that, and the US would destroy it. Also, Donald Trump saying that Iran would not see any economic relief as yet. Almost immediately, that was rebutted by the Iranians, who say that no agreement has been finalized. They say any memorandum of understanding would involve $12 billion of their frozen assets being unfrozen and immediately given back to Iran. There is no provision for the US to take that enriched uranium and destroy it. And also, when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, they say that they will continue to monitor ships there and security measures, which is very different from Donald Trump talking about unrestricted traffic there. So once again, it feels like the same sticking points remain. And despite the suggestion that a high-level meeting has taken place in the Situation Room, if you look at the two things that he's just put on his Truth Social, they're endorsing candidates in House races for Congress. They are not talking about the situation in the Middle East.
Kay Fisher. Well, joining me now is Ali Vyers, the Iran project director at the International Crisis Group, who was involved in the negotiations that led to the 2015 Iran nuclear deal. How do you square these vast differences between what Trump says the deal is and what the Iranians say it is?
It's good to be with you. I think they're totally normal. This battle of narratives happens all the time. It's not a new thing. Both sides are trying to claim victory here. And I think we should take every claim with a truckload of salt.
Who's this twink?
The reality is really somewhere in between. But I do believe that we're closer than ever to finalizing this
Marco Rubio.
understanding.
Why do you think that? Because we've sort of been in this position for a while. Trump keeps saying...
Is it really loud? Sorry about that, chat.
He's about to sign a deal and then doesn't. Why does there seem to be this consensus now that we are nearly there?
Well, there are two key reasons. One is that if you look at the amount of work that has gone through trying to bridge the remaining gaps, especially by the mediators, Pakistan is in the lead, but behind the scenes, there's also Turkey, Egypt, and Saudi Arabia, as well as Qatar. They've done a lot of work to bring the two sides to the
He's in
finish
Geneva.
line.
I know he's in Geneva.
So that's number one. And number two is that there is now, I think, no illusion about the fact that the alternative to this agreement ranges from unpalatable to outright ugly for both sides. This was really a lose-lose dynamic, and its continuation is not going to put either party in a better position. And that's why I do believe that we are close to finalizing this deal. But also, let me be quite clear and temper expectations about what this deal is. It is just a one-page superficial agreement that doesn't really resolve anything other than consolidating the ceasefire and reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
The Fars news agency, which is sort of semi-official, isn't it, in Iran, has got an explanation, which is that Trump is going to claim that even though the memorandum of understanding doesn't have in it the things that he is claiming in his Truth Social, he's going to say, yeah, but they've agreed to do that verbally. Things like allowing the Americans in to help extract the uranium and then have it destroyed. Does that sound plausible?
Look, to my understanding, the MOU will include headlines of some of the things that will happen in a final agreement on the nuclear issue. It would not have any technical details, any implementation plans, but it would say that Iran would dispose of its stockpile of highly enriched uranium. It would probably also say that Iran would accept restrictions or suspension of its uranium enrichment program for a period of time without really specifying exactly how long or what would be the mechanism. Or it would say that Iran would allow the IAEA, the UN nuclear watchdog, back in without, again, explaining how that is going to happen. Same applies to sanctions relief. And this is why, as I said, this is just really scratching the surface, and you would need to have a lot of very difficult negotiations to follow if the two sides are to reach a sustainable and comprehensive agreement.
I mean, if this is the deal, what's America actually achieved?
Not much. We're really back to where we were right before Operation Epic Fury, with the Strait of Hormuz open and the nuclear issues almost unresolved.
Sorry, chat. I was arguing with someone on Twitter. What just happened? I didn't pay attention to any of that. I'm having like a little break without saying it. I'm just not really listening. What's going on? Is it rude for me to not be listening? Is this guy a reliable actor? I don't know anything about him.
And an economic...
I asked everybody at the start, who's this twink, and no one answered, so I just got bored and started looking at Twitter.
Chaos in the bargain for the whole world.
Of course, and a very high cost for the United States as well.
This is what you pay for, chat. I'm gonna be real, I zoned out. Everyone's doing the same.
Munition stockpiles.
Chat, I'm really warm. I can't have these I can't have these lights on this week. For a second, I thought you were gonna say I started looking for twink. I don't need to look for them. I don't need to be looking for that.
13 American lives, and did cost.
I'm trying to work on my homework. That's good. Good for you.
In addition to its reduced credibility throughout the world.
Ali Vice, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Now, while the world waits to see if this peace can be found, last year's ceasefire deal in Gaza is further unraveling after Benjamin Netanyahu...
I also got distracted and found out that there are charts available for the twink bear identification. Put them in the chat. Put them in the chat immediately. You have to put them in the chat. Have you tried putting frozen vegetables wrapped in a towel on the back of your neck? It'll cool you off. Yeah, I'm not that hot, actually. Like, today I'm not that hot, but I'm, like, uncomfortably hot, right? I'm just... It's a bit uncomfortable, essentially. Do you know what I mean? I'm just being a moaner. This is Krishnan Gurumurthy,
who declared he would expand Israeli control to 70% of the territory. Hamas called it ethnic cleansing, while the spokesperson for the Board of Peace, that thing set up by Donald
Hey, Emmy Killer. Yeah, it's humid today. Yeah, it's humid here, even though it's been raining.
has said...
In fact, I think if I open my window, it'll probably be fine, and I might do that because there won't be people... It won't be like the fucking gaming stream on Saturday where like I open the window for 2 minutes and people were going, oh,
won't comment.
You know what I mean?
Jonathan Rugman reports.
Gaza was in flames again last night. Israeli airstrikes almost a daily occurrence here. After 7 months of a so-called ceasefire, this is not the full-scale war it was, but neither is it peace. The Israelis gave advance warning they would bomb here, so these Palestinians, using their phones as torches in the rubble, had time to evacuate first. But their homes...
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's fucking true at all.
...join thousands more in ruins. And Israel is still not letting Gaza rebuild. Its government's stated goal is to take more territory, which forces those who returned here during the ceasefire back to the tents they used as wartime shelter.
I can't believe that I returned to my house from a tent, and today we'll return to the tent again and stay there forever. But what if there's more displacement? Where will we put up the tent then?
A senior Hamas commander was taken for burial yesterday, his Kalashnikov lying on top of his body. Hamas has refused to disarm and it remains in charge here. but 5 children were also reported killed in this one Israeli attack, which left 20.
What the fuck is going on here? Oh, this is absolutely crazy. This one is honestly shit, but you go. Oh, this is fucking crazy. Okay, we are gonna just move away from it. Listen, it is Pride Month, so there is gonna be little distractions in the stream where we go through this, yeah? That's the sad reality of Pride Month, yeah? You all have to deal with this shit for a bit. Common gay body types. Twink. Twink is probably the most commonly referenced body type. I don't think that's true. A twink is a guy who's young or young-looking and also slim and somewhat effeminate. They're petite, have low body fat, and lack body hair. Twas are former twinks who gained weight or aged out of the type. I've never heard of that. Twas? Not twas. Twas. What do you mean? When this happens, some people call it twink death. Twunk. Absolute twas. Twunks are twinks that have a little more muscle mass, but not enough to be considered bulky. They're still slim and trim, but you can tell they hit the gym and get some lifting in too. They may seem like a twink before they take their shirt off. You can usually tell by looking at their arms, though. If they look like a twink, they got a good set of biceps. They're probably actually a twunk. A bear, this is the most close to my body type, 1000%. This is definitely the closest to my body type. A bear is a guy who's hairy, has a good amount of body fat, big bellies are common. They're usually older, around 40 plus, though younger people can be bears too. I think the 40 plus thing is a bit stupid. I don't think that's true. They almost always have beards and chest and body hair, making them fuzzy like a bear. Muscle bears are bears who have visible muscles, but probably not abs. Polar bears are older bears with white hair. A cub is a younger bear. They're someone who's chubby or thick, doesn't have as much hair. There's no real age threshold to be considered a cub, but they're typically under 40 years old, yeah. Jocks. Guys who have athletics build, played sports, wear things like tank tops and running shorts. They're out at high school. Probably played football, maybe lacrosse back in the day, maybe even a club or pickup team. Follow pro sports religiously. This is not true. That's not true. Hey, Bella's Free. How you doing? Welcome in. Haley Rerotting. This is not true. You don't have to be pro sports for to be a jock. You genuinely don't have to be pro sports to be a jock. You could just have a fetish for, you know what I mean, like people who wear sports stuff and be a jock. You know what I mean? Twink is probably the term that's made it the furthest outside of gay queer circles, so most use is probably true. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. A wolf? No. You see, this is where Soph is right. I am the most similar to this. Wolves are guys who are trim, fit, and muscled. I mean, I'm not, like, trim. And I'm not hugely muscled. They're gym rats and fitness enthusiasts. They almost always have abs. I do have, like, side abs. They're traditionally masculine and have some body hair, a beard, or even great. Is anything else? Otter. Otter exists as sort of in between space. They're hairy, but not as hairy as bears. They're lean, but not as skinny as twinks. See, I am as hairy as a bear. That's the thing. I am as hairy as a bear. Shirtless stream when? That's never gonna happen. People throw around twink wildly. It's also used as a slur and a derogatory way too. I've never heard anyone say use it in that way. I've also been called that because I'm disabled. Wait, what? I'm not a twink. I'm not even a fucking man. Yeah, no, that's horrible. Actually, I guess I'm a hairy otter. Yeah. The full image of them compared to shows the difference between someone is unbelievably marginal. Yeah, it really is. Saw some peeking out during the heat wave. Yeah, that's the most you're gonna get. Otters exist at a sort of between space. Hairy, not as hairy as bears. Lean, not might describe them as average. They also have smaller frames, but aren't petite. If nothing else, their otters aren't hairless. The hair is key, even if they don't have a lot of it. Fox. A fox is an otter that's over 40 years. This is crazy. What are you talking about? This is crazy. What are you talking about? A fox is an otter that's over 40 years old. Why? Why is it? Why? They're hairy, trim, and oh so svelte. Usually they got some grey or white in their hair. I do have that. And when you see him, you think something like, whoa, he looks great for his age. Though you shouldn't say that out loud. This is ridiculous. Bull. A bull is a masculine guy who's got huge muscles. We're talking creatine taking, protein pounding, bodybuilding. Crush a melon with their bicep guys. They're usually around 200, 300 pounds. It's all muscle. I think that these guys are just jocks. I've never really heard. But a bull is just a guy that, like, cooks your wife. Do you know what I mean? A bull is just a guy that cooks your wife. It's not like a kind of gay guy. Chubs, come on now, bro. What do you mean, chubs? Chubs are larger. This isn't real. This isn't real. Chubs are larger men who, for one reason or other, don't quite fit into the bear category. This is usually because they're not quite so hairy. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Or because they identify their personality with being chubby or fat and take pride in it. Sure, but I've never heard anyone call himself a chub. Maybe more so than a bear. A super chub is a very large man. Keep in mind this is one of those words that is okay for chubs themselves to use. It's not really okay for other people to use unless a chub says you can't. They made this one up. Brother, what the fuck is this? Fawns, porpoises or seals, walruses or manatees, gym bunnies, gym rat. Insane. This is daft. What the fuck are you talking about? The options we've gone over are the most common body types. Many people in the gay community fall into one of them. However, this isn't the case for everybody. There's no one-size-fits-all system. There isn't a common word for everybody type out there. After all, everyone's different. If you don't seem to fit into one of these categories, that's okay. That said, here are a few lesser known and less used terms for some body types that you might fit into. Fawns are guys with hairy legs but less hair up top. Porpoises or seals are guys who are chubby and don't have much hair. So, like, that's what you said that this guy was. What do you mean? Oh, yeah. I mean, to be fair, I just got linked this, innit? Do you know what I mean? I just got... And Spooky also said that this was, like, bad. This was bad. Which gay male body type are you? I haven't been helped to find out. I haven't been helped to find out, actually. Finding out what type you are. Bro, what is this image? What is this image? This truly is Pride Month. This is how you know it's Pride Month. I'm saving this. That's so good, man. That's so good. That's getting saved. Consider your personality and lifestyle to find your other gay type. Gay personality types. What do you mean? Circuit gays, pups, drag queens, mask. That's so funny. I was wondering what this one was going to be, but they're just like, this guy's just masculine. Okay. Femme, leather, geek. That's nothing to do with being whatever, man. Like, what's the most attractive gay male body type? This is so insane. Do you have to be gay to have a gay body type? Now we're asking the real questions. Now we're asking the real questions. Sure, you could be straight, chubby, and hairy, and someone might call you a bear. No one's gonna come after you for that. But if you're a straight person who calls yourself a twink or a bear, gay people will think you're one of us. That's true. How can I... How can I attract twinks and femboy? Oh, this is so good, dude. This is so good. Now it's Pride Month. Now it's Pride Month. You should be sweet, avoid using rude or discriminatory, and mostly important, It didn't even finish that sentence. Treat them with respect as individuals. That is, I would say that's helpful. This is just general. This is just normal advice. The bar is really low. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that is so good, dude. Oh, that was quality. Community Q&A. How can I attract... This has to be a joke. This has to be a joke, man. That is so good. That's advice that's out of reach for the majority of the US dating pool. Yeah, it's true. Also the UK. It's just men, right? It's just men. Men are always asking how you could date anything. How you could date anyone, any kind of person, doesn't matter what the gender is. And they will often, when told, you just need to be respectful and nice, go, oh, it's so simple. Or like, nah, that sounds fake. I'm going to continue negging women until they are desperately trying to get away from me. And that's how you do it, actually.
28 people dead or wounded in all. And so familiar scenes...
Yeah, what do you mean don't treat them like property? That's crazy, man.
And cries for revenge. This man lost his wife while his daughter is in intensive care. Israel's longest-serving leader is in easygoing electioneering mode.
The only democracy in the Middle East, chat. The only democracy in the Middle East. How long has Benjamin Netanyahu been in power for? Don't ask Channel 4. They won't tell you.
Telling this new ultra-Orthodox combat brigade that October's ceasefire line in the Gaza Strip has been consigned to history.
We now control 60% of the territory of the Strip. We were at 50. We moved to 60. My directive is to move to, let's go step by step. First of all, 70%. Let's start with that. We are tightening our grip on them from every direction.
So, from here in Gaza to Lebanon and to Iran, 3 ceasefires currently defying the definition of the word. More than 900 Palestinians killed since this one started, along with 4 Israeli soldiers, long after Washington declared a truce. The unfinished business of life and death in the Middle East.
Well, I've been speaking to the former Israeli hostage negotiator, Gershom Baskin. I asked him his reaction to Netanyahu's order to take control of 70% of Gaza.
Israel was supposed to be occupying temporarily 53% of the Gaza Strip, where the entire Palestinian population of more than 2 million people...
I know a gay guy didn't post that question because if you've been on any dating app one single time, there's no lack of twinks anywhere. Yeah.
Remaining 47%, but Israel is already occupying 60, and they're going to go and take 70, apparently now, as Netanyahu said. But this has to be understood in the background of the failed negotiations with Hamas for disarmament and decommissioning their weapons, and a recent decision by the Board of Peace of President Trump to begin the implementation of Phase 2 in what's called the Green Zone, the zone where Israel is occupying. What's missing from the discussion, of course, is the pressure put on Israel to begin a process of withdrawal from Gaza. We haven't heard anything about that. We've only heard about the other direction of Israel taking more land in Gaza.
Correct, yeah.
The skepticism we all held.
Hey, UE6969696969. Thank you for the hydrate.
Correct.
Well, until now, yes, but I've had talks with the Americans who are behind the attempts to negotiate with Hamas, which have been conducted by the mediators from Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey. They told me that the negotiations are over.
Thank you for the blue fella.
Everything that was on the table is off the table now. And now finally, hopefully, they're going to move forward with what the people of Gaza need, which is housing and humanitarian aid. And
so, you know, here we are, chat, right? Here we are. What is it, like fucking how many months later since the Board of Peace, you know, with the ceasefire and shit? Like, you know, that happened in September last year, right? The ceasefire in Gaza. Of course, it's just you cease, we fire. We know this, right? But when it comes to the discussions, the negotiations that this guy is talking about, you know, that is something that was being spoken about earlier this year. And, you know, the Board of Peace discussions going around fucking I think it was Geneva and stuff, at the Davos World Forum, the World Economic Forum, wasn't it? The Davos thing as well. Weren't they talking about it there? I can't remember. But, you know, here we are all these months later, and, you know, we have it confirmed for us via the way of this guy. I don't know if this guy is a journalist or whatever. He looks like, you know, he's someone who is, you know, done a bunch of research into this stuff. You've got, like, Pursuit of Peace, Israel-Palestine up here. You've also got, like, a thing with a white dove and some Arabic stuff. I imagine that is something like this. Oh, it said that this guy's a former negotiator. Yes. Essentially, oh, he's a former hostage negotiator, right? Okay, so you know, this guy is confirming for us what we all knew was the case, which is that Hamas would never agree to disarm, and that all of those things that were on the table are off the table now, right? He's just completely confirmed what we all knew to be true. So this is the situation that we're at, and now Israel is like, oh, we're going to start to take more of Gaza. We're going to send ultra-Orthodox troops in there, yeah, they're definitely not going to get clapped by Al-Qassam or anything like that. It's definitely not going to be absolutely hilarious. We're not going to see a bunch of I mean, I condemn 1,000%, but it is still very funny. You know, we're not going to see videos coming out of Electronic Intifada or John Elmer's Resistance Report. You know, it's just not going to happen, right? So let's continue with this.
Structure and schools and public.
This is a self-massager.
Which has to be built in the area that has been flattened by Israel. There's been nothing standing in the area controlled by Israel. It's all been demolished.
What do you make of what's going on in Lebanon then? How does that fit in to the three-dimensional chess?
Well, again, it's a ceasefire without a ceasefire. And I'm sure the people in Lebanon see it even worse because there have been 50 villages or more that have been hit by Israel over the last months. But all this is supposed to come to an end when and if President Trump and the Iranians agree on the memorandum of understanding.
3D chess is normal chess? Wait, did someone say 3D chess? Did Krishnan Gurumurthy say is this 3D chess?
To the Iran war, and the Iranians have demanded that this include Lebanon.
I mean, what is your feeling now about where we are going to end up? You know, are we
He's doing 3D chess
where mowing
the
no, as it, you know, was cynically known, now applies to Gaza, Lebanon, maybe Syria, and Iran? You know, this is a forever war.
I think we're going to see this even perhaps increasing as we move closer to the Israeli elections, which look like they will.
Isn't chess on a 2D grid? Reality is 3D. Reality is 3D. The reality that we're in right now is 3D. What do you mean a 2D grid? It doesn't make any sense. You can't have like a 2D grid. It's only 2D if it's like on a screen.
Because right now, Netanyahu...
The board is 2D, it's flat. It's not flat, that's not how 2D works. There is no such thing as a 2D thing in it. Even paper is not 2D, it's 3D. It exists in 3 dimensions. It doesn't work like that. They only move in 2 axes though. That's not 2 dimensions, that's 2 axes.
He has only failures to present to his public. He hasn't delivered on his war aims.
If we were in 2D, we wouldn't be able to breathe.
In Gaza,
just because something is flat, it's not
an escalation or a demand for escalation by
the concept of the game. Sure, if you want to like conceptualize the game and be like, yes, it moves around like on a 2 thing axis or whatever, right? It's just not. My sibling and I used to argue about this all the time. I just think it's completely wrong. You just can't have something that is in like real physical life that is 2D. It just doesn't exist. Like you could say a picture is 2D because it's like a concept. It's a thing that you've drawn. But even that's not really true, right? Because it's like, you know, like in the concept of like I am delivering you a story and the format it's being presented in is in a 2D format, right? It's 2-dimensional. It's just flat. You can't like, because I've drawn it, you know what I mean? But like chess, a board of chess is rarely flat. It is often a 3D shape, if a very thin, cuboid shape. Joke's on you, I got a 5D 16K monitor. Well, you know, joke is on me, isn't it? LOL and Lamau.
Netanyahu to address his base. And this.
What about 20D? Yeah, now you're talking about Dungeons Dragons stuff.
Gives the green light for Netanyahu to be able to do that. Right now, my understanding is that the American
Chess Online is 2D. I already admitted that. I already conceded that Chess Online is 2D. You don't need to. I'll concede it again if you like. It's not even really a concession. It's just true.
They will try to restrain Israel.
I mean, just finally, I mean, you spoke about your role in the past, and you had a bit of a back channel going with.
Hey, Nemesis, by the way.
Is that still open?
It's more with Witkoff's people who are on the ground now and doing the negotiations with Hamas, controlling the process. I'm meeting with them and talking to them and trying to influence.
No, I'm not going to stop the chat from talking about 2D chess. I think it's absolutely fine for chat to talk about 3D chess. So, you know, I understand that we are covering like a sensitive topic, but it's fine for the chat to talk about things. It's fine for us to talk about things that aren't happening on the stream.
Hopefully be meeting one of the people on the team next week. And my push is to make sure that the implementation of the plan.
I am 2D. That's correct.
In the part of Gaza that's occupied by Israel is also the part of the territory that Israel will be forced to withdraw from, because the inclination of.
How do you draw a game of chess? It is a series of images because each moves changes the board. So time is the third dimension. Even if you accept it as a 2D game state, playing it within it requires understanding 3D. That's very true. However, if you Damon Albarn is 2D, that is also true. Yes. No, I don't think understanding it is 3D. It's okay if people are wrong about chess being 3D. No, it isn't. It's problematic and you need to sort your lives out. I mean, technically, you could argue it is problematic because you're living in false consciousness. You've accepted a false consciousness. And, you know, we're materialists here. We're dialectical materialists. And, you know, we only talk about things in terms of class consciousness. And you understand class consciousness through material reality and dialectical materialism. It's counter-revolutionary to believe that chess is 2D. Chess is a shit game anyway. Now you're going to start making enemies in the chat. I know that that's for certain. Some of the nerds that are in here. What if the universe is all 3D images on a surface of a 4D object? It is. These are the real questions. Class consciousness is derived from the human soul. Now things are getting crazy. Now things are getting insane mode.
Netanyahu and his base will be to try and build settlements there, as they're doing in the West Bank, with a very increased pace. And we know the most dangerous thing in this region is when the temporary becomes permanent. We have to make sure that the understanding of the Americans is that when they wrote in the 20-point plan of President Trump a real pathway to a Palestinian state, that has to be real, because there's no dealing with the radicals and the extremists in the region. If there is no political hope for a solution to this conflict, there's no more managing this conflict. It has to be resolved, but it won't happen with the current leadership that we have in Israel.
Gershon Baskin, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Axios and others are reporting that we're very close to a breakthrough, which will essentially be an extension to the ceasefire before substantial talks, and the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Are we on the...
Chat, this is a new video. Marandi, Iran will remain in control. Is this relevant to what we're talking about? This was 4 days ago. We're probably not going to watch this. What's the next video? We got Al Jazeera reporting on the fact that Iran and the US are still shooting missiles at each other, despite, you know, the USA claiming that there's a ceasefire. Let's take a little look at this. It's a short report. It's 3 minutes. I'm just chopping up a pizza.
The US Central Command says it carried out what it calls defensive strikes on facilities over the weekend. The strikes targeted Keshem Island and the city of Goruk. CENTCOM says they were in response to the downing of a US drone by Iranian forces in international waters. Meanwhile, Iran's Revolutionary Guard says it's targeted a US base that was used to launch an attack on Sirik. That is a city near the Strait of Hormuz. The IRGC did not specify the location of the US facility. The claim comes as sirens were heard across Kuwait. Kuwaiti media reports say air defense systems are responding to missile and drone attacks. Well, Al-Miqdad al-Ruhayd is in the Iranian capital, Tehran. And Al-Miqdad, what do we know thus far about this retaliatory strikes taking place over the weekend and beyond?
Well, actually, Rashad, what is striking here is this is a significant incident between both sides, and I've seen this episode repeating much of time since the ceasefire took effect on April. The IRGC says that it's a different totally story about what the U.S. command says.
No, I like that, Stalker. Yeah, there is a material basis for the existence of things, but the existence of consciousness, and thereby class consciousness, is a fundamentally miraculous phenomena. Yes, that's true. I agree. From a purely materialist basis, there is no particular reason why we shouldn't all be philosophical zombies, yet we can all tell that we're not. That's very true. I do appreciate that greatly.
Is that a communication tower in Sirik, which is in Hormuzgan province in southern of Iran?
He heard your PBP.
By U.S. attack, and in response to that,
can you see him sniffing my pizza when he's sniffing the air? It's really cute.
Targeting the airspace, the airbase from which the attack was launched, and also she said that the designated target was totally destroyed, and warned about that if there's another future attack or repeated attack would trigger what they called.
He's now looking at the cat tree, thinking about whether he should sit on it.
What is striking here? What is significant here? The broader context of these episodes and this incident between both sides over the past few days. For example, the last week we have seen Iran repeatedly accusing the United States for violating the ceasefire and also violating the maritime shipping in the Arabian Sea and in the Gulf. And later on last Monday, IRGC said it had shut down an MQ drone, which is force others aircraft belonging to the United States air to leave Iranian airspace. So this completely significant stories between both sides. We have seen these episodes over the past 10 days many times, and that is trigger what we call the mistrust between both sides, while diplomacy ongoing behind the closed doors.
Al-Miqdad, thank you so much. Al-Miqdad al-Ruhayd there joining us from Tehran.
So there you go. That's the reality of what's going on. US is still shooting, and there appears to be no ceasefire. Let's have a look at this from CBC. Of course, CBC, Canadian Broadcast Corporation. Iran is holding more cards than Trump expected. Installed talks from a former defense official. This will be an interesting interview.
Trump is looking to change several terms of a proposal to end the war on Iran, according to U.S.
Take off, you hoser.
The administration says it's prepared to restart attacks if a deal isn't reached.
We're focused on being postured and prepared to re-engage if we have to. I mean, this is a high-stakes negotiation.
Reports suggest the two sides are close to agreeing on a framework deal. The U.S. has sent a new proposal to their Iranian counterparts, launching another round of negotiations. To understand how close the two sides are to a peace deal and what to make of these renewed threats, I spoke with retired Vice Admiral Mark Norman.
Is it sad that I get excited when Canada is mentioned? Yes. Just back from my first DM in session in ages. Nice.
Well, good morning, David. How are you today?
I'm doing well. I want to speak with you about the possibility of whatever we call it, a ceasefire extension, a 60-day deal, something that gets us to something more enduring. President Trump reportedly sending this deal back to his negotiators. Is it your sense that the president really wants a deal and that this is just fine-tuning?
Canada starved for relevance, yeah.
So they're using
everyone was like so excited when Mark Carney was like talking to China. It was like, Mark Carney! Everyone was buzzing. All the Canadian chatters, they loved it. It was like popping off. It was absolutely crazy. Iran wants this deal so much that Trump just keeps sending them new deal proposals, yeah.
I'm not sure how much of that is branding versus actual practicality. It's clear he wants out of this. There's no denying it. And I don't
think that's true.
He needs to be able to declare some level of success. And the challenge, of course, is that the Iranians still are to use his own language, holding more of the cards, I think, than he expected. And so this is going to be a tough go, whether we start over or not. I mean, fundamentally, there's 3 or 4 issues here that haven't changed.
Even when you talk about the Strait of Hormuz, perhaps the Americans didn't expect that the Iranians would hold these cards, but it almost seems as if the Iranians were surprised at how many cards they hold.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I mean, they would have wargamed this, and in fact, I can remember back when I was still serving, these were scenarios that we would have played out. But nonetheless, they really have now ended in a position of relative strength, and the fact that they're exercising the level of control over the strait is disturbing. And
disturbing. Get disturbed, jarhead.
Legislative language about declaring sovereignty over the strait, which is even more concerning as we go forward.
In fact, there is some discussion, and this is hardly locked down, but there's some discussion that Oman, which is on the other side of the strait, along with Iran, would in some future deal potentially control more of that strait. There's been talk of tolling, about that being a more permanent feature.
As a kid, I thought CNN was the Canadian one. I thought it meant Canadian News Network. That's really sad.
No, it's not. And I mean, this would be a very disturbing precedent.
You sat there like singing, "Oh, Canada," like at the end of the CNN broadcast. At the end of the like the 11 o'clock news or something.
I think, notwithstanding the other concerning issues with respect to, the human toll, the damage to Iran, the nuclear program. I mean, to me, this is probably one of the most concerning issues that has to be resolved. And it has to be resolved to the shared satisfaction of the international community, which means we can't be setting precedents that could then be applied potentially to other areas around the world. So long answer, but this can't be an outcome.
I want to talk to you about defense procurement happening in this country, in Canada. And before I go on to...
What do you have like a nickname for your flag in Canada? What do you mean, squeaky breathing mule? What are you talking about? Squeaky breathing? What the fuck does that mean? Explain yourself immediately. I'm not breathing squeaky. Old leaf? Wait, what? Old leaf? What do you mean, squeaky breathing? What are you talking about? It's true. What do you mean, squeaky breathing? The mic caught a breath or two? Your nose was near the mic and it whistled. Oh, come on, man.
The individual files. I just want to...
It got me thinking that I'm like choking or dying or something.
Because you headed up the Navy and you were in the senior ranks of the Navy at a time where only one service, the Navy, the Air Force, or the Army, seemed to be able to procure anything at any one time because there just wasn't the money there. When you look at what is happening now, what does it say to you about the change in government tone and the attitudes of Canadians, that there is a willingness to spend and spend big on defense?
It is a good Melpo angle, isn't it?
At the macro level, it's encouraging. Regrettably, it is necessary, and we can't lose sight of that as a geostrategic reality in the world that we find ourselves in. I am very pleased to see the Carney government taking such an active role in leading this. The Prime Minister's participation, for example, in last week's show in Ottawa, CanSec, was unprecedented, and I think it demonstrates a genuine commitment. Back to your question, however, these are real challenges.
Is Carney trying to do a coalition of the willing like Keir Starmer? Is that what's happening?
Different challenges. I left in a period of significant constraint. We now have an organization that has to figure out how to expand and grow and do it responsibly, which means even though government and Canadians writ large have agreed to spend billions.
He's going to join the army to save the world? No, he isn't.
These necessary capabilities, we have to do it smartly and we have to do it responsibly.
You mentioned CANSEC, the Prime Minister announcing at that conference that Canada would be pursuing the Global Eye. And this is a Swedish system, a surveillance system that goes on board a Canadian-built aircraft, a multi-billion-dollar contract. In so doing, the Carney government had a choice. Go with the Swedish bid or go with one of two American bids. Now, in years past,
Good night, Morgana.
it would have been more than likely that we would have gone with the American bid. That we didn't this time. What does that say to you?
Yeah, well, we've traditionally taken that path because it was easy, it was convenient, and I think it's an important distinction as we go forward.
Chatter should know that, like, hang on, he might do it in a minute. He's just looking at the ceiling for a little bit, but when Melpo is looking that way, he's looking at me. He's looking in that direction. Yes. Love you too.
Forward. We're not doing this alone. There's other partners in Europe and elsewhere who are procuring this aircraft. We will be an integrated part of.
He was in fact not looking at me that time,
which I think is exactly the kind of economic advantage that we want to see, and that the Prime Minister and his government have been talking about. And the fact that it is a commercially available aircraft built in Canada means that it's sustainable in the long term. So, you know, I see this as a win-win. Undoubtedly, it is sending messages south of the border.
Insane military fucking... What the fuck is he talking about?
But again, we're not alone. Many of the European partners were also considering U.S. technology, U.S. capability, and have explicitly said they won't do it. So, you know, I think we're in a good place, notwithstanding the sensitivities south of the border. And, you know, that this is a good decision for Canada.
Lastly, just because you were the commander of the Navy, I do want to ask you about the subs. It's come down to a decision, and as we enter June, that decision will be made in the month of June. German or South Korean subs. There is no American bid here. Do you have a sense of which way we as a country might go?
It doesn't matter. They're all part of the empire. It's like, it doesn't make a fucking difference. It's so funny that they really are trying to reframe it as like, oh, who we gonna go with? We're gonna go with Germany? We're gonna go with South Korea? It's all still empire, bro. Like, come on, man.
Actually don't. And I'm not just playing...
At least Carney has this much sense. Yeah, it is good to be, like, divesting from the Yanks. I think that is smart. It's a good thing to do. The thing to be concerned, right, about is the, you know, the attempt to reframe or reposition the head of the empire, right? Like the actual like countries of the empire. It's like, oh, the empire still exists, but America is a rogue state. We don't deal with America anymore. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, you know, they're just gonna keep doing NATO, but like NATO, but with one less country, yeah.
Well, and I think that is actually a good thing. Look, at the end of the day, both of these capabilities are state-of-the-art, world-class.
And NATO includes AUKUS as well.
Capabilities, but more importantly, the bids that have been presented from both Hanwha Ocean and Korea
the bids.
TMS in Germany, partnering with the Norwegians.
Think about the bids.
Are fantastic for the country, and so in my mind,
Carney isn't moving enough away from the US. No, definitely not.
And you know, I look forward to
want to continue a good relationship. I mean, it's the language of like an abuse victim, right? It's like someone terrified to leave a relationship. It's an abusive relationship that they're in because they're like, oh well, he might kill me, right? That's literally what it reminds me of. And it's the same with you know, the UK and all the other countries, except Spain. Spain is just like, I am done. We are done. Me and America, it's finished. It's over. Friendship ended with America. Palestine is my new friend. Iran is my new friend. You know? Canada and Mexico both have the same problem. Too far from God, too close to the USA. That's pretty fucking funny, man. I mean, Mexico's doing much better. I would argue that, like, lumping America in with Canada, lumping Mexico in with Canada is a bit schneid, actually. Like Mexico is doing great stuff at the minute under Scheinbaum. But yeah, still too close to the USA. Yeah.
Like everybody else, what the outcome's going to be. But once that happened, let's be clear to you and your viewers, we're still in going to be months of negotiations. So not unlike the Saab aircraft deal, this is an announcement to enter into negotiation. The deal itself will take some time to be finalized, but ultimately, this is good, and it's good for decades to come.
Decades to come.
Thanks a lot.
Fucking Mark Norman. Do you remember the other week when we had a CBC on and the guy's name was like Willie Normal or something, like Willie Badger or something, like what the fuck his fucking name was. What else is this? What do we got here? So this is Netanyahu at this like convention for fucking psycho-fascists, and he's there saying like, yeah man, you need to like take over 70% of Gaza. So this is the Channel 4 you know, Kingsmill Bond, remember that cunt? Fucking hell. No, he was British, right? They, like, you gotta give the Canadians that at least. That guy was fucking British. I mean, British, Canadian, same thing, yada yada, right? But, yeah, Kingsmill Bond. Do you remember? The guy who was named after fucking bread. Was he Lord Kingsmill? Was he Lord? Crazy stuff. They had Rob Russo once. That's fucking so good. That's so good. That, you know that's a Canadian motherfucker that was like, hey, I don't like being part of the French colonialist, eh? I'm not calling myself Rousseau. Rousseau. I'm Russo.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu
that's so loud. Sorry, chat.
Said he has ordered the military to take control of 70% of Gaza, a fragile peace deal.
We do have the same dummy for a king, that's what I'm saying.
Line allocating half of the strip to Israel's direct control, but estimates are that Israel currently runs 64% of the Palestinian territory. The move follows strikes
like fucking Rassau.
Hamas's military.
Yeah, and an Australian would be calling like someone called Russell. Hey, g'day, Rassau. How you going, Rassau?
Chief and other leaders. Health officials in Gaza say at least 900 have been killed.
How you fucking going, Rassau?
Was agreed. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin.
Bear me fucking hand, mate. Bear me fucking hand, mate. So yeah, that's good, isn't it? I love that. This is awful news as well. I'm being sarcastic, obviously. Israeli strike kills Palestinians at Gaza Seaport Cafe. Let's take a look at this.
The Israeli airstrike hit a seaport cafe in Gaza City on Sunday. Bystanders were gathered near the strike point where blood could be seen on the ground. The strike killed at least 2 Palestinians and wounded around a dozen.
It was King's birthday. Wait, what? It was fucking Charlie's birthday?
Dozen others, health officials said. There was no immediate comment from Israel. Eyewitness Shrouk Saadallah told Reuters that 2 people came to the port to hang out, saying the port is the only place left where people can get some fresh air. One of them was torn into shredded pieces, she said, adding, "Where is the ceasefire? We are asking the world, where is the ceasefire when we have bloodshed every single day?" An October ceasefire was brokered by U.S. President Donald Trump. It has failed to halt Israeli attacks in Gaza. Some 900 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli strikes since the truce came into effect, according to figures from Gaza health officials. 4 Israeli soldiers have been killed by militants during the same period, the country's military has said. The cafe struck on Sunday was on the emergency seaport in Gaza, a floating dock off the coast that was meant to be temporary. The ceasefire left Israel in control of more than half of Gaza, with Hamas controlling a sliver of the coastal territory. Israel and Hamas are deadlocked in indirect talks over implementing the second phase of the deal, which
No, wrongo bongo, more incorrect reporting from Reuters. There is no deadlock. You know, everything is off the table. There is no fucking ceasefire. I do believe that Al-Qassam are just waiting for the IOF to move in to the fucking to the rest of the strip, to be honest. I do believe that that is what's happening. Now, chat, if that news story correctly, you know, upset you and made you feel awful, that's good. You know, you're human. It's good to be reminded that you do still have a soul in this evil world, so don't be afraid of feeling sad. Don't be afraid of feeling emotions, but there is good news. There is hope to be found, and that hope is in the form of the great nation of the Islamic Republic of Iran. That's fucking right. Again, as I said, they are the most pro-Palestinian country that exists in the world at this moment in time. Iran said 8 hours ago, no peace talks with the US until Israeli operations cease. Now, what they mean by Israeli operations is not just the cessation of Israeli operations in Lebanon, but also the cessations of Israeli operations in Gaza. Chat, this is fucking huge. This is fucking massive. Tasnim reported that Iran's negotiating team is pulling out of message exchanges through mediators with the US over Israel's offensive in Lebanon. Did they have that all along, or is it a new stipulation? They've had it all along. They've had it all along. Tasnim further reported that Iran and so they've been incredibly gracious, right? Because Israel has just been bombing Lebanon and Gaza this whole fucking time, right? So, you know, I think that it was a stipulation for talks to continue. I think they were basically saying, if you want to have peace talks, you have to stop Israel from attacking Lebanon and Gaza, yeah? And obviously that has just not happened. So, you know, they're basically saying, no, we're not going to do this. Tasnim further reported that Iran and what is called its resistance front or proxies they're not proxies. Again, this is fucking Guardian reporting, so it's dog shit. So they're talking about Ansar Allah, they're talking about Al-Qassam, you know, groups that are allied with Iran in terms of resistance to empire in the region. Will look to completely block the Strait of Hormuz. Right? It is said that it will also look to activate other fronts, including the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which sits off the coast of Yemen, across the Arabian Peninsula from the Strait of Hormuz. Chat, when we were looking at the shock in oil prices, you better fucking believe that that is, in fact, why that happened, right? This was 3 p.m. today. It reached a high of $94. Yeah? This was reported 8 hours ago at 14:33. Yeah? 2:33 p.m. This is reported widely in the news. 3 p.m. Oil prices reach a high of $94. Now, why is that the case? Let's have a look at the map. Yeah? Let me just scroll all the way out. Head over to Iran. Okay. Well, not just Iran, but the Swana region, yeah? So you got these two choke points, yeah? You got these two choke points. Everybody knows about the classic choke point, Strait of Hormuz. There it is on the map. It's right there. In fact, I'll just take a screenshot of this and I'll make some markings on the map so we can all be sure as what's going on. Man's in teacher mode, yeah? So you got the Strait of Hormuz over here. We know that this is completely blocked off, right? It is blocked off not by America. It is blocked off by Iran. It is being controlled by Iran. And there are ships that are going through that are allied with Iran. The Bab el-Mandeb Strait is here. Yeah? And damn, chat, where is that? That's crazy. Where is that? That's real close to Sana'a and Yemen, where in fact Ansar Allah are also based, right? Ansar Allah, aka, you know, the rightful group that, you know, controls Yemen, that has resisted Saudi Arabian genocide attempts, you know, USA bombing, shit like that. They have been the most consistent in support with literally sending rockets. Chat, you gotta remember, these guys have been sending rockets all across here. Right? Literally over the top of fucking Saudi Arabia, sending drones probably up the fucking Red Sea to avoid detection and shit like that into fucking so-called Israel, right? This whole fucking time, throughout the 2 years of genocide against the Palestinian people, right? And when it comes to the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, what has been happening in order to get, you know, oil from Saudi Arabia to other parts of the world, there have been boats that have been coming in through the Suez Canal, right, which is here, through near Cairo, and heading to, in fact, I'll just use a different color for this so that people can differentiate and it's easier to see. So, the, you know, oil companies have been sending boats through the Suez Canal here and getting stuff from Jeddah, I believe. It might not be Jeddah, it might be over here. But they've been getting Saudi Arabian oil and other OPEC blends through a pipeline that I think goes all the way across Saudi Arabia here, you know, and then they put it on boats around there. And then, of course, obviously, a lot of the time, they will go out towards Europe and the United States. But it is also key at the moment in order to be able to get oil to other parts of the world, right? Green is a little harder to see. This was a bad choice for me. I'm going to change that. A better choice would probably be like a dark purple color, right? So there you go. The purple color. There you go, right? So they're sending in boats to get oil from Jeddah there, and then they're going to attempt to get through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, and they're going to be stopped by Ansar Allah, known collectively as, not collectively, but known in the West as the Houthis. You're going to hear people refer to them as the Houthis and stuff like that. It's a bit of a misnomer. Some people say it's racist, but I don't know if that's what, like, Yemeni people think. I haven't really heard any Yemeni people say, like, what they think about being called Ansar Allah or being called the Houthis. It's just, like, it's just, you know, Orientalism in terms of, like, you know, just white people, like, making up the reality of something. You know what I mean? It's like calling the Al-Qassam Brigades Hamas, right? It's like calling the Al-Qassam Brigades the armed wing of Hamas. It's just like a Western misnomer that doesn't apply. You know what I mean? The group is actually called Ansar Allah. They'll be called the Houthis. So that is what is going to happen. So this is absolutely fucking massive in terms of the resistance actually making far more damage for the Imperial Corps. And, you know, they are, of course, talking about leveraging their new position, yeah? Their new fucking position of power in the region to demand, to make demands of the United States to say, you need Israel to stop attacking Lebanon and Gaza. If you don't, we're not negotiating with you. And, you know, how is Trump playing this, chat? Like, that's the real question, yeah? How is Trump playing this? Obviously, he knows that this is what they're saying. There is going to be a degree there is a degree of what he is going to be told, right? 15 minutes ago, yeah? Literally 15 minutes ago, I had a conversation today with Bibi Netanyahu, asking him not to go into a major raid of Beirut, Lebanon. He turned his troops around. Thank you, Bibi. I also had a conversation with representatives. Yo, how's it going? Mia, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? It is great to see you. Please, everybody, go and show some love to Mia Bite, one of my good friends, one of my oldest Twitch, well, not oldest Twitch friends, but one of my, like, Twitch friends that I've known for, like, a long time. I think I first met you at Twitch London, probably. I think it was at, like, the one that was in the Arches in London or whatever, if people don't know who Mia is. but she's an excellent streamer who plays all kinds of amazing games. Last streaming, Mina the Hollower, absolutely legendary. I've been meaning to check out that game. It seems pretty cool. But welcome everybody. If you don't know me, my name is djmuel. I'm a leftist political streamer from the UK. I look at the news, I look at geopolitics, I analyze it from a communist and an anti-imperialist perspective. So, you know, if you're not used to hearing some of the things that I talk about here, it may sound a little controversial or a little scary, but I promise I'll explain it to you if you ask and you want to know what it is I'm talking about, right? But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. Really appreciate that. Please, everybody go and follow Mia. Welcome in Ifer. Welcome in Titan Meteor. Welcome in Murph 9000. Yes. They're calling him 3 Raids Mule. They are indeed calling me 3 Raids Mule. It's very true. Probably like 7-8 years ago. Yes, we did. That is when we met. I got a special version for back in the game. My name is coded in the game. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah. I've just been smashing Subnautica 2 and it made me get into Subnautica 1 again. Because obviously it's not fully finished, is it? It's early access. And yeah, I've been fucking loving that. I can't stream it though because it's just like too powerful. My PC is just not good enough, so yeah, there you go. 3 raids, 2 raids if digital. What? 2 raids if wait, what? This is something about 3D 2D. I did crowd control in Subnautica 1 yesterday. It was a mistake. Oh my god, I feel like you would have to just like have a base built for that. Like you would already have to have a base built completely. You could use like an Elgato type thing to stream it from a laptop. Oh, Sorka, you're so clever. I can do that because I have a fucking... I can do that. Oh my god, I literally could do that. My first sub experience, I got teleported into nowhere. Massive monster tried to eat me. Yeah, that's the Subnautica experience. Yeah, 1000%. 1000%. Okay, well, you know, chatters, stay locked to the gaming channel. I have a second channel where I do gaming, so head over to twitch.tv/donkusjonkus and you will in fact see me stream some Subnautica 2, I imagine, in some fashion in the future. Maybe a later early access release. But Raiders, I am currently taking a look at the way that geopolitics has unfolded in terms of Iran now using its position of power to actually leverage the United States to tell Israel to stop bombing Lebanon and stop bombing Gaza. Which is fascinating. We were just looking at the news story regarding that, and here we are 15 minutes ago, and he has in fact said right there, I had a conversation with Bibi Netanyahu today asking him not to go into a major raid of Beirut, Lebanon. He turned his troops around. Thank you, Bibi. I also had a conversation with representatives of the leaders of Hezbollah, and they agreed to stop shooting at Israel and its soldiers. Likewise, Israel agreed to stop shooting at them. Let's see how long that lasts. Hopefully, it will be for eternity. It is extremely funny to know that he dictates these. Yeah, it is insane. But yeah, like this is Iran pressuring him into telling Israel to stop attacking Lebanon, right? Now, here's the thing. This could probably just be a lie, right? It could probably just be a lie. Eternity is such a bizarre word to use, yes. You know, he absolutely has not spoken to anyone. Yeah, very, very similar to, like, you know, him saying that he's trying to get Putin and Zelensky to come to a peace deal. Like, he's not talking to anyone. He's just lying. He's just completely delusional. Well, he thinks that, like, you know, the rest of the world believes his lies, and he does believe that to a degree because he's completely riddled with false consciousness. You know, 4 hours ago, he posted this, you know, extremely funny. Talks are continuing at a rapid pace with the Islamic Republic of Iran. Thank you very much for your attention to this matter. He definitely did not speak to representatives of the leaders of Hezbollah. There's no fucking way, man. There's no fucking way. Absolutely. That's the stupidest thing that he's ever said, and that's saying a lot. That is genuinely saying a lot, right? Let's have a look at the one that he put out. I think this was like yesterday. Yeah, 17 hours ago. So that's like yesterday, right? So, you know, this is before any of this stuff came out about Iran leveraging its position to say, like, you got to stop attacking Gaza, you got to stop attacking Lebanon. Trump says Iran really wants to make a deal and will be a very good one for the USA and those that are with us, but don't the Democrats and various seemingly unpatriotic Republicans understand that it is much tougher for me to properly do my job and negotiate when political hacks keep negatively chirping at levels never seen before. I said chirping. He said chirping. He's like, why are you chirping, bro? Why are you chirping? I'm trying to negotiate your chirping. It's so good. Over and over again that I should move faster or move slower or go to war or not go to war or whatever. Just sit back and relax. It'll all work out well in the end. It always does. Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen. Oh yeah, no worries, Mia. You go and get some scran. Look after yourself. You've been doing it a long stream. Absolutely. No worries. Thank you so much for the raid again. Appreciate you. He gets off on being in charge so much, it's gross. Yeah, he is genuinely like a disgusting, completely like, yeah, obsessive, domineering piece. Sorry, I'm trying to find Melpo. I think he's like proper clocked out for today, so sorry, chat. I don't know if he's going to be on cam again, but there you go. So anyway, so there we go. So that is, you know, Iran actually leveraging its position to, you know, get the Israelis to stop attacking Lebanon or Gaza. It is very, very difficult to get any kind of news about what Iran is saying at the moment because political officials just keep being banned off Twitter. And of course, they are not too interested in being on Twitter in general. There are no more interviews that happen on mainstream news fucking stations with Iranian officials, so like it's super hard to, you know what they're actually saying and what their actual positions are, because as we know, they are far more reliable than any kind of political official in the United States or in any country in the imperial core. So, you know, that is what it is, right? So, you know, we know that Netanyahu wants to invade and control, you know, 70% of Gaza. Like, that's what he's, you know, been saying. This was the plan all along when it came to the genocide of Gaza. You know, Palestinians living there, and incredibly important to point out that, like, yeah, you know, this was the plan all along. And the question now is, you know, Trump did not mention anything about Gaza or Palestine, you know, or talking to Hamas or anything like that when it comes to, you know, trying to make this deal with Iran, like trying to tell, you know, Netanyahu to not attack, you know, Gaza anymore. So I wonder if this is him trying to, you know, beg Iran, like, no, look, I'm telling Lebanon that you can't attack Lebanon. You know, you should be fine with that. And that's just like a lie. It's just obviously going to be a fucking lie. And I think he's banking on Iran being okay with that, but they're going to know if it's a lie. They don't trust him already. They don't trust anyone in the fucking USA anymore, like, at all. So it's probably far more likely, in fact, that, yeah, it's just going to be, war again, because, like, Iran are just like, you know, they're going to be like, right, well, they're still doing stuff in Gaza. We told you to make them stop doing stuff in Gaza. That's not happening. So, yeah, what the fuck do you expect, right? Israeli attack on southern Gaza, what we got here. Israel's irreversible decline. That's a long one from Electronic Intifada. Israel takes strategically important castles. That's Lebanon. Let's take a look at this. This is the BBC, of course, British state media. So they're going to be biased towards Israel. They're going to be biased towards Britain. Let's have a look at this. They're talking about what could Israel do next in Gaza. The Global News podcast, but it's only 12 minutes. It's almost like this is a normal news report that is attempting to connect with younger viewers, because that's where they're losing a lot of their views, because Younger people want to watch people like me who tell them the truth.
This is the Global News podcast from the BBC. I'm Celia Hatton, and today I'm joined by our Middle East correspondent.
Are you a Yank or are you a Brit? Impossible to tell at this point. What is happening?
Yolan Nell. And Yolande, you've been a correspondent in Jerusalem for some time now. When Israel's leader, Benjamin Netanyahu, said that he wanted Israeli forces to control 70% of Gaza, far beyond what was agreed.
No, I know you want to, but you can't.
Ceasefire. Did that surprise you?
It did surprise us. It was the
he wants to go outside.
Public remarks like this from the Israeli Prime Minister. He was speaking.
She's not wearing a silly hat at all. Wait, what do you mean?
West Bank in a Jewish settlement. So it wasn't being very highly attended by the media.
Please don't jump up there, buddy.
Those remarks came out. They've been caught on video. We did know that the Israeli military is controlling more of the Gaza Strip than was expected under President Trump's peace plan. The map that came out back in October showed this yellow line where the Israeli...
Her name is Celia Hatton.
military was left controlling just over half of the Gaza Strip. And, you know, it's clear that it controls now something like 60% of the land, that these yellow concrete blocks that were put on the ground have been moved. But 70%, and then Mr. Netanyahu said also, let's go step by step.
You can't, no.
I mean, so how far
don't do it, you
go?
can't.
100%.
I mean, I think, first of all, we have to look at who the Israeli Prime Minister is talking to here. He was talking to these leaders of pre-military academies for young Israelis. And they're
basically, because I got the window open, he wants to be really close to the window because he knows that that's where it's really cool. Like, that's all it is. But it's cool over here. It's cool over here and it's fine. Literally 1984, he's not allowed. You're doing thought crimes, aren't you?
The right wing, on the far right, many people with religious nationalist sentiment. And of course, that segment of Israeli society has been calling for Israel to fully reoccupy the Gaza Strip and to
There is no other segment of Israeli society. I love it when they fucking frame it like this. They're like, there's just like a really silent majority of Israelis that really, really don't like Netanyahu and they think he's a meanie. I hate it so much, man. Like,
establish Jewish settlements there. Now, that is not something that Israel has signed up to as part of President Trump's peace plan.
Yeah, check the opinion polls,
Netanyahu
man.
knows that this is also a way of really putting pressure on Hamas.
Yeah, all 20 anti-Zionist Israelis, one of which I know personally because there's so few of them that they're like, you could just remember them all. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's one in like Ray's chat, right? There's one in Rari's chat. What's that person's name? Sadistic Dove or whatever. And then you've got Katie, who sometimes comes here. She like hangs out in Red Planet sometimes. She also streams. That's it. And then you've got what's his face, Andre X is his name, who like literally like goes to the West Bank settlements and like, you know, tries to stop them from getting attacked. Not the West Bank settlements, but like go to West Bank Palestinian land and try and stop settlers from like attacking them and stuff. Yeah, the two that Hasan interviewed, Tal and Ella, yeah.
Israel's actions in recent weeks, and it's in particular been targeting Hamas leaders in the Gaza Strip in the past few weeks. We saw just a few days ago when the new leader of the Hamas armed wing, Mohammed Oda, was killed.
Like, you know, this is like, you just have to like remember like this strat of having like a grain of truth amongst all the propaganda and lies is literally... It's fascist shit. It's what the Nazis did. It's what Israel does. It's where they say like, oh look, you know, we hit a Hamas leader, and like, yeah, sure, that is what happened, right? That was reported as well by Hamas, right? But again, like, Hamas leader, what are we talking about? Are we talking about a military official, or are we talking about someone who is involved in the restructuring of Gaza as it has been flattened by the genocide? You know what I mean? Because Hamas is literally just the fucking government. So, you know,
Hamas officials have been targeted by Israel as well, with some civilians killed in those strikes.
Some civilians killed in those strikes. Oh no! Oh no!
What does Israel want then for the long term? Does it want a permanent presence in Gaza?
I mean, the plan depends a bit on who you talk to. Israel has made clear that Hamas cannot remain in charge of Gaza civilly or militarily, and so it said that Hamas, if it was not given...
Amazing admission that Hamas are the civil government in Gaza there by the BBC.
...up its weapons. That could happen the easy way or the hard way, and it's using military pressure on Hamas at the moment. But, you know, as I said, Israel signed up to the Board of Peace plan, the 20-point plan, and this is supposed to see an international stabilization force going into Gaza. There are thousands of new Palestinian police officers that have been trained to go in there.
That's crazy. What are you talking about? You can't sit there and be like, it depends who you speak to, and then talk about two things that Netanyahu has said, right? But like pretend that that's two different people? What are you talking about? Like, of course Israel has said we are going to be on the Board of Peace, right? It's like, but of course Israel are also saying in Hebrew all the time, we are going to murder everyone in Gaza and it will be ours, right? Like, come on, man. I fucking hate this shit so much. It's so insane. Like, you know, the levels of where we are up to in terms of like the entire world just being like, yeah, man, no one should be allowed to criticize Israel. If you criticize Israel, you're not allowed into the United Kingdom, yada, yada, yada. All this kind of business. If you put your body in the way of arms going to Israel so they can commit a fucking genocide, you're going to be called a terrorist and put in prison forever. You know, insane, man. Like, absolutely insane. I just can't be fucking dealing with it. You can see why all that exists because of the continued propaganda efforts of the BBC.
As well, there's supposed to be...
Like, this is the way that this shit has been reported on for fucking decades. Literally decades at this point.
A Palestinian technocratic committee which has been chosen. It's sitting at the moment in Cairo.
Yeah, exactly, I'm this old, yeah.
Of the day-to-day affairs of the Gaza Strip under the auspices of the Board of Peace. Now, there are some suggestions that because the plan is not advancing as the US and others were really hoping for, that perhaps what could happen is that the International Stabilization Force could go into the areas of the Gaza Strip where the Israeli military is now in control, and there might be attempts in some of the areas.
This is absurd, ridiculous wish casting. What are you talking about? No, wrongo bongo.
Areas where Israel has basically sort of, you know, raised all the buildings.
This is just a creative writing exercise at this point. Like, this is just a BBC journalist not being a journalist and just being like, well, this could happen. Well, this thing that I've made up could happen that is based on kind of real things, but not really. Like, this is journalism, chat. This is supposed to be the highest level of journalism in the UK. To work at the BBC, you're supposed to be like the journalist of journalists. I hate it. I hate it.
Palestinian contractors involved in constructing new homes for people to go into and trying to encourage Gazans to go to those Hamas-free areas. Now, it's not clear.
Oh, wow. Hamas-free areas. Specified areas where Palestinians will be concentrated en masse. Wow, what's that? That doesn't sound like anything that I've heard of before.
If that's something that is
go into areas where you're all concentrated into one area where actually there is no chance that the freedom fighters that are, you know, trying to stop you from being killed could protect you. Wow, what does that sound like? I've never heard of that before in the history of humans.
Realistic, and certainly Hamas would make every effort to stop that from happening.
Can you talk us through more where this leaves the Palestinians? Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, has spoken more about wanting the Palestinians to leave Gaza voluntarily. So where does this leave the people who are still there and their freedom of movement?
Yeah, so already when we've spoken to Gazans in recent weeks, people have been telling us that, you know, when they've been living relatively close to this so-called yellow line, the Israeli gunfire has increased, there's been Israeli shelling nearby, and people have told us that parts of the edge of Gaza City, for example, that they've then fled. They've left the damaged homes or the tents that they had managed to set up there, that had invested money in, and have fled westwards towards the coast to try to get away from Israeli forces advancing. And what you're seeing in general for Palestinians is that they are being squeezed into a smaller and smaller area.
I'm just laughing at Melpo. I'm just laughing at Melpo. Yeah, there's literally like a tiny fly in the corner of the light he's trying to get.
Conditions there, still humanitarian conditions.
He's standing up like a little person.
And Palestinians feel really afraid about what happens next.
I mean, human rights groups have been raising concerns about ethnic cleansing taking place in Gaza.
Yeah, and that's because of these comments that Israel's Defense Minister Israel Katz made this week. It was an idea we hadn't heard about for some time, but when he was announced...
Oh my God, shut the fuck up. I hate this so much. She's trying so hard not to use the word concentrated in that sentence, yeah. Hey sir, goosebumps. It's an idea we've not heard about for some time. No, that just means that you don't speak Hebrew. That's all that means. It just means that you don't speak Hebrew and you don't pay attention to what is actually happening.
Announcing that this man, Mohammed Oda, had been targeted and killed by Israel, he also brought back this idea of Palestinians emigrating from the Gaza Strip. You're talking about some 2 million people, and he was suggesting that
this is commonly spoken about. It's spoken about every day, every hour of every day on Hebrew media. Without fail, they are talking about ethnically cleansing Gaza.
Still the long-term plan, and he said it will happen at the right time and in the right manner. Now, human rights groups have been warning that forced displacement of a population in occupied territory, that is a violation of international law.
The BBC absolutely has plenty of resources to have actual translators. Yes, correct. It's fascinating that this came out knowing that Rafi Berg is in fact pro-Zionist. Do you know what I mean? It's a completely like bizarre situation where it's like, yes, this lady is the BBC's Jerusalem correspondent, right? She like literally lives in Jerusalem and all that kind of stuff. Why is she using the word emigrate right after describing people fleeing artillery fire? I think we all know, right? We all know why she's using that word, because it is the BBC's job to soften the sharp edges of how people perceive Israel. But that's why it's kind of interesting. It's like, how has this report made it out? Like, I guess that if you are like pro-Israel, if you are a Zionist, if you do in fact think that it's possible to launder Israel's reputation by like saying that there is like, because that's been part of this report, right? There's been like, there's this, silent majority of Israelis who actually hate genocide and they don't like Netanyahu and shit like that. And it's like, maybe that's what it is. Maybe they're trying to run with that,
Ethnic cleansing, a war crime, a crime against humanity.
Could Gaza
helps their credibility to release mildly critical things sometimes, yeah.
Or Israeli settlements, or like...
Whoa, what the fuck are you talking about? Could Gaza become like the West Bank? This is such an insane thing to say. Or like Lebanon, what do you mean? These are all different... Fuck me, bro. This is just like white... Or like, it's not Orientalism. What is it? It's just like... It's like a baby's understanding of what's happening. Like, you can't be like, will Gaza become like the West Bank? There's no possibility for Gaza to become like the West Bank because Gaza has been fucking flattened. The one thing about the West Bank that it has going for it is that it hasn't been fucking flattened yet. It's Swiss cheese, absolutely. It's fucking Swiss cheese, but at least it's not been fucking flattened. And also... It just wouldn't happen in the same way as it would in the fucking West Bank, like, because it's been flattened, because Gaza has been flattened, right? Like, come on, man. Like, what are we talking about? Also, Lebanon. What are you saying about Lebanon?
Where Israel has established what it calls a combat zone.
I mean,
there is already a combat zone. This is so fucked, man. It's so fucked.
All of these things are talked about. Certainly we see sort of patterns replicating themselves with the different areas of conflict around this region.
Yeah, what's the pattern, Yolandi? What's the fucking pattern?
Where
Would it be ethnic cleansing? Would the pattern be ethnic cleansing and genocide? Is that what the pattern would be?
Israeli forces
It's so vague to the point of being meaningless, yeah.
Israeli forces have said they've done in Gaza.
Surprised to learn that there are zones Israel does not consider combat zones, right?
Carve out some kind of a buffer zone to protect Israeli communities living in the south of the country from any
No, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it anymore. I can't do any more of that, chat. It's just not happening. Chat. We're going to go and send some love to a Palestinian after that. We're going to go and raid RA. The mental gymnastics to protect morally reprehensible acts is actual insanity. It's genuinely like, yeah, like you don't live in the same reality as us, right? You just do not live in it. We were talking about this earlier. It's you know, false consciousness to the nth degree. Yeah, listen, Chad, thank you so much for all the support today. It's been really cool. Really appreciate you. I'm really happy to see like the stream growing. I'm really happy to see like the increase in support. I'm glad that we fixed out the latency issue. I hope that you've had a more enjoyable chat experience today, where I'm like responding to you all faster and funnier and in even more you know, hilarious ways, right? You know? Literally just one button press. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, that is absolutely fucking crazy. Yeah, and yeah, absolutely. The BBC are being genocidal 1000%. 1000%. That's what it is. It's false consciousness and genocidal. But yeah, listen, chat, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. We hit the daily donor goal. We hit the daily sub goal. We are going to go and, like I say, head over to Ray-K. Join me for the raid if you are a sub. Copy and paste the first raid message from the /. If you're not, copy and paste the second one. If you have a sub, the first raid message should look like that. If you don't, it won't work. You can test it in the chat before we go on the raid. Please make sure you follow me on all of my socials. I got the link tree there. I'm on pretty much every one. I'm on Instagram, TikTok, yada yada. I will put up TikToks semi-regularly, so yeah, go and follow me there if you want more mule content. Check out the YouTube channels. I got a clips channel. I got a main channel where I do like sort of longer form videos and stuff that are a bit more concise than the stream. And yeah, I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you for all the donos. Thank you for all the subs. Thank you for all the raids. 3 raids, huge raid day today. Thank you for all the follows. Thank you for the chats. Thank you just for being here, and thank you for being a lurker. If you've been watching the stream on the VOD channel, go to the like, comment, and subscribe buttons and do all of those and tell me know what you thought of the stream. I will see you all tomorrow around the same time, 5 p.m., 6 p.m. kind of time. And yeah, stay excellent to each other. Peace. Mwah. Good night, good night, good night, good night, good night.